Good morning. Are we ready? Good morning. Thank you for everyone for being here. If everyone could take a seat, please, it'd be great. I'd like to welcome everybody to the July 9th, 2024 Commission meeting. It's an honor to have you here, as always. Like I mentioned, at every meeting, there's multiple opportunities for engagement within the actual commission meeting. You can either join us via Zoom, you can join us in person, or you can join us through a phone call. The important thing is that you join us all. Today we have the privilege of having Pastor Rick Romero, who's here with us today. We welcome you to please stand and join us here in the invocation. Mr. Romero, is he here?
I don't think so. No, he's not here.
All right, well, Mr. Romero's not here, then I guess I will lead us in the invocation. Please bow your head and give the sign of the cross. Lord, we ask you today to please give us the guidance, protect us, give us the wisdom necessary to lead this city forward on behalf of the commission. Thank you for the amazing gifts, the beautiful children that we have here with us today from the Boys and Girl Scouts who will be joining us later also. Thank you to all the residents that were honored to serve, the business community. Thank you to all the employees who make countless sacrifices on behalf of this community and do everything in their power to serve the residents and the business community. So thank you. In your name, we pray and we work. God bless. Amen. For the Pledge of Allegiance, Vice Mayor Anderson, please lead us in the pledge. Bring them in. 16, forward, march. And now we have the Boy Scouts who will be leading us in the pledge. It will be an honor to have you.
All Scouts, right hand salute.
To the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Of course. Actually, I would ask you to indulge me because I have a gift for you. So I had these personally made about a year ago, and we haven't given many of them out because we try to find the right situation to give them to individuals like yourselves. I'm a big fan of the Boys and Girl Scouts. My daughters are Girl Scouts. It's been a real transformational part of their life in regards to learning about leadership, learning about unity, working together. So I want to give you all a small token of appreciation for being here today. It's a challenge coin, and all of you know what the purpose of a challenge coin is. You can either keep it or you can share it. Most importantly, the intent of the challenge coin is to share it with somebody else. I've been fortunate enough to get many challenge coins from many individuals in this community, even from individuals outside of Miami-Dade County, and I always enjoy most not only receiving them, but also giving them to somebody else and sharing that challenge coin with somebody who will cherish it as much as I'm cherishing giving this to you. So if I may, I'd like to give each one of you a challenge coin.
voting to vote.
When you give me one, I'll pop you in the meeting. Actually, it's been taken, so.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So moving on to item A1, presentation of Live Like Bella and Childhood Cancer Awareness. We ask our friends to join us here today. Just before we get started, very quickly, Nicole, join us. Nicole, I'd like to talk a little bit about not only the foundation, but talk a little bit about who you are to me. You're an individual who I've known, I don't want to say how long because I don't think, you like to do that. But we've known each other for a long time. And you're not only an incredibly successful mother, but you're also a very incredible, successful businesswoman. And you had a calling a few years ago, and that was that you wanted to get involved in this incredible charity. And you stepped out away from the private sector, and you made a commitment. You could be working in the private sector, making a lot more money, but you have a calling. And I think a lot of us on this dais can relate to what you're doing, because again, this is a journey, this is a calling, this is an opportunity to serve. What you've done with your foundation in regards to childhood cancer, research, finding a cure, you have transcended what other organizations have been able to do. You have real relationships in Tallahassee, in the federal government. You've reached new heights in regards to being able to bring those tax dollars here to South Florida so we can really make a dent and hopefully find that cure that we so desire. So I wanted to congratulate you, with your family, for everything that you've done for this organization and what you've done for South Florida, and what you've done more importantly for needy families who, when they're faced with this horrific disease, you are an opportunity to bring a smile to their face, to bring them a sense of comfort. So I just wanted to congratulate you above and beyond, and also hear a little bit about what Live Like Bella's doing and how you guys have grown and how incredible the organization is doing. And you're based out of the Gables, which is important for us.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. We have indeed been friends for a very long time.
Yes.
I have the privilege to serve as CEO of the Live Like Bella Childhood Cancer Foundation. The foundation began 11 years ago, but this calling that you mentioned, which is probably a buzzword, I've been with the foundation now for 7 years, and Coral Gables is where we call home. The office that we have on Powntown Hambro was donated to us, which is great to have the privilege to be here in this business community and be able to have that funding go to families instead of having it to go to rent. So I can talk about Live Like Bella for a very long time because I'm particularly passionate, but I had asked Commissioner Castro if I could share a video with you guys that does a much better job, because you said, Mr. Mayor, this is your foundation, and this is absolutely not my foundation. I have the privilege to lead and to serve. And Live Like Bella, though headquartered here right now, serves families in 49 states and in 37 countries. We help fund childhood cancer research. There's 66 clinical trials being funded in Florida alone, several of which are here in South Florida at FIU and at the University of Miami, and at the Miami Cancer Institute. So we have a seat at the big kids table in terms of national research in childhood cancer. We also help families pay their bills while their children are undergoing treatment. Typically, a family member has to stop working to care for their child, so Live Like Bella steps in to help pay for rent, electricity, transportation to and from the hospitals, etc. And then, God forbid, a child pass of cancer, Live Like Bella steps in to help cover costs related to funerals, burials, headstones, etc. So a lot of folks will say this is a very sad job, but it's absolutely not. It's a huge privilege for us to serve. There are a lot of underserved families in our community, that families like any of ours. So it's a privilege to, excuse me, to serve them. And I'll give you a second to watch this quick video, and then I'll close out with a couple words. So it does a better job than me.
There's Bella at a birthday party.
In the beginning, when she had radiation, she was only 4. She met so many other children. She was always worried about that.
Awesome job. Very proud of you. Bella didn't cry. She wasn't worried. What bothered Bella was to see her friends suffer.
When Bella was first diagnosed, they gave her a few months to live. I still don't even have the words all these years later to describe the fear and the depth of the despair when I was told that it wasn't a virus, that she had cancer, stage 4.
Here's Bella and Chayton leaving Proton.
Bella was always more concerned about the other children battling cancer, and it was inspiring to us to see her go through that battle and have little concern for herself and more so for her friends.
Bella is helping to take the Band-Aids now. Thank you to everybody who sent Band-Aids. We raised about 3,000 boxes. Bella, say thank you really loud.
My sister is and was the strongest person I will ever know. She was super compassionate about others and selfless and always cared about others, doing everything she can for everyone else, despite everything that she was going through.
Get better soon. I love you.
Well, the reason why Live Like Bella exists is to end pediatric cancer. Within that, our mission is to provide support for families that have children undergoing treatment, support for families that lose their children to cancer, and ultimately advance pediatric cancer research.
Así tuyo.
Get in.
Thanks to Live Like Bella, they gave us that peace of mind to help us and cover for all those bills, mortgage, then, so we can give our best to our son.
Their number one words were always, just take care of Santi, just take care of Santi, we got you. And then in a moment that was so stressful where you're worried about your son's life, future, everything, it brought us peace of mind and allowed us to focus on what was most important, which was our son and our daughter at that moment.
So Benjamin was part of a clinical trial that Live Like Bella sponsors. It helped him fight. If it wasn't for their support, for advocating for our kids, Benjamin wouldn't even have some sort of hope. I'm very grateful for that. It takes the foundation to advocate and fund research for these kind of treatments for kids. And when the time came, Live Like Bella was there. And they helped us pay every single expense when it came to his funeral and his burial. And it was in the most beautiful way that we said our goodbyes to our son. And I am forever grateful. It didn't just end after my son passed away. They are still there for us. They remember Benjamin, they honor him.
To have an opportunity to make changes in people's lives, not just as their children are undergoing treatment, but what their future holds in terms of survivability and long-term impacts and effects of childhood cancer. We're talking not just about financial support and emotional support, but really making impact that is saving lives, and not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, but today, research that's being funded by Live Like Bella is saving children's lives.
Our goal is to make sure that less and less families experience the horror of what it is to have your child have cancer. And so each day, we're challenged to continuously go back into the battlefield, no longer for Bella, but for the benefit of generations of others that need our help.
So, guys, thank you again. And I have to also say thank you, excuse me, to the Coral Gables Fire Department, who also has treated us like family always. They came to us with an opportunity to do a partnership in the month of September, which is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, that I would imagine if I did a poll here, if I asked you what color the ribbon is for childhood cancer, you might not know. it's gold. And the reason that we don't all know is because there really isn't a lot of advocacy work being done in the pediatric cancer space. So it means a lot that the city of Coral Gables is making this a priority, and that the Coral Gables Fire Department is going to be a part of this campaign. So thank you for your time, and thank you for all of your friendship and support. It's been 30 years. Sorry,
Nicole,
I was calculating.
Nicole, I want to thank you very much for, one, spending some time with me on the phone, for giving me the video, and for coming here and showing up. This is such an important matter. Also, I want to thank Chief De La Rosa for working very closely with me. 1,000 props to you. He has the best intentions. He has even more ideas than we're even thinking of. So thank you very much. Again, thank you to the union, to David Perez as well, has been very closely working with me. And this is going to be wonderful. We're going to make an impact.
I hope so. I believe it. So,
So if I may, just a recommendation from my colleagues.
Yeah.
I recommend that they tour your facility.
Yes.
I toured it years ago. Not only that, I also recommend them to personally donate to your organization. I personally donate to your organization. I've attended your fundraising events. I've attended your gala, along with many friends and family. So I think it's a wonderful organization, and you deserve all the credit. You're transforming lives. You're giving up of yourself to push this beautiful charity forward. And God willing, one day, all the hard work, all the dedication, all the resources that you have raised, finds a solution for all these parents, for all these children who are suffering from this traumatic disease. So I want to congratulate you on that.
thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank
Madam
you very
Vice
much.
Mayor?
And yes, the invitation to come and visit us would be a privilege and a pleasure.
Oh, no, I very much appreciate it. You know, there's people who suffer in our midst every day, and I think life is a test. And the test is to see how we react. And you certainly set a fine example for many others to reach out and open your heart to those who are suffering. We walk through lives and we have many tests, and this is one of the ultimate tests, and how we help others. One of the little young scouts said it well, that one of the things that they learned is they have to look out for each other, and you're doing such a wonderful job looking out for these families and helping them through these most difficult times in their lives.
Look, Bella's father says on that exact note, Bella's father says to us all the time, he says, these children come to earth to teach us how to live, and the question is, do we pay attention?
Yeah.
So thank you all for paying attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you said September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month?
Correct.
I would like to make a motion to have City Hall lit in gold during the month of September.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's awesome. We've never done it before, and we've tried, so thank you. I appreciate it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. The following items, A2, E5, and F14, have been deferred.
E5 and? What was the last one?
A2, E5, F14. Moving on to item A3. Do we have our guests here? Oh, they're here. How are you? Please join us. Please join us. So as you're aware, Café Abachi is an institution, not only here in Coral Gables, but in South Florida. And we had the pleasure, I can't believe it's already been almost 2 years, or more than 2 years, right? I think it's been 2 years.
Wow. 2 years and a month.
2 years and a month, since we had the privilege of naming the street in front of your incredible restaurant after his founder, Nino.
Thank you.
I've always been incredibly impressed, not only by the dining experience at Abachi, and I consider myself a regular, but more importantly, how your restaurant brings people together. And I want to hear from you before we read this proclamation, because no one can give a true understanding and a true testament of the work effort, the commitment to community, and more importantly, the commitment to everyone who came into that restaurant. Nino went to every table, went to say hi to every single person, made sure that your meal was incredible, made sure that in many occasions, he offered you a glass of wine, he offered you a glass of an appetizer on the house, to every single person that walked in the door. He was an incredible man whose legacy precedes him. long after his passing, and you can tell that he did an incredible job because of the family that he left behind. So I want to congratulate you on today, and I'd love to hear a little bit more what you ladies have done in running the place. It hasn't missed a beat. It's only gotten better, even though we miss Nino every single day. So ladies, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you all very much, Commissioners and Mayor Lago. That was very sweet. We are still working on Cafe Abachi. We have taken over as the president and CEO, and we are working on modernizing our systems. We have a new point of sale service. We've also changed some interior renovations that were needed, bringing us in compliance with making it more ADA accessible, making the kitchen more easy to use for the kitchen staff and things like that. So just hard improvements and also modern systems, and also trying to take it in the direction of the future with younger generations. It's actually really beautiful that we've been around for 35 years. It used to be that I would go with my father and we would see his friends and things like that, and he would take me around to meet their friends and their children. And now when I go, sadly my dad's not around anymore, but I go and I see people and they tell me, oh, I used to come here with my dad all the time. I used to come here with my parents or my grandparents. And it's really beautiful to see the second generation kind of coming in. And that just warms my heart. Yeah, he just wanted it to be a place where people could feel at home, where people could feel welcome. Someone once told me, Abachi is where you go to eat when you don't feel like eating out. And I think that perfectly encapsulates it. You just feel like everyone knows you. They know your favorite dish, how you like your drink. And we're just really proud to be able to continue this legacy and to continue to serve and produce that same quality of service that my dad brought to the table, literally. And also 35 years, I'm very, very proud and honored. We couldn't have done it without our amazing team. That is something that we are very lucky to have, and that's the testament of how we've been able to do it as well. I think the team that my dad specifically created and built and built so much loyalty and discipline. It was very purposeful. So that is thanks to him. And 35 years, I just realized that next year is Coral Gables 100 years. So basically, Abachi has been around for a third of Coral Gables' existence, which is just kind of mind-blowing. So we're very, very happy and excited. And thank you so much for this honor and the street naming as well. It means the world to us.
Listen, well, it's a privilege to have you here. So I'm going to quickly read this proclamation into the record. Whereas Cafe Abachi has been a cornerstone of the Coral Gables community, providing exemplary Northern Italian cuisine and warm hospitality since its inception in 1989. And whereas the founder of Cafe Abachi, Nino Pernetti, established a welcoming and friendly atmosphere that has been a hallmark of the restaurant, making every guest feel at home, feel like family, And whereas Cafe Abachi has not only survived, but thrived for 35 years in the highly competitive restaurant industry, a testament to its quality, resilience, and the loyalty of its patrons. And whereas under the guidance of Nino Pernetti, Cafe Abachi became a gathering place for a diverse clientele, including business leaders, entertainers, and dignitaries, earning accolades for its service and culinary experience. And whereas following Nino Pernetti's passing, his legacy is admirably carried forward by his daughters, Tatiana and Caterina Pernetti, alongside long-serving team members, Loris and Eduardo, who continue to uphold the traditions and high standards set by their founder. And whereas Cafe Abachi has significantly contributed to the local community, not only through its service, but also through various charitable endeavors, enhancing the social and cultural fabric of Coral Gables. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim July 11, 2024 as Cafe Abachi Day in the city of Coral Gables. Congratulations.
I haven't been going to Abachi for 30 years, but it has become a regular place for the last couple of years. We have friends that invited us, and we have become regulars. My wife, we're getting ready to plan where we're going for dinner, and the first word out of her mouth is Abachi. Eduardo and Loris are phenomenal. You have a team there. It's not just them. Every single waiter comes by the table, is attentive. The level of service that you get at Abachi is incomparable in any other restaurant in South Florida. And I think you see that by leaders from around South Florida who come to Abachi for lunch, come to Abachi for dinner, come to Abachi on weekends, because this is the place. You cannot say Coral Gables without Cafe Abachi in it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Should we stand up for a picture?
I think,
Yeah.
I just want to add that last time I was there with my wife, the joy in the room was, you could feel the joy in the room. Not every place does that. People go, I think what was mentioned earlier, it's home. And the difference between Cafe Abachi and other places is people become themselves once they're there with family and friends. It's like going to someone's home. And so what you do for people's lives to bring that joy is a blessing to all. Just wanted you to.
Thank you very much.
How cute.
I'll never forget that.
I don't think I've seen that. Oh, it just looks completely off.
No, you look like a little toy.
Oh, funny.
A4, Vice Mayor Anderson.
Parks and Recreation. Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor to read this one into the record because Parks and Recreation did such an amazing job here on the 4th. You guys just knocked it out of the park. Everybody was very happy. This was, I think, the biggest 4th of July turnout we've had. The number I heard was 35,000. And that's just a small part of what you do. So thank you again, because you make Coral Gables special. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of the elevating a community's quality of life, ensuring the health of all, and contribute to the economic and environmental well-being of our community. And parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, are critical to childhood development, provide therapeutic recreation services, and improve the physical and mental health of all. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community by improving water quality, protecting groundwater, preventing flooding, improving the quality of the air we breathe, providing vegetative buffers to development, producing natural habitats for wildlife, and increases resiliency in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Coral Gables recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2024 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Coral Gables. Thank you all.
Thank you. So it's apropos that July is Parks and Recreation Month because it's probably, I mean, we're always busy, but this is a busy month for us. We, as you said, we just had, our biggest event that we do for the city. Our summer camps are roaring. Our pool is full. Our golf course is full. Our tennis centers are full. Our adult activity center is humming as well. And we wanted to have the whole team here, but a lot of them couldn't make it because the youth center's busy. We got the country club's busy. Everything's busy, but we were able to get a few staff, and I want to thank them for coming. We have, Sarah from our admin team, Robert from our tennis center who runs tennis, Fabio who does our marketing, and if you've seen for Parks and Recreation Month, we're highlighting our staff and seeing who they are so the public knows who they are and who they deal with. And that's been, Fabio's been integral to that. Susan, who took over for events and did a great job of 4th of July with me. Norma, who has moved over to the Adult Activity Center and doing a great job there. So we have a great team. There's a bunch more that weren't able to make it, but I did want to recognize them and get time in their time. We're very thankful for the efforts they do. They work a lot of hours. They work really hard, and we can't make everything great for the residents like we do without their efforts. And I hope they know, and I think they do, that I appreciate them greatly.
So Fred, just very quickly, I want to echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. We can use, for example, the 4th of July was a very clear example of your success. And when I say your success, all the employees that work in Parks and Rec, an amazing job. It was seamless. There wasn't an issue with, I haven't gotten one complaint from a resident. I haven't gotten one complaint from anyone in regards to issues of, congestion. People were patient. People understand that there was probably more people out there this year than I've ever seen before in one of these 4th of July events. But it was a seamless event. Your staff did an incredible job. Carolina, amazing work. And I just want to, again, I try to, when I put social media out there, thank staff for their effort, but a lot of them potentially don't see the social media. So I just want to echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. Your staff did an incredible job. You deserve all the credit. Your team was relentless in making sure that everything was clean, everything was picked up, everything was organized. So I just want to congratulate you on an incredible 4th of July, and you made it look easy. And trust me, I know that it was not easy. There was a lot of hurdles and there was a lot of issues that you were facing. So I congratulate you.
And I forgot to mention Carolina because she was over on this side as I was looking to them, but of course, Carolina was integral to everything I try to do.
Amazing job.
Thank you.
I have, a lot of times we see 4th of July and we appreciate the event and we think, well, staff was probably there a couple hours before preparing. How many hours were you all at the Biltmore before the event even started?
8 days, right?
We were there,
Days,
yeah.
right?
I was there on the 3rd, starting at like noon.
And I heard you guys didn't leave until about 11 o'clock on the 3rd, and you were there early on the 4th.
Some of us never left. I was there all night.
I heard you slept in what's left of the gondola building.
Yeah.
The condo building. I was there at 2 o'clock, and you all had been there for a while. You had been there the night before, and all I saw was smiles on everybody's faces, and nobody was complaining. It was probably 95 degrees out there, and they were moving barricades. They were putting out everything that needed to be set up, cordoning off the areas that needed to be cordoned off. And your team, as I've said it many times, always does it with a smile on their faces and excited to come to work. And that is what you guys have set up over the years, the two of you with your leadership. And I appreciate it. I don't think we thank you enough, but thank you both for everything you do for our city and everybody on your team for always coming out and making us look great.
I want to say that it dawned on me how many hours you put in that one of the evenings before the 4th of July, I was at the Fairways having dinner and it was like 8:30 and I'm about to leave and I see this crazed man break through the door. I'm hungry, I haven't eaten. It was Fred. And I realized he had put in so many hours that the day went by. And then I realized, Carolina, you were there and the entire team was there. And quite honestly, between the 4th of July, the farmers market, everything that's good in our community comes through your department. I know it used to be called the Parks and Recreation Department, now the Community Recreation Department. It should be called the Good Things in Life Department, because everything that's good in life, somehow you have that touch. You touch it and you touch the hearts of everybody. So thank you for all that you do, all of you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to thank you guys also. I wasn't there. Unfortunately, I had COVID last minute and my daughter was hospitalized, but I heard beautiful and wonderful things. I saw beautiful pictures. I also heard that one of the commissioners were out there helping out. So I have to congratulate that certain commissioner here. But thank you so much for everything you do.
I would like to thank for that event. It wasn't only Parks and Rec. Public Works, the barricade guys were fantastic. The facilities guys were fantastic. Police, fire, the trolley guys were great. We had a lot of help. Green Space Management, IT was out there. So it was a full city effort. So I want to make sure that they know we appreciate their efforts as well.
And also
Economic development too.
Economic development, yes, they handled the VIP area. They did a wonderful job.
And also, before we take the photo, I mean, we have to admit that Bill Moore looked the best it's looked in a long time. So I want to congratulate Bill Moore and Tom and his entire team for putting forth a great evening.
Yes.
Let's take a photo.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
A5, congratulations to Officer Jordan Tillery, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month for March 2024. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. There's a gaggle of blue uniforms coming in, I hope.
Hint.
On cue.
There's the gaggle.
There we go. This morning, it's my honor to introduce you to the Officer of the Month for March 2024, Officer Jordan Tillery, with the department a few years now. And on March 17th, 2024, about 7 o'clock in the morning, we had a call about an individual stealing a bicycle in the area of the 800 block of Ponce de Leon Boulevard. The description went out, and Officer Tiller, as he does on a regular basis, was actually assisting the other officers in checking the area for the individual who matched the description of what was given to us by the witness. Officer Tiller, along with Officer Alex Rodriguez, who was behind him, stopped an individual who matched the description of the subject who was seen on the surveillance camera stealing a bicycle. Again, during the pat-down for weapons, the subject was found to be in possession of burglary tools consistent with that of stealing bicycles, as along to cut bike locks along with drug paraphernalia. He was subsequently arrested, but the story doesn't end there. The night before, there was a sexual voyeurism call involving a juvenile victim, which took place in the close proximity to the bike theft. Coral Gables PD detectives, were able to link the subject in both of those incidents. The subject was positively identified and arrested with the additional charges of trespassing and voyeurism of a minor. Because of his work, which might seem to some to be just an insignificant bike theft and were being recovered, somebody who could have been much more of a predator in our streets was taken off the streets because of his great work. This is not something that comes as an anomaly to Officer Tillery. In his evaluations up to date, he is a go-getter. He is an assertive officer who proactively works his areas and never fails to assist anybody else within the department, whatever their needs will be. Because of this, by nomination of Sergeant Bo Williams, Officer Tillery was awarded the Officer of the Month for March 2024.
Thank you so much, Chief. I really appreciate it. First and foremost, I would like to thank my wife. Unfortunately, she's not here. Also, I would like to thank the command staff and all the sergeants that were involved in this. It's an honor and a privilege to serve this city, and I really do appreciate the award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. You want to do the pictures, or you want to do both the awards first?
Let's do both.
Do both?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. You can sit right over there. If I have Officer Christopher Pena come visit. There you go. Officer Pena has been nominated for the Officer of the Month for April 2024. On April 2nd at approximately 1:36 in the morning, Officer Pena responded to an emergency vehicle hit-and-run accident with injuries at Bird Road and Palmerito Street. Once he arrived there, he observed a 2023 Lexus that was overturned in the 700 block of Bird Road in the westbound lanes. He made contact with the two victims, rendered aid, and got fire rescue involved to assist in those individuals. Both the victims stated briefly that they interacted with a Hispanic male and a female that were not on the scene at that time. Officer Pena observed a 2017 Lamborghini that had crashed into a fence in a residence located not too far away from this crash site. After not giving up on that, he, along with Officer J.D. Gonzalez, went out to another hospital and found the individuals that were taken there by a third party. After doing his due diligence in his investigation, reading the individual's rights, Officer Pena was able to elicit a spontaneous or interviewed that description of the person that had left the scene of the accident with injuries and subsequently was arrested for his actions at that scene and because of his admission of guilt. Officer Pena's follow-up investigation led to the arrest of the driver of this hit and run with injuries. Officer Pena continues to be a very proactive, self-driven officer on the midnight shift. Officer Pena actively patrols his assigned zone, always looking for criminal activity, and thoroughly investigates all the calls for service that he's dispatched to. Because of these keen observation skills, his decisive action, rendering aid, and clearing out this arrest for a hit-and-run driver that happens way too often in our city, Officer Pena was awarded the Officer of the Month Award for April 2024.
To move a little bit down. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. It's an honor receiving this award. I would like to thank the Chief. I would like to thank my Sergeant Ignacio Rivera, and I'd like to thank my co-workers who, without them, I couldn't have done everything I did with the investigation. And I cannot forget about my lovely wife. Thank you for coming. Thank you for always supporting me. Thank you.
Congratulations. Great work. Great work.
We're ready for a picture?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Let's do it.
Moving on to item A7. Congratulations to Coral Gables Police Officer Chief Edward J. Hudak, my friend. Come up here.
You being shy? No.
So, Chief,
Yes, sir.
you and I have a long-standing relationship here in the city, and like I've always said it before, I think when you talk about people who are engaged in the community, out of everyone who's involved with the city, I think you're one of the most beloved people in this community, both on the resident side and on the business side. People have an immense amount of respect for you, and your years of service show. And you and I have always had conversations about you're never going to make everybody happy. Trust me, I don't think I make everybody happy in my house at the end of the day, and it's 4 of us. But I congratulate you, and I always tell you the same thing. You get up every single day, you go to work, you lead by example, and you're an individual who loves what you do. And you always put the city first. So I want to congratulate you on your efforts. You were recognized by the South Florida Police Benevolent Association for the Fred Mass Award for Outstanding Law Enforcement and Leadership. And I wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of the commission and all the entire command staff who's here with us today, who have an immense amount of respect for you, and all the police officers who are here, who are not here, who are in service, to say thank you for your dedication. Dedication to not only to the residents, but dedication to the entire city as a whole. Congratulations, my friend. We're blessed to have you.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
That's amazing.
That was. Yes.
We're blessed. We're all blessed to have you.
I was humbled that night. For those of you who don't know, Fred Moss is a mentor of sorts, worked for Miami-Dade Police Department and was a longstanding chief. To actually be presented this award by Fred was something that was very touching to me. Recognition from chiefs is one thing. Recognition from ranks and files throughout is something that any chief will tell you is something that just kind of gets in your gut. And especially, you know, the men and women that wear this badge, no matter what color of the uniform there are, no chief is made or broken without their staff. And both my immediate staff and then the officers. And I couldn't be prouder to be the chief of this department in this city at this time with these men and women and the futures that is coming. So I thank you all very much for this recognition. I thank the South Florida PBA for their recognition. And like I told them that night that this was sent over, that the reason why any chief gets up every day should be to serve the men and women of his department, the citizens of his city or her city. And so this was very, very meaningful to me. And most importantly, my family, my wife and daughters put up with a lot of things in this job. And it was nice to share it with them. And it is a calling. I still think it is. And the future leadership of the department behind you and I are working hard to make sure that we continue the goals, the objectives, and what it is to be a Coral Gables police officer. And I accept this recognition on behalf of all the men and women of the police department because it is a joint team effort. Whether we agree or disagree on certain things, at the end of the day, like you said, Mayor, we have to make decisions. It's not a popularity contest for me. Some people agree, some people disagree, but I think if you're always true to yourself, then I sleep well at night. So thank you all very much for this recognition.
Thank you, Chief. Let's take a photo.
All right.
No.
Is it a violation if the other fellow FOP members jump in with this, Chris? I should ask you.
This is your moment, Chief.
Or you wouldn't be the first one to get asked. You can join. You can join up. It's okay. Can I go with the chief? Moving on to A8, another special recognition. Congratulations to Coral Gables Innovation and Technology Director Raimundo Rodolfo, recipient of the 2024 South Florida ORBIE Corporate Award, recognizing and honoring Chief Information Officers who have demonstrated excellence in technology and leadership. Mr. ACM, I just want to say something very briefly. Since I have had the privilege of serving as a commissioner, as a vice mayor, and as mayor, I think the person who has received the most awards here has been this gentleman. He must have a trophy case that has to have extra structural support because of the amount of work that not only he's doing, but his amazing staff who's here. We talk a lot about staff, and we talked about Fred's and Carolina. We talk about an example, the police chief. He's recognized for an incredible award as a result of the incredible work by the police department. We are leading the way in regards to technology and infrastructure because of what this gentleman has been doing along with his team. And something that the other day I had the privilege of speaking at a conference that was here in the city, not the other day, it was probably about 2 months ago, right? About a month and a half ago. And one of the things that I led with is multiple private sector leaders, industry leaders from major companies started having conversations with me about what the city's doing and how we're leading the way. And I always led with, don't think about taking Raimundo. Raimundo is amazing. No, we wouldn't. We love him, but we love to have him in the private sector with us. All jokes aside, he is amazing, and his staff is amazing. And this is just another award in the many that he's received, and we're blessed to have you on our side, my friend. Thank you for that. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for always working on behalf of the city and leading by example. You are a tireless leader, and it's amazing. It's all about the team. It's not about anybody else but the team. Thank you for that. Mr. ACM?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I could not have said any better. Raimundo not only keeps this city on top shape as far as IT and innovation, but he uses the city as a platform to launch incredible technological advance and putting us out there as one of the most innovative cities in the world. And like you say, Mr. Mayor, it cannot be done without the leadership of Raimundo and his incredible team. Thank you. Congratulations, Raimundo.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Deputy City Manager. So I am humbled. So this is thanks to the hard work and dedication of my team, for many years, and the support of the city's leadership, all the city departments that work together with my team, advancing. I don't call it more on the technology side. It's all about quality of life. So looking for ways how we can improve city services, improve quality of life, and use the state of the art. So the technology that can help us as tools to improve the quality of life in our city for our community. So I started 30 years ago as an engineer in the private sector. So and I had many mentors and people who helped me to learn and to grow, and the hard knocks. And so and over 10 years in the private sector, I came to the city 20 years ago. So time flies. I'm very grateful to this great organization. So this is
the best place I could ever thought that I was going to have this 20 years of my career. So thank you so much. And thank you to the South Florida CIO organizations and my colleagues who nominated me. So I was nominated by the CIO of Fort Lauderdale. That's what I learned. They told me that she nominated me. And thanks to the Inspired Leadership Organization who gave this recognition to the city and to my team. And thanks again to my team. So I am so lucky to have this amazing team. They work so hard. They are so dedicated. So thank you. And thanks to my family, my mom, my wife, my son for the support for many years. So thank you.
Congratulations.
I was at the Emerge Americas conference with the team, and you weren't there at the moment. And I can tell you there were more people looking for you than for Pitbull. So you're obviously a very popular person in the industry. I'm sure you got plenty of autograph requests and photo requests, but we are honored to have you here in our city and making sure that we're an innovative city, a smart city, and leading the charge for all other municipalities throughout the country. Thank you.
So Raimundo, just in following up, I just want to say your team wouldn't be what it is without you as a great leader. You inspire, you encourage, you challenge, and you get them to be the best that they can be. And without you, they would not feel confident to be able to take the leaps that you all have taken together and make our city an outstanding city technologically to assist all our departments. Like Fred said, you guys were out there as well with the 4th of July celebration. You were an integral part for all departments, including Parks and Recreation. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you for the support and help you always have every year with Code Mania and the young students. And I know the trend in the private sector and public sector is to go AI, artificial intelligence, but we don't need to. We got RI, we got Raimundo intelligence, so we're ahead of the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats to you and to the whole team.
Thank you.
This is how you get your exercise.
If you twist off the top, you can make it mean martini. Shaken, not stirred.
With him electrified.
A9 is time certain for 11 a.m. We do not have any past minutes to approve. We'll move on to public comment. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, first speaker this morning is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Yes, it is. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. It was a beautiful day today. Seeing the Boy Scouts was wonderful. But even though we had a wonderful 4th of July celebration, in my book, the best ever. I don't know what's going to happen when we do the 100th, because this was very good. But there was an issue, and I'm sorry I have to bring it up, because I'm not the only one that sees. Perhaps I'm the only one that doesn't mind talking. And Mayor, if you don't pay attention, I'll stop.
First
I'm sorry.
I'm paying attention, but I'm also doing work up here. I have to do work for the
Well,
city.
I'm sorry,
So
but
please-
if you're not
please
going to
keep-
listen, I'll
I'm
stop.
listening. You have my full attention. Please proceed. The clock is running.
Well, I would like you to know the clock cannot be running because you're not paying
I
attention.
am paying attention. Please
Well,
move forward.
This is directed to you, sir. You need to pay attention.
I am paying attention. Always paying attention.
I and many others that were watching witnessed again how the mayor disrespects the elected officials. I'm sorry. We've seen crop pictures. You know, they're taken out of the pictures, so they're invisible. But this time, it really, really got bad. He was able to introduce Congressman Jimenez, first and last name. He was able to introduce Commissioner Kevin Marino Cabrera, first, middle, and last name. But our elected officials didn't have names. Our elected officials are invisible. So here I am, and I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing our elected officials. And in case you all need name tags, next time you go to an event, I'm going to leave it with Mr. Okia so you can grab one, so when you stand there, the mayor can remember your name. We have Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson. We have Commissioner Melissa Castro. We have Commissioner Ariel Fernandez. And we have Commissioner Kurt Menendez. Ms. Anderson, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Menendez, I apologize for the disrespect. And I don't know if you all notice that disrespect is not only to you. I am very grateful that Mr. Okia remembers my name, but the mayor doesn't. It is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mr. Clerk.
Tom Wells.
Mr. Wells, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way, Coral Gables, and my law firm is located at 901 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables. I'm here today to discuss comments made by certain commissioners at the last meeting as to property leased by the city. One commissioner stated at the last meeting that a lease requires us to comply with the terms for the good and transparency of our residents, and you have to treat all tenants equally within the confines of the lease. Another commissioner stated that when you have a contract with a tenant, you have to stick to that contract, and if you sign a contract, you have to abide by the contract. A copy of the lease with Michelle Bernstein's new restaurant is with me if you'd like to read it. Mayor Lago and Commissioners Anderson and Menendez approved the lease on February 15, 2022. Section 23A6B provides that an event of default is triggered if tenant fails to complete tenant improvements and open for business within 24 months of the effective date. That requires Ms. Bernstein's restaurant to open by February 15, 2024, to avoid a default of release. Article 13 also requires the tenant to complete tenant improvements by February 2024. The restaurant is not open. SRA Martinez's Instagram states it will not open until this fall. It will be in default for at least 6 months for breaching its lease contract. The lease requires the tenant also to spend $1.3 million on lease space, and if costs exceed that amount, the tenant has to pay for such excess. Comments have been made about how much the tenant is spending in excess of its minimum requirement. That is a tenant obligation. I am not requesting the city to take action to terminate Ms. Bernstein's new restaurant lease despite being in default for at least 6 months. The city's most important functions are providing safety and services to its residents, not being a commercial landlord. Each tenant and each lease are different. The city's failure to enforce the terms of Ms. Bernstein's lease for not opening timely does not affect other tenants with similar provisions. But there is a cost to residents with lengthy closed retail space which withholds service options to residents. Withholding service options due to lengthy renovation delays with Burger Bob's is one of the reasons why the prior city manager was fired. So Burger Bob's closed on February 2022, and renovation did not start until October 2023, 18 months later. I am looking forward to Burger Bob's opening very, very soon, and for the commission to focus on its primary task, providing safety and services to its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackson
Madam
Holmes.
City Attorney, if I may, so that we can have the information that Mr. Wells provided, can you provide a contract, a copy of the contract for Ms. Bernstein's agreement, number one? Number two, can you also please provide, and not just to me, provide to the entire to the entire commission, can you also please provide a breakdown in regards to the permitting process and how that falls in regards to the 24 months that are required in the contract?
Certainly, I'll provide the contract and I'll review
I'd
that
like to
information
understand
with
also
the.
any delays, who was responsible for those delays, whether it was a design delay, contractor delay, are they waiting, for example, for switchgear to come in, which takes about almost a year now with the latest delays in regards to that portion of the electrical scope. So I'd like to find out exactly why that's delayed, and I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Wells. Hold them accountable and make sure that they start paying anything that deals in regards to their default clause, that they should be held accountable and they should start paying. Nobody in the city, there's a contract, should be given a free ride. We are held to a contract in the private sector every single day. Case in point, your car insurance, case in point, your home insurance, case in point, everything that you have to pay, there are contracts. Even your cell phone has a contract. You can't get out of your cell phone contract. So I would like to be made a little bit more aware in regards to the contract, what are the clauses, the provisions, and understand what is required, what offers extensions to that 24 months. For example, like you can have in construction what is called a rain delay, and that'll buy you 1 day a week of extension. It won't give you additional general conditions, but it'll give you an extension. I want to understand the reasoning behind. I'm not sure if they're late already because I don't have their construction schedule. I'd like to understand where they stand. Madam Vice Mayor.
I'd like to add to that request, as far as the lease is concerned, any communications regarding extension requests, tolling provisions that have happened since the lease was signed.
I'll work with the manager's office to obtain that information.
And also the amount of money that was spent on the project in regards to their obligation, supposedly around 1.3 million. I want to see if they spend more in regards to the interior renovations. I imagine they have a contingency. I imagine they've had change orders in the project. Every single project does. There's unforeseen conditions once you start, demolishing walls and, look and breaking slabs. So I'd like to understand all that information, and please send that if you can to the entire commission so we can all be a little bit more versed on that.
I think the point he was trying to prove was a complete different one, and I don't think we should be going after this restaurant in particular. I think the point he was trying to prove here is that safety should be our priority to our residents, and I think that's where we should stick to.
Commissioner, if I may, safety is our number one priority, but there is also requirements in regards to when you sign a contract. So if he's bringing up the fact that someone is in default of a contract, we want to make sure we hold everybody to the same standard.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
and
pretty
as
simple.
well, if there needed to be an extension, this is something that needs to come back to the commission to hear, to have a public hearing about, so that we need to address this in a proper fashion.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning,
Good to
sir.
see you.
Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. Just to clarify the record, yes, the contract was signed in February of 2022, and they were supposed to be done by February 2024. It's important to note they have been paying rent, even though they're not open.
So they are within the contract.
They have been paying rent. The delays in construction are related to many things. There were COVID constraints from when they started. The grease trap had to be changed and put outside the restaurant. There were just a lot of...
Was that an unforeseen condition? Was that considered before the design?
Because the grease trap in that restaurant was inside the kitchen and it had to be moved to the sidewalk. There were things
Is that by the new code that's required?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So there were a lot of different things. They have followed their permitting process. I have conference calls with them every single month. We monitor what it is that they're doing in their construction schedule. I just had a site visit there this week to look at everything. Their millwork was being done in Italy. It's important to note that although by contract they were supposed to spend $1.3 million, their budget is above $3 million right now of what they have been investing in that restaurant. And that's something that I've been verifying with receipts. So I keep track of all of that. Like I said, I was there last week. this coming week, they should have their millwork here and all of their furniture, which is being manufactured in Italy. And they have an Italian team that's coming to install all of that. So there's been clear oversight, at least on our part, over the contract, but I'm happy to send you documentation to all of this.
I would like to see that. I mean, again, it's not about punishing them. I mean, they're paying rent, they're following the contract, and they spend over $3 million on the TI.
They have been.
So I welcome that. I think
They're
it's a
paying
good
both
thing.
rent and additional rent, for all the pass-through charges, property taxes, everything else.
My goal is to get them open. And if you could find out as part of the memo that a city attorney will put together for the entire commission, what can we do to help them get open as quickly as possible? Is there anything pending? And if we can do that, I'm more than willing to.
They have told us that hopefully by the end of August, they will be open. And so if everything goes well with the installation of the furniture and everything that they have coming in, they should be done by then. But all their permitting and their I just signed all their operating agreements for their applications to do their operating licenses, and they should be open by the end of August, beginning of September.
So all that's left, would you say, is FF&E? Okay.
Yeah, I was there. I
That's a
walked
good
the
thing.
site. I walked the site last week.
Okay, so if all that's left is FF&E and they're paying rent,
Yes.
again, it's in their best interest to open as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
So they can start making some revenue. And it's our best interest also.
Yes.
We want the traffic. We want the activation. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Sir, good morning.
Thanks so much. Let's see if I can be helpful to the city with my following remarks. We know that we have a shortage of police applicants, and it's nationwide, as best as I can determine. So it didn't really originate with us, and it's somewhat, well, it really is out of our control. So we have to anticipate that pardon me for clearing my throat. We have to anticipate that this shortage, this wacky, supply and demand problem that we have is going to continue. And so the cost of maintaining a high quality police retention is going to continue to increase. Therefore, I propose to you all for your consideration that we take some radical changes in moving art funding, which is pretty low on voters' priorities, and moving that art funding over to this continuing crisis of insufficient applicants for police, causing our cost to keep good police keeping going up. We got to anticipate this is going to continue. And that can even reach into, people will say, well, no, it's in the code that all of this money from these developments goes to art. Well, let's modify the code, because our residents are not going to get up in arms if we spend less on the arts, but they will get up in arms if we don't retain our high quality police officers. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And if I may, I just want to put it on the record. Madam City Attorney, will you address this gentleman's, his gentleman's statement in regards to the fact that we could use art in public places monies for potentially hiring or recruiting police officers or giving them the best, even better equipment than they already have? Can you address the issue as it relates to the Miami-Dade County regulations and code? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. So we cannot, it's not a matter of modifying the code. We could not modify the code in that manner, because we are required to comply with the Miami-Dade County Art in Public Places. We have our own program, so we are allowed to do it that way because we have our own Art in Public Places program, but we cannot modify our code to use those funds for those purposes. It has to be restricted for art in public places.
I have a question. Just for everybody who's watching, those funds, the source of the funds are from? Where do we get those funds from?
So the funds come from public projects, so like our city projects, our municipal, when we do certain work on our municipal buildings, as well as private developments.
Arguably, we could create a program where future funds that are generated could go in a different direction or split.
Not for purposes of our police operations. You're saying to charge private developments for that?
Right.
No,
Couldn't we
that's
direct-
not something that we would be able to do, sir.
Even through legislation?
No.
I've tried.
Okay.
So what what I would recommend you do, if I may, just give me 1 second. What I recommend you do, since you're so interested in this, I recommend that you lobby the county. Start with the county commissioner, speak with the mayor, and say that, I would like to make a change to the Art in Public Places ordinance, or I would like to, offer a similar vehicle to fund police and fire, and see if we can get it passed through the county and potentially tack it on like we tack it on to permitting. When you pay for your permits, you pay a 1% into a fund, and that money is used for art in public places. So, please be brief. We have a long agenda. Thank you.
No, I take your point, Ms. Suarez, Mayor Lago. I understand what you're saying. I also, though, want to point out that, for instance, we sold the residence of the fellow from Southcom, and we took approximately half of that money for the arts. So there are things within the city's discretion. Yes, don't challenge me on that. I can prove I'm right. The things that are within the city's discretion, I think we should really try to put it stop to spending a lot of money on the arts and redirect that money to the police problem. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, if I may, he made a statement in regards to when we sold the property on, I think it was on, Granada, excuse me, yes, adjacent to the Biltmore. Can we do a little bit of research through the clerk and find out, where the proceeds of that sale went?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I'll work with the manager's office. I think there was a resolution approving how there would be expended.
I don't remember what
either.
it was. It was like 5 or 6 years ago.
It was.
If you could you potentially provide that as a public record so that everyone can see it? We could even bring it back at the next commission meeting to make sure that everybody's aware of actually what transpired.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Lynn Bluestein?
Good morning.
Good to see you. Thank you. Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So, why am I here again today? You might be thinking, why is she here again today? It's okay, laughing
We love
is
you.
good.
We love you.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'm trying to save my neighborhood from the clutches of Coral Gables. I'm here today because mail-in voting and early voting will happen before August 20th, and this might be one of the last chances I get to explain to the voting residents of Coral Gables why they should vote no on the annexation question that will appear on their ballot. I went to the picnic on June 29th to meet residents of Coral Gables and discuss annexation with them, and I met a lot of lovely people. And to my surprise, none of them knew that the annexation question will appear on their August 20th ballot. And everyone I spoke to agreed that they were against annexation and that it would do them no good. Their lives will not improve if annexation were to take place. It will not save them any money for sure. In fact, they were shocked to find out that according to the Coral Gables presentation of November 14th, the city of Coral Gables would spend approximately $23,594,000 over 5 years to annex my neighborhood. I'm going to repeat that number. $23,594,000 over 5 years. I wanted to verify something with one of the police officers that was at that picnic, and I asked him a question. I asked him if it would be a burden for the Coral Gables Police Department to be forced to cover an additional neighborhood of hundreds of people with the amount of officers that they currently have and expect to have in the future. He assured me It would definitely be a burden on the services that the current residents of Coral Gables deserve and depend on. At a recent commission meeting, there were some people who didn't want to spend $42,000 for a new wheelchair ramp at the Actors Playhouse, but have no problem spending $23,594,000 to grab Little Gables from hundreds of homeowners who specifically purchased their homes in unincorporated Dade County because they could afford to live there. And yes, I am one of those people wanting to live in my home as I purchased it and have tended it for 35 years. Dear Gables residents, please take back control of your tax dollars. Make sure it is spent on your needs and services and repairs. Please make sure you vote, and please vote no to the question about the annexation of Little Gables. You are smart people. The very last line of the annexation question includes these words, quote, "and absorbing all associated annexation costs," end quote. Please remember those associated annexation costs were estimated to equal $23,594,000 over just the first 5 years. Please vote no, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just really quick, on the sale of 3501 Granada, the funds were allocated towards the Fink Studio renovation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, as per our clerk, the entire funds.
Mr. Holmes, I will go ahead and send you the approved resolution.
Well, I'll make sure that we put as a public record, the clerk send you the information and he'll copy.
What we could revive on the videotape is not true.
Why don't we do this? Let's send the information to the entire commission and to Mr. Holmes. And if you would be so kind, Mr. Clerk, let's also send the clip of when that legislation came before the commission. If we can find it, Mr. Clerk, through your office, I would really appreciate that, so that we can cross-reference not only the legislation, but also the video evidence of when the vote transpired. Is that okay?
Will do. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'll be right. You'll see.
Thank you very much. All right, so with that, we will close our public records.
Through the mayor, there is a comment through email that wanted to be read on the record. This is from Lourdes Wangden from 700 Biltmore Way. She says, "Good morning. I just read this on the agenda, and frankly, I'm appalled. With all the deficit we have been going in the city's budget, this art project is not a necessity, and frankly, not a wise decision. Plus, it's hideous. Please consider to vote this item down. Thank you."
She's referring to agenda item G2 on the agenda. I was going to wait till the item came up to read it.
Okay, perfect. All right. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? Mr. Mayor, I have a request from a member of the public to pull an item from the consent agenda, agenda item D7.
Okay.
With that in mind, may I please have a motion on the rest of the consent agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, for agenda item D7, Ms. Maria Cruz has requested to speak on the item.
I have a question, City Attorney. For this one, do we have a contract in place?
Yes, we do.
For how long? Or
It was a 10-year agreement. I don't know exactly which year we're in right now.
Okay. So a 10-year agreement to do what exactly? The artist to paint?
For
To repaint every
the authorized representative to do the repainting, yes.
So it's every year or every how often?
Every year.
Right, and we're still in the midst of the 10-year agreement?
Correct.
Okay.
And then every year it's how much?
A total of $18,500.
And where do those funds come from?
So currently, that's what this item is about, Mayor. Currently, when that was approved, the direction was to use the general fund for the annual maintenance, the $18,500. And so this item would change that to allow the extraordinary maintenance to use this as, to qualify as extraordinary maintenance, which it does, so that the funds are paid out of the Art in Public Places Fund.
Thank you.
Just to give you a little background, when I first year in, I didn't want taxpayers to be paying for the maintenance of, extraordinary maintenance of any artwork, and I wanted, the art board to be thinking about the level of maintenance needed on each and every piece that is approved in this city, so that taxpayers are not paying for anything beyond just regular cleaning, pressure cleaning type maintenance. This is included as extraordinary maintenance now, and unfortunately, we're in the midst of this contract that was previously agreed to.
So maintenance of other art pieces are coming from the general fund?
Routine maintenance, yes.
Routine,
Shouldn't
cleaning.
that be coming from the art fund, though?
I think that's part of the fund is set up that way, so routine maintenance does not come from the art fund. Rather, anything that's extraordinary, which is a change that was made a couple years ago, was sponsored by the vice mayor, that if it's extraordinary, then yes, it does come from the art fund. But the routine maintenance, that's a day-to-day, that does not come from the art fund.
So,
And Commissioner, the information that I received, I had a meeting with staff on the use of these funds for maintenance. I believe the number I was given was $32,000 a year, which is what we're spending on maintenance from the general fund. That's why I had asked for this to be placed on here, so at least these 18,000 can be moved out of there. I'm still waiting for the exact number on the flower features out here on Segovia. I haven't gotten those numbers yet.
Is this crazy to think, but shouldn't all maintenance of art come from the art fund, or is that like a crazy statement?
There were issues with the actual language of the county's ordinance that does not allow us to use unless it's for extraordinary maintenance.
Okay.
So, Clerk, I'm going to ask you to share with the commission the robust discussion that we had back at the time that I did this revision, on the Art and Public Places funds to require it distilled down to extraordinary maintenance, although I had envisioned removing from the general fund a lot of the maintenance issues that I was only able to get the extraordinary maintenance taken care of at the time. So I think that would help, get a better understanding of what we're dealt with here on these art pieces. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right. Remember, I have a name, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
I do.
1447 Miller Road. The more I think about it, I think sometimes we try to separate general fund from, that is actually comes from tax money, our taxes, and other money that could be used for something else. It's not, we don't get it, Santa Claus doesn't give us money. All the money that we use comes from taxpayer money one way or the other. Whether it's money that the county gets, whether it's money that the federal government gets, it's money from us. There's no other funding. So I have a problem with this continue. I think somebody should look at the contract and see how this happened. This is absolutely ridiculous. To hold us hostage to $32,000 a year, whether we take it out of the tax money or whether we take it out of the art money, is still $32,000 a year for somebody to come. And if you look at how it's being maintained, all you have to do is, I drive Billmore, make a left on Lejeune, make a left on the street. I don't remember the name of the street back here. The display there is partially erased. There's something that was done there that there's no painting on. So we have a little part that's painted, we have a part that's concrete, and I think there's something, because I see like something on the top that's metallic, and then the rest is painted. You know what? A kindergarten kid, given the chart, could paint those lines. Come on, this is enough. $32,000 a year to do, it looks like chalk painting on the crosswalk. Somebody needs to look at that contract. Somebody needs to see who blew it. Because I'm sorry, to agree to a contract for $32,000 a year to draw, it's ridiculous. You know what? Come to my house. My granddaughters could take chalk and do it every week and keep it up. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor? Please, will you put forth a simple memo, if possible? I think this dates back probably during, I'm not sure it was Mayor Kaysen or Mayor Fowley. Can you go back to the moment that information was brought forward to the city? Pull a public records request on that document, send a public records request to the entire commission as a whole. Everything that includes contracts, everything that includes discussions, emails, everything that we have, where the money was going to come from, how the votes were in the commission. Please provide that to the entire commission at your convenience. It's no hurry, so that we can all do our due diligence. That was something that I think it was probably 7-8 years ago. I don't remember exactly the time frame, the exact vote. There's hundreds, if not thousands of votes that have happened since that moment. So I would like to learn a little bit more and be a little bit more refreshed in regards to that issue. I'm a believer that if you're doing maintenance, like the vice mayor, and I'd like to also be remembered on my position on the vice mayor's legislation. I don't even remember how I voted on that. I'd like to see, like we broke down the open space legislation, where 65% goes to acquisition, and then the other 35% goes to maintenance of certain open spaces. I'd like to see how we're handling that in regards to the maintenance of existing art and public places, the ones that the city has control over. Okay? So if you could send that to me and send it to the commission so we can have a better understanding, and if there needs to be tweaked, I have no issues moving in that direction. At the end of the day, it only benefits the art and public places position because you're maintaining valuable assets here in the city, and you're not allowing them to deteriorate. So instead of buying 10 pieces, like I've said before, and like I've met with staff and the ACM and the city manager on this issue, I'd rather buy less and buy world-class pieces that are easier to maintain than buy 10 pieces that are going to cost us a lot of money in the future to maintain. And those are conversations that I've had with Catherine. Those are conversations that I've had with our Historic Preservation Director multiple times over the last 6 months. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, we have one additional speaker on the item, Jackson Rip Holmes.
Yes, sir.
So I thank you all for the discussion that you've been willing to have here. And just so you know that I'm listening to you, I hear what you're saying, that some of, or maybe a lot of this is controlled by county regulations, which is something I can take up, or maybe even the city also can take up. And they're going to be sympathetic because the county is fighting for police officers too. They're competing for police officers. But getting back to the discretionary issue, Mayor Lago, I wonder if I can make you laugh. Do you remember when there was a arts group that wanted to open things up to communist Cuba? Mm-hmm. And you said, look, we've been fighting communist Cuba, and so this group is gone. And that was discretionary, right? And I think, the commission was with you in deciding to discretionarily say bye-bye to that art funding. And then also, if we look at Giralda, there was tons of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars dedicated to the perennial balloon display on Giralda. And I was pointing out, you want to help Giralda, give them the spray fans that they use at Disney World to cool things off in the summer when it's too hot to eat outdoors. That would have only cost $20,000 instead of $200,000. There is discretion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on. We have a time certain 10:30. items 2.1 and 2.2.
You're fine. You don't need to wear the jacket. Be comfortable.
Yeah.
You're retired now, just remember that. You can relax. We'll get you back in practice if you want
You
to
look
run
good.
for office.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commission and Mr. Manager. My name is Doug Yoder. I am the chair of your Waterway Advisory Board. There are two resolutions that have been approved for your consideration by our board.
First off, you're my neighbor, so I know exactly where you live, but for the record, do you mind putting your address on the record? Do you mind putting your address on the record?
Yeah, my address is 4800 Alhambra Circle.
Thank you, sir.
I have the distinction of being the only member of the Waterway Board that doesn't live on the waterway. So.
Right there, you're a stone's throw away. Not that far.
The first of these resolutions has really arisen out of the proposed development along the Mahi Canal, with which you may be familiar because it's currently going through the city review process. This is the Gables Waterway development at 6100 Cavalier Boulevard, which is a significant change in the density of use. We had several area residents come and speak to us. We also had the developer come and speak to us. And the waterway issues concerned there are, this is an area which has quite a bit of manatee activity during certain times of the year. The Mahi Canal is also a waterway that tends to be constrained in terms of navigability. It actually wasn't built according to the design standards at the time that it was built, so it's quite narrow at points, and with the addition of docks and so on, navigability and safety have become issues. So this resolution just speaks to ensuring that the people who live on the Mahi Canal receive notice when the city has a scheduled action in connection with redevelopment of this sort. And I think the city attorney concluded that probably an amendment to the zoning code that would extend the notice area from the standard 1,500 feet, particularly in this case to include all of the property owners along that stretch of the canal, would be a good idea. And so that is what the board, our board, has recommended. I would say just in connection with our discussions about this project, I mentioned the manatees, and so water quality, maintaining water quality is an issue. That relates primarily to a drainage plan that will ensure that no overland runoff during or after construction goes directly into the canal. The developer assured our board that the plans called for that with drainage wells that will provide a degree of filtration of all of the stormwater generated on the site. Another concern was the kind of the density of boat storage. Currently, there are 19 slips there, I believe. The developer indicated that they were not going to increase the number of slips. So that aspect of the development shouldn't develop more traffic. They also indicated that they would not be authorizing jet skis to be launched from that area, and that they intended to include sewage pump out facilities for the boats that are parked there. So those would all contribute to maintaining or improving conditions there. The other resolution before you is a request that our board receive monthly summary reports from both the Marine Patrol and the Code Enforcement Group regarding their activities on the waterway. We have been receiving regular verbal reports from the Marine Patrol, and we've had some from Code Enforcement. But our thinking was that having a written record, will better facilitate identifying trends and issues that may help us find solutions. So
The first resolution really aligns with all my communication efforts and initiatives, and I would like to adopt it, or would you like me to move? Because I know you have to prepare it.
So we'd have to prepare.
Let's finish.
Why don't we let him finish first?
I thought he
Let's
just
finish.
closed. Were you just finished?
that I'm sorry. Is it?
Were you just finished? Yeah, he just finished. He closed his book.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask some questions.
I had some questions as well.
I'm in favor of it. I just want to take the moment to be able to have this gentleman, Doug Yoder, is an institution here in South Florida. He's been involved in everything that deals with water and has an expert knowledge. That's why he's the only person that's sitting on that board and doesn't live on the waterway. So when you made that comment, I didn't want to interrupt you during your presentation, because you deserve to be on that board because of the knowledge and the years of service that you've given to this community. So it's a privilege for the city to have you on that board. So thank you for your service. My question to you is there anything else that we can do, as a community to make sure that the Waterway Advisory Board, through this legislation, that the city has the necessary teeth to move in a direction which is effective? Not just, I don't want to legislate just to legislate. I want to be really effective.
Well, I think, the objective of the board is to consider conditions and make recommendations. And so hopefully the commission will find those to be productive and beneficial. One project that is currently in the capital budget is a park on Blue Road, which will provide better access to people using the waterway, that would have access for people with canoes or whatever, boats on the waterway, and also would enable the neighbors in that area to have access. So that's a kind of an example of things that that we have recommended. So I think our job is to identify things that you can do that hopefully aren't too expensive, and you can.
The reason why I bring that up, and I agree with you in regards to the Blue Road Open Space, it's a project that I've been working on for a long time. For the first time ever, we're going to have actual connectivity there when the sidewalks are installed, hopefully within the next year. And I know that Hermes and his team have been working tirelessly on that front. One of the issues that we're going to face there is that there's no parking. There's no parking in that location, right. And the residents don't want parking. The residents want to keep it as a neighborhood park.
Right.
So it's going to be very difficult to drop off kayaks and canoes unless you're like a neighbor and you can drag it to or carry it to the location. But I just want to leave you with one thought, before obviously the rest of the commission speaks and we move on this item, is I want to harness your years of expertise in the county, and a lot of the residents that serve on the waterway, they're passionate. They're all passionate about the waterway, but you bring a different touch. You bring a different level of understanding and knowledge when it comes to water quality, accessibility. What we're facing as a community. So I appreciate you taking the time to be here and really and stepping up and getting on that board. I know that even though you're retired, you have a litany of things that you're doing, projects, community efforts. So thank you for you being here. Madam Vice Mayor, you had something you wanted to say?
So I need to follow up with you on a couple of things, and thank you for being here. I mean, I met you many years ago when we started talking septic to sewer. And I appreciate you bringing these issues to us as well. You specified MX projects, and I believe a good portion of the project you were discussing, if not all of it, is MF, but we haven't had that project come in front of us yet. So I would urge that the notice deal with any multifamily as well as any MX project, because the bilge pump issue is a critical issue. I've kayaked next to all these docks, all the way out to from one end to the other of this waterway. And whatever we can do to improve the water quality and get notice to people. And I think we need to have a notice mechanism, not only for this, but for other issues that we have ongoing in the waterway. I have wonderful pictures I could show people of stuff that's been dumped out in the waterway. We need to take care of. So I would suggest that we do it for both MF as well as MX in order to improve the water quality there. There's a tremendous amount of algae in the water. That's not beneficial to manatees at all. They need the seagrass, and seagrass is not going to grow with this degree of algae in the water. It's going to deter seagrasses from growing. So that's one of the things. And aside from notification of the residents along the waterway, I think also the board needs to be notified of these projects, because I look at you as being the experts. You guys are out there on the boats. You can call in water quality experts for suggestions, for things that you don't know necessarily. What's the best bilge pump, or, what is the water quality issues right now? I can tell you from the last time that I've looked at some of the water quality issues, it's from soup to nuts as far as what's in that canal. You have at a certain point your fecal counts, you have your sucralose counts, you have all kinds of things ending up in the waterway that we need to deal with. And as many times that we can get rid of the point source locations of that, much better. And I should share with you, my youngest is now a water quality expert working for a state. So she's taught me a lot about the testing methods out there. So that's my comments to you on that and how we can improve it. And I'd like the city attorney to work on this and bring it back to us for August.
Yeah, certainly the board, in discussing the notice item, did not get into the details of zoning classifications, which represent a certain degree of mystery sometimes. And so we would defer to the city attorney and the zoning folks and you all to determine what makes sense for a public notice requirement with respect to particular zoning actions.
Right, and if we could, enhance this with electronic notice, if we had a database of all the individuals on the waterway, it would be a wonderful database to be able to send them information on issues that we're having, like don't fertilize and don't have your lawn crews after they trim the hedges. Just allow all this stuff to fall in the waterway.
The state has had something to say about that issue, the issue of
as far as sending them notice.
Obviously, the management of drainage is kind of critical to avoiding excess nutrients getting into the canal, as is the management of wastewater from the development. So those are matters. And also, a development like this does require a permit from the County Environmental Resources Management Division. So they will be looking after issues related to manatee protection and so on.
They'll be looking at how the water drains, and you have to retain the water on your site as opposed to coming off into the waterway itself, whether it's building a berm or having another drainage method that percolates down through the substrate. On 2.2, my comments on that and bringing it forward is if it was a vanilla type of an item where you didn't identify names necessarily, but where issues happen for identity of individuals, I think it would be easier to deal with. You're talking about monthly summary reports reflecting water-related issues and citations issued on the waterfront property owners and their status. To omit the names of the individuals, just the citation and the issue that was identified.
You mean the names of the people against whom enforcement has been taken?
Right, so,
Yeah.
sort of like the reports that the full commission gets from the police department on, crime reports. We don't have the names of the individuals on the report, so this is the modification I'm suggesting on 2.2. So, yeah, I mean, I fully support notice. I've been trying to expand notice in this city for, since the time I was on the Planning and Zoning Board. It's always been a bit of a tussle, to get notice expanded. And I'm glad to see that the board itself is taking an active role in here. I remember I used to go visit it, and you guys didn't have quorum. So we weren't able to get much done, but you guys are busy this year. Thank you.
Okay.
I agree with the concerns that you had regarding 2.1. I would open it up to any development projects that are not single-family homes, because I think there may be an impact from multifamily projects or anything else that's really pitched in this area. I know Commissioner Castro had made a motion to support this. If you're willing to entertain that amendment, I would be happy to second that. On 2.2, I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think a summary report, and I think that's what you're requesting, that does not include, detailed information as to who was involved in the incident, where the incidents took place, that allows for some privacy. I would have no issues with that. I think it's beneficial to the Waterway Advisory Board because you are able to see what is taking place, if there has been an uptick of code enforcement issues or police issues on the waterway. So it would be beneficial for the board to offer suggestions. I also agree with the fact that the board should take up projects before they come to the commission to give us an advisory input, not as a quasi-judicial board, but when I was on the School Community Relations Committee, we requested that the commission bring any development projects that were within 1,000 feet of a school to the board so that we can basically make any recommendations or any concerns that could be related to the schools in the area. I think the same would apply here. So I would like for the city attorney to work towards next commission meeting to maybe bring a second item where we would send the Waterway Advisory Board any projects that are going before the commission that are going to be within 1,500 feet of the waterway.
So we can look into that. We can certainly research.
Yeah, that's why I don't want an answer now. I want to work on it between now and the next commission
because that would be adding another layer, another step in our development review process, and so we.
But this wouldn't be a part of the development review process. This would just be, and I'm not expecting developers to come and pitch the project. Similar to what was done with the School Community Relations Committee, where the project is presented, and if there are any concerns, they are shared with the commission, just as an FYI, so that we're aware of any concerns that the Waterway Advisory Board has. At the end of the day, our advisory boards are here to advise us on these projects, and they may look at it from a perspective that we as non-waterway residents would be able to appreciate the concerns that you have, and something that we may not be taking into consideration because we don't live on the waterway. So that's what I would like to see.
Commissioner, I have a question for you. You said 1,500 feet of the waterway, and I think the board was concerned with, and what impacts the water the most are the developments that touch the waterway in some fashion. So that would be a lot of, items that potentially could come in. I don't see that there's a lot of commercial or multifamily coming in near the waterway, but I would say anything contiguous with the waterway, touching the waterway, would be what's relevant. And, yes, that's a lot of mileage because there's a lot of waterway. There's not just one waterway. There's branches to the waterway that we're dealing with, including the portions all the way up to Red Road. It's a large area.
But there could be an impact from a project that maybe not adjacent to the waterway that would have an impact on the waterway.
So
and that's the only reason. And I think 1,500 was what we went with School Community Relations Committee. We can obviously work on that number. and reduce it to maybe 500 feet from the waterway. It'd be a couple of properties away where there may be an impact on the waterway depending on what is built.
So I think you need to sit down with staff and understand what impacts the waterway, how water drains, what's necessary to do it. Sit down with the Waterway Advisory Board and work on this together. Because 1,500 feet away, Durham, you can help us out on this. You've been doing this your entire life. Talk to us about what is the relevant distance from the waterway that the Waterway Advisory Board would be interested in. And I know, the board hasn't sat on this, but your personal opinion, what's the relevant distance from the waterway?
Why don't we just have the board sit on it and give us their recommendation? I think that might be, that way you can have a further discussion and see what potential impacts
we
it could
can do
be.
that. We didn't, we had in mind, I think, because of the particular project that kind of initiated the discussion, development that was occurring on the waterway. But obviously, there can be developments that occur not directly, but could have an impact. It is difficult to put a number on that because it kind of depends on the nature of the project and the scale of the project and what.
So let me make this suggestion. I think it's a discussion you need to have with the board, and you might need, might be waterkeeper there to help inform, and some of the scientists in the room that deal with this.
Yeah.
If you have a drainage pipe coming from a project, no matter the distance, and it's putting, discharging effluent into the drainage system that is not being properly taken care of, whether it's something that's being pumped out of one of the parking garages here on Biltmore Way or elsewhere, it's something that would need to be addressed. There's many different ways to slice the bread.
Yeah.
But there's got to be defining terms in there to determine when something impacts the waterway. And each of these projects have a process that are not touching the waterway, and that process may be sufficient. So I'm going to suggest that the board take up this issue, have a robust discussion, invite in the experts, and then make a decision on what's relevant for the board to be occupying its time with.
And if I could add something to the Vice Mayor's point, I can't remember the last project that was developed on the waterway here in the city of Coral Gables. I can't. Everything on Edgewater is fully developed.
Right, well.
Unless they knock it down and they redevelop it. I don't know of anything on the waterway that's been developed. This is, unless you're talking about, now we're gonna start dragging in residential homes to go before the board, I think it's a little much. In my opinion, I think that we should let the board decide. Let the board decide, your board decide in reference to, are we gonna start now looking at projects 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet away and get their input? Remember, as everybody knows here, every project in South Florida affects the water. What do I mean by that? If you are not properly staging, if you're not keeping the water inside your property when you're in construction, everything that goes down the catch basin ends up in an outfall, as you know. That's why I mentioned in the beginning, if there's anybody that knows about outfalls or anybody that knows about water in this community, it's you. So we could talk about every single project in South Florida could potentially affect our water quality and affects our water quality. And that's why you see in the Bay, the giant plumes after a large rainfall, because if there's a construction job site near that is, and heavy rainfall comes, a lot of that sediment goes into the catch basins, and at the end of the day, in that same day or the following day, ends up in the middle of the bay. So I don't have a problem with more oversight and more review and more advisory. It's fine, but I don't see there being that many projects outside of this one that are planned for the waterway, because there just isn't really any commercial properties that are potentially up for redevelopment on the waterway.
So, we can certainly talk about this specifically and come back with any ideas that we have. But I think, the residents of Coral Gables are fairly astute about such things. So they didn't have any trouble finding us to come and talk to us at our board meeting on this particular project. So I think they will do that. And we were very clear at the time that we are not a quasi-judicial board. And I don't think we necessarily want to be a quasi-judicial board. But it is useful for the agencies and perhaps other quasi-judicial boards of the city to be aware of issues that we have identified so that they can consider those.
I think leveraging your experience and your guidance with a project like this can tell us, listen, Commission, over the last 40 years, I had all these projects come before me in Miami-Dade County, and this is how we remedied certain situations. And this is what we proffered, and this is what we got the developer to proffer to alleviate, a contentious issue or, gridlock or something that, to find community support in regards to a project. So that's why I'm grateful that you're serving on that board.
Yep.
Madam City Attorney, do we need to take action today? We have a motion and a second.
So we can take action. I mean, I think there's consensus and we have the direction we need, but if you all want to vote, that's fine too.
I don't, that's why I was asking. I don't think
Yeah, so this would have to come back as an ordinance because it would be an amendment to the zoning code. So it would have to come back as an ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
So the motion would be to direct staff to draft an ordinance.
Yeah, that's why I asked for it to come back in August, our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, before moving on, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Yes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
I would note on August, we are our board is in recess for August and or July and August. So our next meeting will be in September.
So we can time it appropriately then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I remember my name, Mrs. Maria Cruz, very short. I think the Waterways Board should be commended for bringing this up. And I'm really, really very pleased because having talked to many of those residents, they will be really happy that this was brought up and that there was a good discussion about it. And I couldn't do it any better than he did. So I really, really, really thank you all for taking the time to discuss it.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes,
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Do we need to take one for 2-2, Madam City Attorney?
I'll move it.
Second?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
And can we just clarify that would be a summary report, which just includes the type and number of violations?
The police chief, come on up. Thank you. My bad, I jumped the gun.
My only concern on just sending out numbers without any kind of analyst or analysis by my people is that a board could jump to a conclusion and not know what is going on. So if there is a confidential report that happens on the waterway or on a boat, or if it's a fatality, that is not something that we would necessarily give to the public. What I recommend is that our crime analysis unit can do everything on the waterway. We can include the code enforcement citations at the time, do an analysis as we give to you all monthly, and then give that to the board. I'm leery of any entity, and nothing against the board, of doing any kind of analysis outside of what the police department does. Because it does kind of put us, because they're not going to know if arrests were made, they're not going to know if it was on the dock, if it was, there is a little bit more than just giving those numbers. If everybody here is okay with that, that's fine. But I do believe we'd probably better serve the board by doing the police department's analysis along all the waterways and hand that over, and then have a subcategory for code enforcement issues on addresses.
That's what I was referring to, the type of report that you provide the commission.
Okay, yeah, because the only thing, and the way I interpreted this would be like, we're just going to give them numbers. We wrote 30 citations on the water, for wakeboarding, whatever, and then whatever code wrote. If we're going to look at, and I know Doug and his depth, they're going to start looking at what issues should the board be looking at. That's something that the police department should be as well. So we can gladly send them the same type of report that we send you all about our crime analysis weekly down there, and in the south end would include the waterways, and we can do a deeper dive analysis on our ComStat meetings where we can say, hey, listen, this is an issue that we see in that area, and work with this homeowners association.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to time certain A9, 11 a.m. This is a presentation by the Page and Cavalier interns. Please come forward. So I always, I'm always, both of you, everybody come up. If there's anybody left, you guys are the ones that are responsible. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. So, like I had the pleasure of meeting you the other day, and it was I was blown away by the talent in the room. In 2019, I saw other cities what they were doing, and I got to speak to some of the pages in the other cities, especially the city of Miami and in the U.S. Senate, and I was immediately enamored by the opportunity that it offered, young individuals like yourself, the future, people who, in my opinion, are going to be tomorrow's leaders. You're already today's leaders, but you're going to be leading tomorrow. So I wanted to give people a quick opportunity before you took the floor that the PAGE program is offered during the summers. It's for individuals who are between, I don't say kids, I say, individuals, young professionals, ages 15 to 19. We want you to serve as a PAGE. We allow you to serve for up to 2 weeks during the summer, and we've had other pages come in and come in during the year as they've gone into college, and either I've mentored them or they've been involved with other individuals here in the city in one form or another. But it's an opportunity for you to really get immersed in the city. And some of you, the conversations we've had, are interested in law. Some of you are interested in working in the government. Some of you are interested in infrastructure. So this is an opportunity to get a better understanding of what it is to work in a city, to work in a team setting, and also engage with elected officials and really understand how to move a city forward. So I want to commend you for being the pages this summer, also the Cavalier program, and it's I'm very impressed by what I see here, and I'm glad that you're here today. So I'd like to hear from each one of you. Please introduce yourself, where you go to school, and what are you looking forward to over the summer in your involvement here in the city of Coral Gables.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Angelina Morphy. Today we're talking about youth involvement within government. I'm a senior at Coral Gables Senior High School. I'm involved in a lot of things at school. So I'm president of Academy of Finance, editor-in-chief of Cavs Connect. So I'm kind of, I would guess, well-rounded in that aspect. Through this internship, I've been really excited to learn more about my government. I'm really excited about helping others and getting to lead people. I kind of have experience in that realm, so being able to do it on a larger scale has been something really exciting. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you again.
Great job.
Hello, my name is Lena Elatar. I'm a rising senior at Coral Reef Senior High School. I'm in the legal program. My passion for government started at a young age, going to political campaigns with my parents and constantly reading and watching local and national news. And currently I volunteer in local campaigns. I'm in clubs like Model UN, Key Club, and HIP, and I was the voting District 9 liaison last year. I have a passion for, social issues and pursuing the enforcement of justice and just helping the community as best as I can. With this presentation, we hope to, introduce the youth to doing the same thing that we're doing now.
Good morning. My name is Alexandria Elliott. I'm a rising junior at Gulliver Prep, and my passion lies in international diplomacy. My freshman and sophomore year, I served my school as a Model UN student delegate, and I'm now their vice president. And my passion really started many years ago when I realized that I couldn't just sit idly by and I actually had to take action. So that was when I realized that the best way to get involved is locally. And throughout this internship, which I'm immensely grateful for, I've learned the importance of staying engaged in our local government and how our city maintains itself beautiful. Thanks to you guys.
Hello, I am Christian Tomas, and I am a rising junior at Coral Gables Senior High School.
I'm currently enrolled in the IB program and involved in Cavs TV, a publication in my school, and as well as many clubs. And I find that inside of my school, it's important to always be active in your community. And so I joined this internship to learn more about government and help engage others to do so.
Not because I said it, but I'm telling you, now we're gonna hear the presentation, but look how impressive these four individuals are.
They are.
So no pressure, So let's show everybody the presentation that you've been working on.
Thank you.
There you go.
When we were first given this project, we had to tackle the question, well, what exactly are the barriers and challenges preventing the youth from participating in local government? We were able to determine that this can be attributed to limitations to accessing information and lack of initiative. In our research, we discovered that one of the main obstacles preventing the youth from staying engaged in our community was the fact that the information isn't exactly tailored to them. It was clear that there's a direct correlation between the platforms on which the information is posted and interaction from adolescents. Ultimately, this contributes to the rate of youth engagement within Coral Gables. As for lack of initiative, another reason that students likely haven't been involved in the community is due to time constraints, or simply put, the fear of failure. At first glance, becoming involved in local government can seem really intimidating, which is why we believe that students have strayed away from these types of opportunities. However, we strongly believe that once students begin to get involved and they see that we are student-led, they would then begin to collectively engage in this practice, and ultimately, involvement within local government and the Coral Gables community would become widespread.
Now, what are the limitations to accessing this information? 75% of teenagers ages 13 to 17 have at least one active social media account. And 52% of Instagram users 13 to 24 report that social media gives them a sense of community. Now, 2.4% of followers from the city of Coral Gables are 18 to 24, and there's no recorded information about younger age groups. And 24% of 12th graders scored proficiently on the National Assessment of Education Progress in Civics. What does that tie into civics and social media? These percentages outline the difference in how teenagers spend their time on social media rather than learning about the world around them. Having to adapt to these circumstances, the city of Coral Gables should expand their social media presence to appeal to younger audiences.
So how else does the youth reach information? Through their schools. By working with local schools to spread information, the city of Coral Gables would be utilizing the students' already mandatory 6-hour devotion to education. Furthermore, it's proven to be successful. Take myself, for example. Being part of the Academy of Finance at Gables, I'm required to complete a summer internship. Initially, I had chosen to do clerical work at a local pediatrics office. However, it wasn't until my lead sponsor, my favorite mentor, Ms. Hernandez, informed me about a new opportunity at Coral Gables. I jumped at the idea of learning about the inner workings of my government.
I had a slightly different experience, but going into my junior year, I knew that in order to stand out from my peers, I needed to take the initiative to involve myself in a summer program. In search for an opportunity, I stumbled upon the Coral Gables website where the application for the paid internship was. However, that was pure coincidental, as I am a resident of the Gables and I knew to check it. I feel as though had I been given the information to apply through my school, the process would have definitely been facilitated. I'm sure that students throughout my school would have jumped at the opportunity had they known about it, which further proves our point that if we utilize the time that students already spend at school, which is the majority, then we would be able to realize that students would want to become involved in our government. They just don't believe that they have a chance to or how exactly they can go about it. So had we been made aware of it by our administrators and counselors, that would have been a lot easier.
In addition to previous concerns that we have brought to your attention, we believe that many adolescents lack initiative. Most people of this demographic would agree that without a vote, they don't have a voice. And furthermore, the majority would believe that issues addressed in politics do not concern them. These misconceptions are what drives this lack of incentivization and initiative to participate within government.
So what's the solution to both of these problems? Creating a youth advisory board. A youth advisory board will allow for a cycle of adolescent involvement. As children and teenagers continue to be included within government, they can lead by example, inspiring other youth to take a stand within our community. Some of the main members would include the president, who would oversee all departments, issue assignments, plan board meetings, and communicate with other city members. The treasurer would handle budgets, calculate expenses for activities, brainstorm solutions to tight restraints. The head of marketing would oversee the marketing board, and they would manage the Instagram, posting weekly to our youth within the community, And like every head of other boards, they would issue assignments. Head of event coordinator would plan ways to involve youth within the events, collect volunteers, and as said before, issue assignments. Lastly, the head of school outreach would communicate with schools around the city, and as said before, they would issue assignments.
To get further in depth inside the board, the marketing board will look towards marketing the city of Coral Gables, coordinating their events, utilizing their buildings, and publishing their announcements. In posting weekly through the board's very own Instagram, we hope to advertise ways to involve youth within the city. And this board will contain videographers, photographers, editors, and the main publisher will be head of the board. This board will work closely with communication department, abiding by the regulations and codes.
As an extension of the Youth Advisory Board, as previously mentioned, we would also have the School Outreach Board. The purpose of this is to ensure that residents that live within Coral Gables that still attend schools, not only Coral Gables Senior High, we would ensure that they are still involved within their community, despite being not exactly in Coral Gables. So each school would have 2 representatives. We would begin with Coral Gables Senior High School, Coral Reef Senior High School, and Gulliver Prep as we represent those schools currently. And these representatives would have different responsibilities. One would handle the responsibility of emailing city announcements to administrators to get the word out to students. Meanwhile, the second representative would coordinate school-based activities promoting the Youth Advisory Board within their respective school community.
Now, the event board will work towards planning activities and events that interest and pertain to the youth, whether it be working to expand pre-existing ones or partnering with other communal spaces to make new events. The involvement of the youth will continue this cycle of initiative.
So how would this project look like in a year? When we start through January through March, we look at the farmers market that already happens at Miracle Mile. The Student Advisory Board, along with youth volunteers, could host informational stands and promote ways to become involved within the city. February, celebrating love, we would do rom-com movie night at the park. Students would assist in marketing for ticket sales, admissions, and working at the concession stands. March is kind of a trickier month just because a lot of students are already testing, so we would utilize that, and we would utilize the library space. So as we approach a testing season, the youth will host study sessions for different subjects and age group where they work together on homework and testing material. During April, we would partner with the Tour of Gables during their 5K and 10K, and students would hand out bibs, waters, and participation medals.
In May, we would have a Venetian pool event hosted by students where swimmers would be given free entry upon completing CPR certification from Coral Gables lifeguards. Then in June, we would have high school game nights at the Recreation Center. Provided with an opportunity to be active during summer months, eligible youth from the area would form sports teams, and this would allow them to have a taste of friendly competition. Now, as we approach the school year, we would have a back-to-school supply drive. Students would market the drive and ensure that low-income students within the Gables would be able to access these materials. As for August, this would essentially be a partnership within these different schools to host informational booths on ways to stay involved within Coral Gables.
Throughout the month of September, we will be hosting board applications. The Youth Advisory Board will review applications through an interview process, voting on their next representatives. And throughout the month of October, we'll be hosting spooky movie nights at the park. Students assist in marketing for ticket sales, admissions, and working the concession stands. And throughout the month of November, we will be having Thanksgiving food drives, where students will market the drive, encouraging the community to donate food for low-income and hungry families in the Gables. And finally, ending off the year on a good note, we will be hosting caroling and tree lighting throughout the month of December. The youth will participate in festive activities, further unifying the community. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
I do have a few questions.
Of course, Madam Vice Mayor.
I think it's a very exciting and interesting idea, and I wanted to know if you had looked at some of the boards that we do have. And there are Youth Advisory Board for Recreation, Parks and Rec. There is a high school appointee on the Sustainability Board as well, so that's something you might want to, wrap into your idea. And I encourage you to meet with us and let's develop this idea a little more on having a youth board. A lot goes into developing a board, okay? So it's an exciting idea, and I'd like to see if we can have further discussion about it.
I just want to add, that was an amazing presentation, quite honestly. And you didn't even have to use our Raymundo to do it. That's how smart you guys are. When it comes to communication, what I have observed I've talked to staff, we need to do as a city a better job of reaching out to all of you and your schoolmates, your classmates, to let them know of this opportunity between the PAGE program and the Cavalier's Future Leaders program. There are a lot of opportunities, and I agree with you. A lot of young people, I think we all experienced it. There were moments in our lives that we thought, well, that's not attainable for me. Or I don't have the right connection to be able to inquire or apply to that. I think we as a city as a whole need to do a better job of communicating with our youth. And I think that's something that's needed. Quite honestly, you represent your school so incredibly well. And this is why we do it. When I'm listening to you all speak your personal background, I think it reminds us all of us when we were younger. And the reason why we ran and the reason why we're here is because a part of us is reflected in you. And sometimes we forget because we get bogged down or beaten down by life in general and the job at hand and the responsibility. But you remind us of why we do this. And I want to thank you all for being an inspiration, and please spread the word. I think the best way to communicate is you all go back to your school and you talk to your classmates, and hopefully the school, you know what, each one of your schools should give you an opportunity at assembly to talk about your experience and encourage others to do it, because I think one thing is adults talking to young people, and sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't, but you all have the story. And I think it's a story that others want to hear. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you so much.
And you all talked about lack of initiative. You guys all showed initiative this summer. I remember I was out there meeting with residents, and you guys came out and you were listening, attentive, and it's impressive to see. I started my career as an intern. An intern at a member of Congress's office. I was actually undecided at the time whether I was going to be a meteorologist or do something else, and did an internship with John Morales at Channel 23 at the time, and did the internship at Congresswoman Ross Layton's office, and the path was set for me. And I think your friends can learn a lot from each one of you and what you've accomplished this summer. I think the Youth Advisory Board is a phenomenal idea. Our current Youth Advisory Board is really limited to the Youth Center. I think it's something that we should definitely consider, and I would like to work with all of you. I know your time is up here as interns and pages, but we need your commitment to stay on and help us, guide us through the process of creating something that can really give us the input from the youth. We're here today as members of this commission, but a couple years down the road, it could be one of you guys. And you represent a generation that will be the future of Coral Gables. We're celebrating our centennial next year. We're the past. You guys are the future. And it's important for us to hear from each one of you, each one of your friends, what your priorities are and what the priorities should be for this commission going towards the future, because we are currently stewarding the city and trying to set it up for you and your families in the future. So I look forward to working with all of you. Maybe we can set up a meeting through Gabby, maybe later this week or later in the summer once you're back to school, so that we can try to find a path forward on a youth advisory board, and maybe you can all sit on our first board.
If I may, second bite at the apple. I asked for Fred and Carolina to come upstairs through the manager. The youth advisory board that we have in place has been around for a while, well structured, but I think it's time now to take what you've suggested and perhaps have representatives from each school added to the board. That will require legislation on our part to change the structure, the legal structure by which it was created. I think for the first time in many years, I think if we take your ideas, your suggestions, we already have a board that does great work, but we can expand it and expand what it does and who it brings in. So I'm asking the community recreation director and deputy director to come up because I want you to work with them and make your plan a reality, because we already have the framework in place. And I think we've always looked at that board as sometimes it's a hit and miss depending on what's going on. But I think you've shined a light on what it can be. So
And to your point, I know that I spoke with my youth advisory board member this past weekend at the 4th of July, and he was talking about initiatives that they're trying to move forward, and they're looking for people who are dedicated to help push forward some of the initiatives that they're working on. So I think that goes hand in hand with what you're saying.
Without doubt.
Mr. Director.
Rising stars, yeah. These are.
I've met a couple of them yesterday, right?
Yeah.
2 of you so far. Yeah, so we do have a youth advisory board. I think we're always looking for participation, and even if you're not a member, you can still attend our meetings. And some of the stuff that you had there is great. There are some of the things that we're trying to do. As you mentioned, we did have one of our youth advisory boards members helped us on 4th of July, volunteered. We're always looking for volunteer efforts, and I think some of those events that you talked about, we kind of do, but we can also always bring more programming. I think what we need to do is, your age group is the age group that's the toughest for us to program for. And I was actually talking about a colleague. Sometimes it's hard to get that participation. So anything you guys can give us to give us the inside scoop on how to kind of engage you guys, because anything we can do, get those phones down and get you guys participating, I want that. I want that.
And Fred, could you and your team, obviously through the manager, come back to us after the summer? I know summer's a busy time, with specific suggestions, and if we need to modify the enabling legislation that created the board, we can do it. I personally think if we can add a student from Gables High and from Gulliver and from the other schools that were mentioned, and have them be part of the board, I think that's a good way to evolve.
So if I may,
yes,
we started. My office started this endeavor over almost 6 years ago, and you can see what it produces. The purpose of today was to witness what a great idea is. These individuals, when they came in here, one of the first things when I sat down with them, when I told them, I said, "You're going to be presenting before the commission." You guys were nervous, right?
Yeah.
Right. And one of the first things that you encountered was the incredible team that is behind, that never takes credit for anything. So before we move any further and the commission takes credit and starts evolving your idea, which again, I think it should be freestanding, you should own this idea. This is your idea. I want to make sure that we give credit to Gabby Squared, both Gabbies, Chelsea and Brooke, who have done an incredible job working with you. And every single day I will get a report from at least Gabby and Chelsea and Brooke, and they will tell me, these kids are motivated, they're working hard, they have great ideas, they put something together, they're taking ownership of this, and they're gonna blow you away how prepared they are for the commission meeting. So, love the idea. I think it makes incredible sense. Take your time. Take your time over the next few weeks in the summer. Continue to work with the individuals who you've been working with every single day. You can sit down with the commissioners. We can sit down again over the summer, and let's find a way to implement your idea and make it a reality. But do it in a way that's fruitful. Do it in a way that meets your goals, along with the city's goals. And this moment belongs to you. You deserve it. You have worked hard over the last 2 weeks. You have listened. You have taken away time while everybody else is out vacationing and out on the water and camping and hunting and snorkeling and doing all the things that they do in the summer. You were dedicated. You guys came to my office. You guys visited with staff. You guys, were engaged. So I want to commend you for that. And I think that the future is really, really bright. And I welcome you coming back over the next few weeks, over the next few months. But these things take time. Look, I want it to come from you. From the first day you started in my office to the moment that we are here today, how much more confident do you feel publicly speaking before a commission and before all these residents? It's different, right? It's different. And I think that was your biggest concern. So you told me, at least. So I commend all of you. Please work with the staff members that you've been working with already. We'll bring in the ACM manager, we'll bring in the director, and we'll see how we can move forward and progress on this idea, and hopefully bring you back when the idea does come to fruition. but I want it to be your idea. This is something that, again, you should be the owners of. You've worked hard, and you've been committed to the cause, and you're doing it for all the right reasons, and I commend you.
And by the way, if you are interested in serving on that board in the new academic year, let us know. I think we'll make arrangements so that you could be part of the board for the 24-25 school year. You're the kind of young people that we need in our community and providing feedback. So we're all proud of you. So thank you what you've done, and thank you what you're going to do for us in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Awesome. We're going to take a 10-minute break before we go on to time starting 11:30. We're going to take a bathroom break. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Clerk, you ready? Perfect. Then we'll take item G1, which is a time certain item.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving fiscal year 2024-2025 cultural grant recipients and setting in place a funding mechanism contingent on the city's approved budget.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning, sir.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. One of the responsibilities of the city's Cultural Development Board is to recommend to the City Commission the annual allocation of cultural grant funding. I want to thank the members of our Cultural Development Board who had the role of reviewing and scoring each application. Our Chair, Leslie Pantine, Vice Chair, Jose Valdez-Faule, Ray Corral, Frank Rodriguez, Eric Fliss, who is here today to speak on behalf of the board, and Amanda Requena. I'm Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Specialist with the city. I would also like to thank our cultural partners, the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, and the Arts and Business Council, who provide important professional development opportunities and support to our grantees. On March 14th, 2023, the City Commission adopted amendments to the cultural grant guidelines and included a process to encourage greater participation in the program. These amendments included bonus points for the following scenarios: 5 points if the organization's principal address is in Coral Gables, as verified by their nonprofit corporation profile in Sunbiz; 5 points if the application includes programming with free events; and 2 points if the organization's operating budget is $50,000 or less, as verified by tax records. On June 3rd, the Cultural Development Board reviewed and scored 45 applications for the allocation of City of Coral Gables cultural grant funding. That's 3 more than last year and 10 more than 2 years ago. So this includes the application required by the Coral Gables Museum, which is funded separately. Proposed funding of the 40 applicants and their scores, plus the Coral Gables Museum, have been provided as Exhibit A attached to the proposed resolution. The board further made a motion previously at their March 19th meeting to support a total of $228,335, which reflects a cumulative increase established by the Commission prior to 2020. Last year, the allocated funding was $191,228, with gradual increases frozen since 2020 due to the pandemic. It has been at this amount through 5 fiscal years. When reviewing the applications, the board used their recommended funding estimate as is noted as part of Exhibit A. There is a small balance to that amount, which they also made a motion to go towards one of the highest scoring applicants. We do have a couple of slides summarizing the impact of the program and the benefit to Coral Gables residents and visitors. So I'd like to have that presentation. There we go. Okay, so prior to 1995, the City of Coral Gables granted cultural funds based on individual requests, which was really the motivation to develop the Cultural Development Board. So that was when it was formed. And then in 2019, the annual funding was frozen. And from 2020 to the present, the request has also been frozen to increase the cultural grant fund. The Cultural Development Board has consistently every year since that time requested this increase. So we have in here also from 1995, the City Commission recommended funding of a range between $150,000 and $200,000. And then you see the number of years that have stayed at the $191,228. So that's like 30 years. Here's a review of the bonus points that I already mentioned. 5 points for the address in Coral Gables, 5 for their application including free events, and 2 if their operating budget is $50,000 or less. So these are a list of all of the nonprofit arts organizations that the board is recommending for funding. You can see it's quite an impressive list with a variety of organizations that do have their business address here in Coral Gables, including our core cultural grantees below. And then these are just a series of different images that we asked our applicants to provide, and these are all programs that have taken place in Coral Gables, and you can see kind of the range of performances. It's film, it's theater, it's dance, it's the garden, it's the art galleries and talks. So this is a summary of the impact of all those wonderful events taking place. This year, there is a total of 1,259 arts programs that will be presented in Coral Gables. 100% of those take place in Coral Gables. This year, there is an increase, and now we're at 40% of free events that are taking place here. And also, I think it's important to mention that there are 20 venues that are also represented here and are benefiting from the cultural grant program. The economic impact for that is that the total expenditures of the grantee organizations and audiences in the city is $27,474,189. So that is to the businesses, restaurants, bars, anything else that people are doing while they're in the city attending these events. And that's a local government revenue of $731,005. Now, this is based on national averages, and we know from looking at the same calculation, which has been done by Americans for the Arts, for Miami-Dade County, that we're actually above that. So this is, I think, a rather conservative economic impact. So I'd like to introduce Eric Fliss, who is here to speak on behalf of the board and respond to any questions from the commission.
Sir, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the commission, I'd like to thank you for your service to the city. I know it's a labor of love, but we're blessed to have you here. Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure to serve. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I am here on behalf of the Coral Gables Cultural Development Board to recommend the allocation of cultural funding to the City Commission. First and foremost, the board appreciates the dedication of funds the City of Coral Gables and the Commission, and entertaining our recommendation for an increase in funding for this program as previously requested by the Cultural Development Board. The increase in grant funds is a modest request that considers no increase has been provided in the grants program since 2020, and asks that the Commission adopt an increase that aligns with the COLA that we've all experienced in rent, salaries, materials for these arts organizations as well. The importance of these funds have recently been magnified by the unprecedented veto of all art funds at the state level, and it has been devastating to our cultural organizations. Coral Gables provides a legacy of support for the arts. It's one of only 2 municipalities that has an actual grants program. The funds from Coral Gables, no matter what size, are often leveraged against other grants and funding opportunities, matching opportunities, to garner further support for their programs. Additionally, as Catherine mentioned, 40% of the events proposed in this year's portfolio of arts activities are free to the public and the residents of Coral Gables. So in some instances, these free events are actually not part of the core program of the arts organization and are additional events that they take on to provide free events. And I'll just say the cost of those events sometimes exceed the funding provided by the city. So our request for $335,000 investment to these organizations will provide a direct revenue return to the city of Coral Gables. The return on this investment, as Catherine mentioned, does not include the impact on the local economy, the shops, the restaurants, the jobs created for folks who live here in Coral Gables. So at this time, we just appreciate your support and your consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners?
have a question. When you mentioned the revenue that these funds generate for the municipality, you said that was based on a national average? That's not an actual figure that we've calculated?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a calculator that was put together by Americans for the Arts.
Okay. I know most of these events are taking place in the central business district, where parking revenues do go 100% to the city. So arguably, these numbers could be low based on the number of events, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think,
And
like I said, I think it's a conservative number, especially given
Yeah.
our community.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
something funny?
It could be, at the end of the day, it's so much more than just that.
Correct.
It's not only the parking, it's the issue of the restaurants, it's the atmosphere, it's that culture elevates our community. When you talk about the city of Coral Gables, you're talking about a city that is known as a city beautiful, not only based on its aesthetics, but based on a litany of other things that also deliver on that moniker of the city beautiful. So when you talk about revenue, that's just one component of the issue. And I've had problems, as you asked me to engage. I've had issues before with wanting to have as many of these grant recipients be located in the city of Coral Gables, as many of these programs be free to the community, because the intent is to drive business. So if we're going to help fund these institutions, which, for example, I'm not picking on anybody, but I'm going to use somebody, like the Sanctuary of the Arts. I had the pleasure of taking Mike Edson to breakfast this past week. And Mike's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own pocket to make sure the Sanctuary of the Arts is a treasure in our backyard. He could have brought that anywhere he wanted, and he decided to do it here. So when you think about the money that they're investing, they have 180 planned performances this year. And I'm sorry if you're going to speak, and I'm taking your time.
Steal his thunder.
And by the way, I've known Mike for 30 years. Mike's a mentor. So at the end of the day, he didn't call me to talk to me about the grants. This is an individual who has spent millions and millions and millions of dollars in philanthropy in this community. Everything from the Performing Arts Center in downtown, and it runs the gamut. This is just his latest project, which is making huge waves, not only locally but internationally. So when you talk about this investment, it's an investment that has a huge ripple effect in the fact that somebody goes and watches a guitarist at Books and Books, or a play, for example, or a ballet, or an opera at the Sanctuary, or go watch a show at Miracle Theater, or go watch a special performance at a synagogue, whatever it may be. And the residents and the people who are visiting our community are spending their tax dollars to go have a coffee, a wine, dinner, to maybe catch a matinee at the theater, to maybe buy something at a store. So it's kind of difficult. I know the calculator exists, but at the end of the day, I think that the benefits are so much more that we can't even feel it, in my opinion.
And I agree with you. I think that's where I was going with this. I think seeing that number of 731,000, I think that was way below the impact that we're seeing in Coral Gables from all of the art that we're seeing. I had the opportunity to visit Sanctuary of the Arts and had a lengthy conversation with Rafi about what's happening in the community, the shutting down of Miami-Dade County Auditorium and the impact that that's having on the Sanctuary of the Arts, Actors Playhouse and Miracle Theater, and all of the venues that we have in Coral Gables, because the establishments that were using Miami-Dade County Auditorium are looking for a place to come. And Coral Gables is the natural place. We are a city of culture. We've always embraced our culture in our city. I think we were one of the first cities to establish these funds back in the 1990s to help attract all these organizations. And if I remember correctly, we've had double the number of applications this year from prior years?
It's a lot more. Yeah. Since some of those bonus points were put in place too, like I said, like 12 more applications this year. It's a lot of work that the board does to review and score all of them.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the governor's veto on a lot of these cultural grants that the state was giving are going to have a hugely detrimental impact on our community. In particular, we have organizations that have lost $75,000 from their funding for this fiscal year, and they're having to find ways to generate that funding to offer the same programming that they were offering in prior years. And that's something that Unfortunately, none of us are able to tackle that issue locally. That's something we can work on with the legislature going forward for next year's budget to ensure that these are priorities. But I know the amount of time that you and the board spend reviewing all these applications, going through all of your markers, all of the points to get to this point, and I appreciate the time that you and every single board member has spent going through these applications.
I appreciate that. It is a labor of love, but it is allows us to actually vet the applications and make sure that we have high quality educational and informative events that just create a better quality of life for the residents and for those outside. I know some of our arts organizations are working with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau and are actually tracking 8, 10, 12% of their audience are visitors who are then taking hotel rooms, who are then paying the taxes that come right back to the city. These are all the numbers that are kind of fueling that $731,000 just to the city itself, but accounts for really the $27 million that is generated by cultural activities in our community.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a suggestion because for the next legislative agenda, I think we need to impactfully demonstrate to the state and to the legislature and the governor the economic impact of the cultural arts. There's statistics out there all the time about football and soccer and all this, and I think it's totally underestimated the impact of the arts in the state of Florida. And we've had it added to our strategic plan, but just having it in words and not doing it in action, I don't think is really what we want to do. We want to be able to demonstrate that this is a tremendous piece. You know, every time I go up to discuss things with the state legislators, I try to put it in dollars and cents, whether it's, you know, the waterways and the quality of the water impacts the bay, which impacts the hotels, which the value of the property. And the cultural arts does the same thing. It impacts the value of the properties throughout Coral Gables. It impacts, you know, the revenues on hotels and people staying and eating and so forth, which is, I'm being a bit repetitious, but we need to quantify it. We need to quantify it in a fashion where they say, oh my God, had no idea that these grants had this outsized impact. Because if you look at $731,000 and looking at what our investment is, $228,000, we got a very good return on our investment.
I want that in my portfolio.
Okay, huh?
I want that in my portfolio.
Yeah. I mean, that return on investment in a year, you know, my goodness, some of us takes us, 7 years to get there, and that kind of return.
And if you look, I know that we're not talking about this here today, but it's an opportunity to also put it into discussion. When you look at the cultural events that we do for the Mexican consulate and the Colombian consulate, for example, Dia de los Muertos draws a significant amount of people. Those individuals have a great time here in the city, and they go and they enjoy themselves, or they get the ability to say, hey, what's that building? Oh, that's a sanctuary of the arts. Okay, well, I'm going to come back and enjoy the following restaurant. I'm going to enjoy shopping at this destination. So a lot of things that you don't see are people who leave and they came here for a certain endeavor. Maybe their daughter was dancing in a recital. Maybe their son was playing an instrument at the sanctuary, but they've never come to Coral Gables. I know it sounds weird, but not everybody's been to our city. And they have that one-time opportunity to experience our city, and they come back, and they'll say, we're going to come back and have a fine dining experience, or we're going to catch a matinee, or we're going to go to Merrick Park. And those are things that are kind of not tangible. That's not my expertise, but I think it's something that pays dividends in the future. Just an opportunity to open us up to people who are more interested in what all the great things that Coral Gables has to offer.
I want to, based on what I read coming out of Tallahassee, I think there's most likely a significant backlash across the state because the narrative that came out of Tallahassee after the backlash is indicative that they got the message across the state that the cuts to cultural grants was not well received. That's my observation based on what I was reading. My question is, do you provide the opportunity to applicants, the opportunity to sit down to better understand the parameters of applying for these grants? Because, I mean, some groups, I've mentioned it before, have a team of folks that are professionals in that area, and there are others that aren't quite as sophisticated in terms of the ins and outs of grants. Do you provide that? And the reason I ask, again, you know, a broken record, but I think the Little Carver didn't get a grant again this year. Last year they had, I think it's Taste of Americas, that I think the mayor attended and I attended. And to me, yes, it's important to have events that draw people to our restaurants, but there are other events that have an impact that goes beyond the economics. It's the impact in the lives of others. And to me, something like the Little Carver kind of thing, that, I mean, it was overwhelming, the number of families, the number of people that are going, foods from every part of the Americas. It was truly an amazing event. And I'm concerned that things seem to be, I don't want to say skewed, but leaning in a way that if you are the ones that bring folks into Coral Gables, you have a better chance perhaps than the one that's more of the local neighborhood event. And so what can be done to help those smaller groups have a better chance?
So I'll speak a little bit first, and then maybe I'll turn over to Mr. Fliss to speak on the board's conversation about that particular one. But yes, it's actually a requirement for first-time applicants or applicants that have not received funding or have been denied funding or had a low score. It's a requirement that they meet with staff ahead of time. So I meet with them. It could be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, depending on how much conversation is needed. But we ask that they complete the application as a draft first, including all their financials and anything that they can get to me as staff ahead of time, so I can provide some direction.
If they feel that before they submit, there's someone that you have that they can reach out to. We were talking with the young people here about communication and letting young people know that we have the PAGE program, the internship program, and everything else. Do we have that proactive kind of communication that if you need to sit down with somebody to go over how, do we make that available?
Yes, so beyond the required ones, we also say, and if anybody else wants to, complete the draft and have me review it, I'm certainly happy to. My role as staff tends to be more technical in nature because that's really the content is really up to the board. But I still am able to give them direction, especially if they have already applied and there's some feedback. So I definitely do my best, but it still ends up being their application. So I don't know if you would like to hear about their conversation about that particular one or not.
Yeah, I know they teamed up with the YMCA this year. They partnered with the YMCA. I mean, I don't know. I just know the event, and I know that they've come up in conversation before here, and it's whatever light you can shine that. Maybe, what's done is done, It is what it is. The other groups were selected, but going forward, I'd like to have groups like that have a better chance.
And actually, just on that point, do we offer any bonus points or any points if they're offering programming for youth or children? We have the demographics of our city are changing. We have a lot of younger families moving into the city. Do we offer any specific requests or any specific points for programming for children?
No. We do ask for what their audience is, and then they need to describe that for us. And I had another thought about that. So part within the guidelines, there are things that it can be used for and things that can't be used for. And one of those things is specifically school events or after-school events or programs, things that are not open to the public or perceived as being open to the public. So, for example, a few years ago, there was a program that happened. This is actually on the campus of University of Miami, in a theater that was very difficult to find at 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. And so, we kind of look for those things too and say, well, it's not really open to the public, and it seems to be only for this particular group of people. But we don't specifically have a bonus. We have many, many programs that do include children, but there's not a bonus for that.
I would just say that I think staff does a great job directing the applicants and giving them the information for them to be successful. The particular application you're referring to is the sole provider of after-school programming at the school. The optics of it didn't read very well for the panel. A lot of mention of student contribution, collaboration with the school and the PTA. I think the optics of it just felt like an extension of a school program. Your experience may be very different, and they just need to figure out how to put that in a narrative that makes it more palatable for, I think, the larger board to understand the experience, and maybe less about leaning into all of their ties as
Right.
As
I think, and see, that's the kind of guidance that I think would have been helpful for them, and hopefully they apply again next year with that understanding. I attended, like I said, the mayor attended. It was really impressive. I ended up eating foods I had no idea existed, but from every country in the Americas. And you could see people coming in from all over to attend. So I think you make a great point. Sometimes it's not what you present, but how you present it. So if you could perhaps have your staff reach out to them.
We talked to them about marketing and outreach and about making it even physically more open. I went 2 years ago, and it was only in that inner courtyard. I don't know how it was last year, but this year I had a long conversation, I think a very productive conversation with them about making sure that it was physically accessible for community members and that the community would know about it. So the marketing and making sure that, they could post in the e-news or, something to get the word out. And I think the other aspect of it was making sure that the musical performative components of it beyond the food, that would come out stronger. So we did have that conversation, and we hope that they apply again.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Rafi Maldonado Lopez.
Sir, good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Or is it morning still? Hopefully my face is getting somewhere in there, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully my face is getting familiar. I did want to, I don't know if Catherine ever gets this commendation, but I work with a lot of grant people, and Catherine is the only one who actually goes to things that get funded by the city. I don't see anyone from the county ever in any of our events. And she knows everybody. So hopefully she gets a raise from that. So I've had the privilege, and I do call it a privilege, to talk to some of you personally about some of the issues. I want to go back, though, to that November meeting where you guys had the vision, you had the foresight to approve something that has become historic. If you read the letter to the editor in this month's Coral Gables magazine, it is a tribute to you guys. Because on the same day, following on your decision to agree to a strategic plan that includes the arts and cultural economics into it, the same day, which was June 12th, a Black Day for the arts in Florida, that same day, coincidentally, because of your action, 18 organizations were meeting at the museum to put together a response, to put together a plan. And it was precisely not to exclude public and elected officials and appointed officials, but we wanted to have a candid conversation about what this all meant to us. It was amazing. I do want to follow up on a few things. Thanks to your allowing us, Sanctuary, to be here, we have 8 more organizations that came through the cultural grants process because they have a space now where they qualify to perform in Coral Gables, where before we didn't have a concert hall or a dance floor like we do now. So part of that was so great to hear during the panel process. Because of what you just said, Miami-Dade County Auditorium is actually producing here in Coral Gables at our space. They just brought the Drano Fund. They're taking their shows and putting them here. So there's an interest. However, what we're doing is putting you guys as a model of how legislature and city hall can work with the artists for real, not in rhetoric and narrative. So much so that, for example, your example, a few months ago, you donated a fire truck to the city of Asunción in Paraguay. We work in Paraguay. Sanctuary is in 7 countries right now. Paraguay is one of them. Right now, we have a new show that we're producing with the National Company of Mexico, and our manufacturing is being done in Paraguay thanks to a conversation with the consulate that came through here. We're trying to find ways that, as the gentleman was concerned about, we're not taking money away from anything. We're bringing in money. And so one of the things that we hope, we created the Coral Gables Arts Alliance, is that with your help, we can do better. I don't want to say the word lobbying, but in activism, creating a thought process in Tallahassee that taking the arts away when it brings in so much money. And there's a confusion in Tallahassee because they'll say, no, but sports brings in way more. Now, but do you know that in Florida, sports and tourism are connected? That's not fair. Seriously, because Disney alone, would kill us. But we are trying to, with the Cultural Council now, to work a whole new narrative. We've become a model, and this is what, if you please read the letter. We have been approached by 2 cities, 2 in Brazil. We now have a full-time satellite in Rio. We have a full staff in Rio. We've been approached by the city of Curitiba. We've been approached in Mexico. City of Curitiba, we're actually working with the county. Because of Coral Gable and what we're promoting is a whole new narrative about how the arts works. We've been approached by the Grammys. We're going to have a Road to the Grammys concert. The mayor is privy to some of that information already. We just got approached by the Black Caucus to have a town hall meeting on July 25th, which is 15 days away. The city of Opa-locka is hoping to be the site of the Black History Museum for the state of Florida. And where did they decide that they needed to be? They knocked on our door. So, I can go on forever. You guys that have had coffee with me. So I'm just going to leave it there. But please be conscious that you sit there not alone, that we are craving to have a very important conversation with you. We have conversations that are statewide about bringing new things here. We've had conversations even with the parking, how much we need it now because we're just overwhelmed with requests. But the most important thing is that please support our organizations so we can thrive. And then beyond that, please support your own resolution. Have a conversation with us so we can even put this higher up. And I just want to thank you on behalf of all the institutions that are here for making yourselves accessible, to listening to us, to communicating with us, not always agreeing with us. That's cool. Rosa, she's over there in the back. We had a good conversation. I am brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Jackson Ripholmes.
Yes, sir.
I don't really understand how it is that you, Mayor Lago, and even you, Ms. Suarez, insinuated to me less than an hour ago that the city doesn't spend money on the arts. Here, to my astonishment, is proof that I was right. And that we do spend money on the arts. They've been getting, I guess the last budget was $223,000. And just to be clear, you all know, we have a police crisis, possibly could be called an emergency. We're losing police officers because there's a shortage of police officer applicants that is going to extend as far as the eye can see. So we need to take money from the arts, in my opinion, and put it into a fund. And this is discretionary. How could you all imply that this is not there? It's standing right here and behind us. The city money needs to be addressed to the citizens' highest priority, which is public safety, which is funding the police and retaining good police officers. I recommend you do zero for this budget that they're asking. No money to the arts.
Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, if I may.
Before, I just want to have our city attorney clarify, just before even I speak or anyone speaks on the issue.
Yes.
And it's more for the record.
So Mr. Holmes previously asked about the Art and Public Places Fund and whether funds in that program could be used for police operations, police hiring, et cetera. So that the answer to that question is no. Now, the funding for the cultural grants is not from the Art and Public Places Fund. It is different, and that's a distinction.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Through the manager, Fernando, our government affairs director, would come up. A lot of discussion regarding, obviously, the cuts to cultural grants and funding for arts. About a month ago, we talked, I think the museum was applying for a state grant, and we said, let's see if we can provide our resources, our lobbyists, to help them sort of massage whatever they're going to request. I don't think, if there's an answer now, great, but maybe something we can come back before we start setting our priorities, how we as a city can identify the need for dollars for culture, for arts in Coral Gables for our organizations. I want to see, they suggested, I think it's a great idea to see how we can use our resources, our leverage to help our local organizations get those dollars. I know we have a lot of priorities and we have a lot of infrastructure, but I think this is a way that we can lend a hand.
Absolutely, and like you're saying, we can use both looking for grants, whether it's through the Florida Department of State, we're looking at the Cultural and Arts Division, or we have until March, that's when the next legislative session begins. It's a later start this year, so we'll have more time to set our legislative priorities if that's something that we want to throw into that bunch.
Right, yeah, if we can, we all participate. I know if we can emphasize that it's important to us as a city, I think that, I'm sure every city will do that, but we should do as well. I think that's a good way we can help.
Okay.
Thank you, Fernando.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner.
And if I may, to Mr. Holmes, I think we all understand the concern with police and safety. Item H2 on the agenda is actually our approval of. But let me just. I know. Let me just finish. We're approving $1.425 million in item H2 towards. This was the contract. This was the contract that was approved by the police union. So we are also restricted in what we can do based on a contract that has been signed by both parties. So I understand the concern, and I think every
goes to the indefinite future. Just because we put a Band-Aid on this year doesn't mean it's not getting worse every day.
And we're working on it. That what I'm trying to the message I'm trying. And there are funds that are separated for different things, as the city attorney explained. I just want to make sure you understand we are addressing both issues. And
When you're spending money on the arts, that we need to put in the police fund. I won't say anything more.
Right. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and add 2 cents to that. And unfortunately, we can't force people to want to be police officers, and money alone is not the motivating factor. We have examples across the country where there's just folks not wanting to be police officers for a number of reasons you can easily think of why you wouldn't want to do the job either. We need to do a better job, everybody, law enforcement, period, across the country, and encouraging individuals who are fit for duty to apply for these positions, whether they're, stepping out of the military or other departments to perform a law enforcement function. There are folks in the Department of Corrections that I've met in the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons, that have gone from being in that position to move into law enforcement. We need to recruit better. Okay, that's the bottom line. We need to show people what a worthwhile job this is, because even the highest paid job, some people don't want. My daughters, watch me work the number of hours I do as an attorney, and they didn't want to do that job. But they chose other jobs. One wanted to do air traffic control. It's a very stressful job, but it's not a job for everyone. It's just not. And policing is not a job for everyone either. So we need to spread the information out there so people will want those jobs. And by the way, we have a shortage on air traffic controllers too.
Yeah, so compensation money is not the only factor, but I have to say it's one of the biggest factors. But moving forward, if you guys, whenever you guys have plays, dances, whatever the case is, events, send them to my email so that I could go ahead and promote them on my social media, okay?
You're not on?
Huh?
That's our fault, because we thought we had everybody's email
No,
already.
I'm not on there either.
Are you serious?
I'm not.
Yeah, we're serious. Or it might be spam.
You guys have a military firewall. It could be that.
I'm not getting anything.
I do look at the spam thing every once in a while. So our RI guy.
I get RIPS emails. So I get yours.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any other public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion unless there's any other further comment.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item G2, time certain 12 p.m.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the purchase and installation of the sculpture A Perfect Place by Jose Bedilla, authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2023-2024 amended budget to recognize as revenue a transfer from the Art and Public Places Reserve and appropriating such funds to be put toward the purchase cost, transportation, installation, and related expenses.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. So we have a presentation for this piece. Okay, so I just want to review the process of how this project and proposal is coming before the commission. The city did receive a proposal from Frederick Snitzer Gallery for the city to purchase A Perfect Place by artist Jose Bedilla. On April 5th of 2023, the Arts Advisory Panel reviewed the proposal and recommended the acquisition of the piece. In December 4th, 2023, staff conducted an independent appraisal of the piece. And on the 19th of December, the Cultural Development Board also reviewed the proposal to acquire the artwork and accepted the Art Panel recommendation and is recommending acquisition to the City Commission today. There is a location proposed that we'll go over. It wasn't a final determination when the proposal went to either of these boards. So this is just a couple images of the piece, which we'll see throughout the presentation. A little bit about the artist, Jose Bedilla. He's born 1959 in Cuba. He does live and work in Miami. Early on, he excelled in drawing, illustration, and draftsmanship, and his work reflects the artist's interest in anthropological studies on Afro-transatlantic cultures, including the religious beliefs of the artist. The imagery has strong storytelling aspects that's informed by the ancestral culture and the influence of popular cultures. His work has been exhibited in Havana, Sao Paulo, Venice, and Beijing Biennales. The artworks are in prominent private and public collections, including the MoMA, the Met, Whitney, the Guggenheim, Tate Modern, Smithsonian, and so many more. It's another view. You can see it has quite a different look depending on which side of the figure that you're on. The piece, A Perfect Place, was created in 2001, and the materials are steel, telephone poles, and different hardware. It is I do say steel on here, but it's an alloy steel. It's a rather large, unique piece by about 20 by 23 and 7 feet. About the artwork itself, The sculpture represents Miami as a reclining figure in a hammock and presents a projection of the artist's animal alter ego face, which is an important symbol used frequently in the artist's work. The piece further represents the duality of the human character and animal spirit. Just to review the current condition, it's currently installed at the Bass Museum of Art, which has been on loan from Frederick Snitzer. It has been installed on the site for about 23 plus years and does require removal of the sculpture for redesign of the museum's outdoor space. It has received minimal maintenance through the years, and upon observing it myself, it is done incredibly well for its location. It does, however, require some cleaning, replacement of some of the hardware, replacement of the telephone poles, and a restoration of the color of the chain. There have been no recorded incidents of public interaction with the artwork either, even though it's been in a very public and accessible location. So these are just some of the elements that would be addressed in restoration. This is the attachment on the telephone poles. Both of the telephone poles would be replaced as part of the restoration. This is a close-up of that chain element. And as far as the locations that we were thinking of, the piece does require something that would have high visibility, is in a pedestrian-friendly location, requires an open area, and a consideration of potential physical interaction, which of course, if it is in a highly visible public location, that helps deter any concerns for physical interaction. So we are recommending that it be placed in the William H. Curdick Park. You can see it in the upper left-hand corner here where the small yellow oval is, which is a high trafficked area, probably the highest trafficked area on that corner, and also gives us the opportunity to place a public art piece on the south side of US 1 where we don't have very many pieces. This is just, we do have the agreement that is attached within the item. This is a breakdown of the funding estimate. The appraisal, which has already been conducted, came in at about $1,500. The artwork purchase itself is estimated at $90,000. There are engineering costs. These are all estimates. We don't have final estimates since we haven't gone to bid for any of these things yet. We will need foundation work, lighting, signage, etc. And we are sharing some of these costs with Frederick Snitzer. And I believe Fred is here today, so he can come up and speak to you more about the work itself and about this proposed acquisition for the city.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I brought with me the artist's son, Jose Bedia Jr. Come up and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the work itself. I have to tell you, it's very nostalgic for me to be here. I opened my gallery here in 1977 on Biltmore Way and have been in business for 46 years. So it's kind of a pleasure to be back in Coral Gables. We're happy to answer questions. Jose Jr. can tell you more about the implications of the work, how it was made, and I can tell you any other issues that you might have. So, Jose, do you want to tell him about the piece?
Yes, thank you for your time. Just basically, my father wanted me to speak on his behalf about the meaning of the work. It's called The Perfect Place because it's meant to embody Miami itself as a whole. And this figure reclining on this hammock is supposed to represent someone coming to Miami and just being in a state of bliss and relaxation. And what seems to be a mask or a cap is actually the figure's animal alter ego, which is usually something he does in a lot of his work, is represent the human and animal nature of man and the duality of that and the symbiosis of both. One thing he wanted me to mention that was very important is that this was made 23 years ago in a time before digital files and CAD files. This was all done by hand. And that aesthetic is not only something intentional. I mean, Fred was there. He literally, into chalk, etched into a giant piece of sheet metal this Nowadays, it would be done in a computer. It'd be done laser etched. He wanted to do this way for the longevity of the piece. And the way it looks, which is kind of rustic and stuff, is intentional for the longevity. It's looked like that for 23 years. It's going to look like that for another 23 years. And that's something he wants to say. This is not a thing that's supposed to look shiny and pristine and perfect. Those things do tend to deteriorate quickly over time. This is basically going to look like that. And it's been next to the water, basically a block from the ocean, for 23 years, and it's survived, and it's been in perfect condition. Some minor repairs would be needed, but it's not anything crazy. And it is very emblematic of him and his work. The classic figure is something that you see in the work. And again, that duality of man and nature is something he wanted to show in this work. So
he's also probably the most important living contemporary artist in Miami, internationally well known. Every major collection in the world has been important for many, many, many years. And the idea that a work by Bedia would be in Coral Gables makes perfect sense. So,
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
What is the will of the commission? Any comments? Vice Mayor?
I do have some comments. He has some proposed locations. One is down at Kerdike Park area. Ms. Cathers, I wondered if you could apprise us as to whether there was notice or community engagement to that neighborhood as to whether or not they, how they feel about this piece of artwork.
We have not.
Okay. And is this the only piece that was considered?
For that, yeah, because we were specifically looking for a location for this piece. So we did look at some other locations, and we worked with the city manager's office on that as well. And this is the one that seemed to make the most sense.
Okay, so.
So, and it's also placed, we did speak with Fred's team about it. And it is on the opposite side of the park from where the playground area is. It's not too far from the path where there's like some exercise equipment.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly apparent, but I don't want to assume that the product is steel and that the coloration is natural.
Yes.
Based upon, natural rust and so forth.
Natural weathering, although it does not, I have to say, I did see it, it doesn't flake off or anything like that.
Yeah, so when you touch it, it's not rust on your hands. My preference is to have notice to the community and to make sure that, they're going to love this piece. The last thing I want to do is put a piece in, and then later on, you get, 1,000 emails plus saying, why did you put this in our neighborhood? That's my preference.
I can just mention that the piece has been in the Bass Museum in public display in a neighborhood, in a community for 23 years without any sort of negative or issues of any kind. And again, the Bass Museum, so the credibility of it in terms of a viable, important work of art is also there.
All right, then I hopefully it will be well received by the community, but the last thing I want to do is, say yes to something, put it there, and they say, oh my God, why didn't you ask us?
and the subject matter itself is pretty innocuous. It's a figure hanging in a hammock. It's not anything controversial in any way, I would think. It's
Well, I concur with the vice mayor. I've gotten some emails and phone calls regarding that maybe would be liked or not disliked. So I think if we engage with the community, I think it'd be the best suggestion.
I would have, my concern is obviously the patina. We receive complaints all the time about artwork which is fading. This one, obviously, it looks like rusted metal. And I understand it's been Miami Beach. We have a different art culture here than we do in Miami Beach. Nothing against the art piece. You know, I understand the message that it's trying to relay, and I think it does. I'm just not sure it's something that's the community would sign off on, and I agree with the vice mayor. My recommendation would be to maybe have a community meeting and then come back to us with what the response of the community was. I'm not comfortable approving $153,000 for the art piece unless we have the community's input on it.
My thoughts, if the issue already came up as to people being on it or climbing it, the last place you'd put it is in a park where there are kids. It's, that logic didn't make sense to me. Since
think
it's
it's-
an active park, they have little kids soccer, they have a playground, they have, and I mean, open space, obviously want an open space, but one that kids naturally would climb things that are there. If they climb trees, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think it was the placement. We did talk about having it positioned higher than where it currently is, and that was really coming from an anticipation of some comments that we might get, not from actual concern. And from what I understand, that hasn't happened in almost 25 years.
Park.
But I would have a secondary concern with that. These telephone poles are flimsy during a hurricane. The last thing we want is the art piece flying during a hurricane because the telephone poles give way. Closer to the ground, it has a little more stability during a storm.
Again, with all due respect, to just give you our points, it's been for 23 years on Miami Beach, couple of hurricanes, public, a park. It's in Collins Park. I think that if we were proposing this with none of that history, I would certainly be asking the same questions. But we have this great history for the work in terms of oxidation, in terms of pretty much any question that you might have other than community support for it. With all due respect, I'm just personally curious, with every work that you put in Coral Gables, do you get community consensus? Do you take a vote on it, or just curious about the process?
Well, go ahead.
So if I may, I'm going to be very brief. You have to understand, things are very different now. At the end of the day, this gentleman's credentials speak for themselves. His work is all over South Florida. It's all over major cities and museums. Just the museums that you mentioned are the most important museums, not only in this country, but probably the most important museums on the planet. So if we can't debate his credentials, we have to find something to debate. I don't have a problem with notice. We want to have notice, is perfectly fine. If they don't want to have it in a park, even though this is a pretty vast park and I think it would look really nice in this park, let's move it to the proposed future park in downtown Coral Gables. We can move it into the Publix Park. I think it would be a very nice location. You could have it there, and it'd just be another beautiful amenity, another beautiful artwork that will be enjoyed in the downtown. Again, I think there's value. I think the pedigree of the work speaks for itself. I think the artist is world-renowned artist. You have a, pretty significant, 7-0 vote from the board, advising that, they recommend the purchaser's work. And not only that, this work already comes with 23 years of pedigree. It comes from the Bass Museum, which again is a significant, statement. And it's something that, again, is innocuous. It's not an issue where it's offensive to anybody. I think it's already has stand the test of time in regards to hurricanes, the elements. And when you look at the issue of the aesthetic, you're talking about Corten steel, similar, correct?
It's probably similar. It's an alloy. It's an alloy, from what I understand, but not Corten.
But it's similar. So it's similar. So if you look at Richard Serra's work, if you look at Robert Indiana's work, individuals who use that type of steel and that rust in their work, and over the years the work gets that rustier look. It's part of the aesthetic of the work. I don't have an issue with going and getting more additional public comment, with potentially offering maybe 2 or 3 locations in the city where the work can go. I think that as a Cuban American artist who has been working in this community for the last 30 plus years, I think it's a strong addition to the arts and culture here in our community, and it's another opportunity for you to come and visit and enjoy public art. So whatever's the will of the commission, I'm willing to move forward. I'm in favor of it. I think it would be great to discuss how we can have a public conversation in regards to the work and notify the residents either in the downtown or in this park that's being proposed.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the commission and to answer your question, Fred, if a piece is located in an urban environment or more commercial district, we typically do not do public comment. That's just, because it is in a transient, environment. This one is kind of split, right? There are a lot of commercial properties there, but there is some residential too. So whatever the will of the commission is.
So I just have a couple other questions because there's an issue of timing.
Yes.
Too, and, the site, the mayor that you suggested would probably be, not get as much public comment as you would maybe south of US 1. That park's not going to be available for some time, the one behind Publix. So I'm going to ask you to enlighten us on the timing issue.
Yes, and right now where it is, it does need to be removed immediately, as soon as possible. So if we were to acquire it, then of course there'd be storage costs because yes, that particular location would not be available for a while.
For $500 a month.
I mean, listen, I don't have an issue with storing it until we find the appropriate location in the city that either garners public support or doesn't need public support if it's in the downtown. So what is the will of the commission?
I don't feel comfortable making a decision right now. I feel like maybe this piece can be a little controversial as the flower on the steel flower thing. I feel a little doubtful. I appreciate it. I love it. I just don't know if it's the greatest fit for a city.
Is there another location other than Kerdike Park that you've looked at?
The other two locations that we looked at didn't have, well, one was across from the youth center, which we were advised that was not a great location. And then another location was, it would end up being, I don't remember the cross street, but kind of close to the underline. So in that area of the underline, but on city property, we wouldn't want it on the underlying property for a lot of logistical reasons. It would not have as much pedestrian traffic. It would be more vehicular traffic, but we could look at that site again. That site was reviewed with the previous city manager, so we could talk with your office again about different locations.
What are the cross streets on Ponce or US 1 or?
Yeah, the one over by the underline was like between that Ponce and US 1, maybe close to Granada. It's just off the top of my head, I don't recall exactly, but it was, we were looking at some of those locations. There are a couple pockets where it could still fit and be on city property.
That's why I mentioned, I think that the Publix is an opportunity. It's a great site. It's 20,000 square feet. It's in the downtown. I think that it wouldn't trigger any opposition. So if again, we don't have it. We won't have it for another 2 years. The storage is minimal, and it could be something that we look forward to adding to the collection and making it visible in the downtown. I mean, the intent of acquiring the art in the downtown area that we've been adding is to have it in a walkable location where you can visit everything from a Thomas Hausiger work all the way to a Tony Craig, to
Yeah, that was the other reason for this location was because, I mentioned before wanting to get some artwork on the other side of US 1, and that still is, there is some pedestrian traffic there, and we felt that it could be interacted with really well, so.
But I understand what you're trying to do, but at the end of the day, if it's whether acquiring the work, an important work like this from a local artist, or not acquiring, I'd rather have it in the downtown as part of our art portfolio, which draws people to the community than not have the work. So what if we move it? If the work is moved to the downtown and we find an appropriate location, is there more appetite to have the work in the downtown?
I'm not Personally, I'm concerned with the condition of the art piece to spend taxpayer dollars towards purchasing it. Nothing against the artist. And as I've spoken to Catherine and the city attorney, my preference is always going to be to purchase pieces that are commissioned for work in the city. Not something that has been displayed somewhere else, purchased through a gallery, to then have it in the city. That's my personal preference when it comes to art.
If I may correct you on one issue, this is not taxpayer dollars. This is money that comes in regards to art in public places as part of the 1% that comes in. No taxpayer dollars, not coming from the city coffers. It's not coming from taxes. It's not coming from anything. It only comes from when a person pays for a permit fee, that 1%. But at the end of the day, we don't have support for the work. I'm in favor of acquiring the work. I think it's a great piece of work. I think if it's good enough for the Bass Museum and to hang in the MoMA and the Whitney and those beautiful, and the Guggenheim, I think it's great enough for the city. But at the end of the day, I just want to say thank you for your continued support, for all your efforts, for always leading the way. To say that you started in Coral Gables is a big feather in our cap 47 years ago. That's a big deal because you're one of the few galleries I think there's 2 galleries in Miami-Dade County that are accepted into Art Basel. And you have been accepted to Art Basel since the first day that Art Basel moved to Miami-Dade County. And that is amazing. So outside of the sculpture, and you've been representing Mr. Bedia for how many years?
About 30.
So outside of the sculpture, putting the sculpture aside, we're moving on from that. To me, it's the fact that you started here in Coral Gables and that you've been around for 47 years and that you are in Art Basel and that you do all the museum shows, all the shows all over the United States and all over the world. It's a testament to the art community that you helped build here. Because as of what you've done here, you've seen other galleries sprout up, and but you were the leader. You were the one that did it first. So congratulations and thank you for your hard work, my friend.
Thank you.
True privilege. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, moving
Mr.
on.
Mayor?
Yes.
We did have public comment on the last
Perfect.
item.
We'll have public comment.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I don't know how this happened. The resolution was to approve the purchase. First, we had to approve the purchase and then discuss where. All of a sudden, it was a given, we're going to approve the purchase, and now let's find a place. First of all, I don't think we should approve anything under pressure. The fact that it has to be moved concerns me. Why does it have to be moved? It's been at the Bass Museum. You know what? That's not a children's area. The Bass Museum is now where you see lots of children. Okay? I know Miami Beach well. Number 2, if you look at the pictures, our people, our residents, have issues with the flowers, a number of other art in public places, let me tell you. Even the one in front of the police department has had some comments. Okay, and we're going to bring a piece, we're going to bring an art piece that is already rusted, that was not made for us, that was already someplace else. That doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm sorry, but you know what? We keep talking about, we're going to be a world art place. This is not a world. Nothing against the artist. I'm sure he has 100 other things that we could get from him. This one will not be accepted by our people. Thank you.
Jackson Rip Holmes?
So I'm going to be brief and just say that I support the caution and it seems like we could do better than this piece of art.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. We're going to take lunch, but we're going to take you. Come on up. Let's do F6. So I put this on the agenda, the CITT, Citizens Independent Transportation Trust, and it's a blessing to have our dear friend back here who several moons ago worked for the city and did a lot of great things here. and now has the privilege to lead us in the county in regards to the CITT. If you could give a quick overview in regards to what are the responsibilities, so the residents that are not engaged in regards to county politics and the CITT, they can get a little bit of a better understanding of, the CITT affects everybody in this community, and a lot of people don't know that. So welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said it was many moons and many pounds ago, unfortunately, but I do want to thank you for accommodating me. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. I'm hungry as well. So I won't thank the 50 people I was going to. I'll just kind of jump right into it and thank people along the way. I don't know if my PowerPoint is up there. There we go. So how do we do this? Is it the middle button?
Oh, here, use this.
Do I have the wrong thing?
Use that device.
Let's try that. Here we go. All right, so about 21 years ago now, anybody who was living in the area and went to vote was confronted with this ballot question. You may remember it. It was the People's Transportation Plan placed on there by Mayor Pinellas and the County Commission at the time, and it asked all the voters of Miami-Dade County to tax themselves an extra half penny in sales tax, to take it from 6.5% to 7%, for that extra half penny to go strictly towards a list of transportation and transit improvements, what we come to be known as People's Transportation Plan, or PTP. And at the end of that sentence, you'll notice the voters were also asked to create a Citizens Independent Transportation Trust, or CITT, that's the organization I represent, to oversee those funds and the use of those funds by the county and all 34 of our municipalities who get a percentage of it. And so we really are a watchdog agency. We're not transit. We don't build, we don't operate, we don't maintain. We also don't necessarily plan for transit and transportation. That's the TPO's role, a role that I know the mayor performed for many years. But we work with all those agencies and many more to make sure that transportation and transit expansions and investments are made. So really our powers are to monitor, audit, investigate, and oversee the use of funds, again, by both the county and the city. We are governed by 15 volunteers. These are people from all walks of life, true volunteer citizens, as the name would imply. Currently chaired by Robert Wolfarth. The appointees are 13 county commissioners, the mayor, and the League of Cities all get to appoint a member. You're currently represented on the CITT by two folks that I think you probably know pretty well. Meg Daly, representing District 7, and Robert Uano, representing District 6, both wonderful advocates for the city and for transit and bicycle pedestrian improvements. But we do have vacancies that occur from time to time. So if you're interested in becoming a member of the trust, we'd love to have you. Again, no vacancies in the city currently, but file your application, and when vacancies do come up, we will consider that application. We do have several vacancies in other districts out west and down south. The CITT is supported by myself and my staff. We are, I think, the smallest agency in Miami-Dade County with just 10, I think now 11 people, with a small operating budget. And our charge is to do all the review and analysis on behalf of the CITT so that when projects come to them for their recommendation, they have the analysis required to make an informed decision. We also manage the municipal program, and I do want to point out Mariana Price, who's with me today. She also worked for the city many years ago in economic development, so you're well represented on our staff. And Mariana is our municipal program manager. She works with all 34 cities to make sure you're spending your money wisely. Then we also have community engagement. I also want to point out Carla Damian. Where are you? Over there on my staff. She's our community engagement manager. It's important that people know what we're doing with your half penny, right? We want to inform the public, and we want to hear from the public and from community leaders such as yourself. Okay, I'm going to skip some things here. So as I said, one of the important functions that we conduct is the auditing. We use the county's Audit and Management Services Department to conduct those on our behalf. We audit the county and all the cities on a semi-regular basis. I'm happy to note, and you'll hear this a lot from me today, that we have never had any issues with the city of Coral Gables, no major findings. Really, you are exemplary in your use of funds and what you do with it and how you handle the surtax fund. So keep up the great work. So enough about us, let's talk about the money. So a half penny doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up. Over 21 years, we've generated nearly $5 billion in that half penny surtax. And some might think, and some have said, that that money was misspent or wasted or diverted to other uses. The reality is it's all been spent on transportation. 63% has been spent on transit. The other 20% that was promised to the cities has been spent by the cities, again, on transit and other transportation projects. Less than 10% has gone to the county's Public Works Department for roadway projects. And by the way, those roadway projects were part of the original promise, so they're doing what we said we were going to do. I think where the confusion comes in and where the criticism comes in, frankly, is that it was supposed to be new money for new projects, right? We were really supposed to expand transit. And I think the county found out pretty quickly that before we could really expand, we had to fix what we had. You know, a lot of upgrades and a lot of improvements to the existing system had to take place before they can then supplement that with expanded service. The good news is we're doing that now, and we'll get to that in a little bit. This is the collection of funds over time. As you can see, the sales tax generally has gone up over the years, with the exception of during the recession and the more recent pandemic. This is a snapshot of this year's budget. An even greater percentage of funds are going to transit versus other things, which is great. And if you're really interested in this stuff and you want to get into the detail, there's, of course, a very detailed 40-year pro forma available on our website that shows all the money coming in and all the money going out over 40 years. One of the things we pride ourselves on is transparency, so everything is available online. So enough about the money. Now let's talk about the projects, right? You know, what's happened with all this money? Where'd it go? 20% was promised to the cities, and from the very beginning, that was accomplished. Now, cities have to use a minimum of 20% of what they receive on transit. They can use the rest on transportation, i.e. roadways, traffic calming, bike ped. Coral Gables, again, kind of that exemplary city, you spent nearly 100% on transit, which we love because your transit system is, quite frankly, I think the best in the county. The Golden Passport, that was fare-free transit for all seniors regardless of income, implemented immediately. Fare-free Metro Mover for those who go downtown. Bus service improvements were promised. That's one of those areas where, frankly, I don't think a lot has been accomplished. Expanded Metro Rail, right? So at the time, people weren't talking about bus rapid transit and all these new technologies. It was all about Metro Rail. And the only expansion of Metro Rail that has been achieved since then has been the expansion of Metro Rail to the airport. And finally, there was a list, again, of over 40 major highway and roadway improvements, most of which have been completed. But let's talk about the cities. At this point, I'd like Mariana to come up and talk about the municipal program overall and specifically what the city of Coral Gables has been doing.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Good morning. Hi. Good afternoon. Mariana Price, Municipal Program Manager. I have the honor of working with your great staff here, Matt, Kevin previously, now Monica, and Elizabeth. And Coral Gables, like Javier just said, does really do a great job. 93% of their funds have been used on transit projects, which means trolley and on-demand services. Coral Gables has the distinction of having the highest frequency of service on the Ponce route. You can wait at any stop, and within 5 to 7 minutes, a trolley comes along. No other city is capable of doing that. And also, Coral Gables, while it receives probably the fifth or sixth highest amount of surtax funds, it consistently ranks within the fourth highest ridership. So you guys have, for the amount that you get, you really rank really high on the ridership front. So basically, I oversee the municipal program. I collect the reports every year. I hold workshops, and Coral Gables is also one of the 12 cities that has both fixed route and on-demand services. So it's a pleasure working with them. I believe it's possible this year Coral Gables will see ridership numbers that it hasn't seen since before COVID. So it's well on its way. Sorry.
And I think you can see some of the details for the Coral Gables service here. You know it well, right? And I think your residents know it well. Not only do you support the service financially, but I know you promote it very well. So thank you for all that. One thing I do want to note that you also do well, and we want to see more cities do, is you collaborate with your surrounding communities. I know that the city of Miami and Coral Gables kind of have some overlapping service, which is great because that connectivity is important. We'll skip that. We won't talk about that. So as I said, the one expansion of Metro Rail that was conducted was the expansion to the airport, which of course is important. That's one of our greatest assets as a county, not only for visitors, but for workers and people traveling. So we want to see more of that. Unfortunately, that was the only thing that's been done in 20 years with respect to rapid transit expansion. However, I will say now the county really is committed to achieving that important objective through what is now called the SMART Plan, Strategic Miami Area Rapid Transit Plan. If you look at that map, that's essentially the same map that was approved by the voters when they approved the PTP 20 years ago. New name and new philosophy. And that new philosophy is, we're not going to be able to fund it exclusively with state, federal grants and the half penny. We're going to have to look at a more layered approach and bring in additional creative sources of funding. And secondly, that it's not all going to be Metro Rail. We have to look at every corridor and be realistic as to what the right technology is for that corridor. Those corridors, again, are the South Corridor down to Homestead or Florida City, the Beach Corridor to Miami Beach, the East-West Corridor linking downtown and the western communities such as FIU, the Kendall Corridor out along Kendall, as you would imagine, the Northeast Corridor along the Bright Line, and the North Corridor along 27th Avenue. So a quick update on where we are with those. The South Corridor, for any of you who have been down south, you see it under construction. It's really coming up quite nicely. It was slated to be gold standard BRT, bus rapid transit, but really a bus that is going to behave in many ways like a train, right? Prepaid boarding, level boarding, be able to get through the intersection without having to stop. So it's going to be a great service. And it's also being designed in such a way that it can be converted to Metro Rail in the future if that time comes. The Beach Corridor has been proposed to be Metro Mover to the beach and then another Metro Mover line from the mainland up to the Design District. That's still under planning development. The East-West Corridor was going to be bus rapid transit along 836. The county has taken a step back and is exploring alternatives, including potentially using the CSX rail lines for a commuter rail or potentially running Metro Mover along Flagler Street. So they're looking at different options. They simply came to the conclusion that BRT along the 836 wasn't going to make sense. The Kendall Corridor, unfortunately, to me is one of the most important. That's where a lot of people live, and they have a very hard time getting to their jobs in other parts of the county, and yet there isn't a lot of consensus on what to do there. So I know FDOT is managing that particular project and is studying its alternatives. They're proposing some kind of BRT, but not necessarily in designated lanes, which is problematic if you ask me. Northeast Corridor, this is the one I'm most optimistic about. So again, this is Brightline's tracks, but Brightline is not a commuter rail option. It's too expensive and it has limited stops. Brightline is intrastate passenger rail. What we really need is to complement that service with a true commuter rail option, something that has multiple stations, something that is affordable to the general public, something akin to Tri-Rail. So the county is in active negotiations with Brightline, the state, federal partners, to launch a commuter rail service in that area, which will feature multiple stations throughout Miami-Dade County. I'm hopeful that that's going to happen relatively soon. The North Corridor is going to be the biggest lift. This is the one thing that is being proposed to be Metro Rail, because it's been promised to that community for many decades. But because of that, it's going to be the hardest to achieve, right? Because it's extraordinarily expensive to do Metro Rail. It also doesn't necessarily have the highest current ridership. There's lots of potential there for ridership and economic development, but current ridership is not necessarily there outside of game days at Hard Rock. But that is under planning and development as we speak. Lots of park and ride facilities have been built. We'll skip the funding lasagna. The other things we're focused on at the CITT is first, last mile solutions. So it's great to have these rapid transit corridors, but how do you get to and from them into the communities, right? And we believe whether it's bicycle pedestrian connectivity, your on-demand freebie service, the trolley services, that we need to complement that core rapid transit plan with all these first, last mile connections. Improving the customer experience is important. It's not just about expansion. It's about making sure that the existing system is well maintained, it's clean, it's performing well. Enhancing county municipal connectivity. I alluded to the fact that the Coral Gables already does this, but many cities don't. So we need to make sure that we're connecting our municipal systems to the county system and vice versa, both physically and then via technology, like on an app. And finally, community engagement. We haven't done a great job, frankly, in the county on communicating to the public what's been done with their half penny. Right, and so that's partly why I'm here, and I'm doing this, with all the cities. And I'm happy also to go out into neighborhood groups, civic associations. I already spoke at the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce to get the story out. Good, bad, and different. You deserve to know what's happened with your half penny and what's happening. Just a couple last slides. In order to keep an eye on the system, to make sure it's performing well, and to make sure that our investments are well maintained, we launched a CITT ambassador program. So we're looking for people who are regular riders of the system, whether it be the county system or city trolleys, you name it, to volunteer to submit their observations via an app on a regular basis, and you'll get rewarded for participating. You'll get points, and you can exchange those points for mobility rewards, free transit pass, free scooter, free Uber rides, you name it. And we're up to about 150 ambassadors. We'd love to have people representing the city in the program. So if you know people who ride your trolley regularly and want to be a part of the solution, please encourage them to apply. And finally, Mobility Matters podcast. In that effort to communicate with the public, I launched a podcast a couple years ago in partnership with community newspapers. And every couple of weeks we talk about transportation and with various community leaders, transportation experts, et cetera. I'd love to have you all on. So if you're interested in being on my podcast, please let me know and we'll pencil you in. That's it for me. Thank you. Again, thank you to your amazing team for everything they do. It really was a pleasure working here all those years ago. I did 2 tours here, economic development and in the planning department prior to that. I love coming back and seeing old friends and updating you on all the great work we're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Bancourt, thank you again for everything you do. I appreciate you being here. Transportation is probably the most important thing to make our community viable. Without transportation and without a viable transportation, I don't see our future being that bright. So the work that you're doing is incredibly difficult. It's a heavy lift, but I think that there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just got to be patient in regards to federal funding, the SMART plan, and everything that's forthcoming. When we had a seat at the table, it was something that we really enjoyed in the sense that we were able to see how the sausage was made. And we actually had some benefits from it. For example, expanding the trolley to Saturdays, getting that funded for 2 years through demonstration projects. Those are the type of projects that really were transformational and really showed the value of our trolley system and how we're the benchmark. You mentioned something that is also paid a lot of dividends, and that is the expansion of the trolleys and connecting the trolleys to 3 City of Miami locations. I worked on that with the mayor a few years ago. And we connected at A Street, we connected on Coral Way, and we also connected on Grand Avenue. And that was something that was driven by just residents calling, saying, I have to walk 2 or 3 blocks. Why not just meet halfway? And we worked on that with CITT, we worked on that with the county, the TPO before I was on the board. And let me tell you, it's something that's stuck. And a lot of people are really enjoying that kind of that tweaking of the service. So send my team your best. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know it's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of scrutiny. Progress is slow, especially when you're dealing with multi-billion-dollar projects. But just know that there's people here who support you, and thank you for your hard work, because you are now doing some big things, especially when we talk about the North Corridor, the South Corridor. I hope one day we'll go from BRT to an overhead modality that will, in my opinion, be a lot more efficient and reduce the amount of trips in regards to the people who use it and drive usage up, but that costs more money. So we gotta deal with the cards that we have at our hand and try to make the best of it. And your team and everybody in the county is trying to do the best they can. So I want to congratulate for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I just real quickly, and we've seen each other a number of times before. My husband worked for Metro Mover. I've been down the county speaking on transportation from time to time. I was one of those advocates for rail down south as well, because so many people live down there. I hope one day we can do it, even if it, as it does right now, in sections drops down to the ground. And then we have some overpasses on major intersections. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I do believe we can do more collaboration between cities. We had some preliminary discussions with South Miami and extending our routes down there, and hope to continue that discussion in the future to connect the 2 downtowns together with one system. They would contribute some into our fund and do that. So I'd like to follow up with you on that and see how we can make some of this happen.
I want to thank you and your team for all your hard work. Since I got elected, one of the things that I've been working on hard with Matt and their department is freebie. And CITT funds almost 50% of freebie costs. So that's huge to me. Thank you.
Our pleasure. And by the way, freebie wasn't allowed a few years ago, and we actually worked to change the ordinance to allow cities the ability to use your funds for that on-demand service. So if there are other changes to the county ordinance that you think would be beneficial to allow you more flexibility or whatever the case may be, let us know, and we'll work on a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
your lunch.
With that being said, we're going to grab a quick lunch, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Be back here at 1:50 so we can catch a few things. And we have a long agenda today. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Thing in progress.
We're good, sir.
All right. Welcome back. We're going to be proceeding on to F9. Ladies, please join us. This is a presentation by the Girl Scouts regarding the OWL project in Coral Gables. So very briefly, I'd like to explain who these two young ladies are. They came to visit me at office hours, and I had the pleasure of spending some time with them. And not only was I impressed by who these young ladies are, and I've asked for them to give you a little bit of background, where they go to school, why they're involved with the Girl Scouts, and then they're going to talk a little bit about a project that they brought. And I said that I would like to bring it before the commission to have everyone a little bit more aware of what it is, and then hopefully implement it in one of our parks to see if it's successful. And if it's successful, we can roll it out across all the other parks. So ladies, the floor is yours, and welcome to the City Beautiful.
Thank you. Hi. It's nice to be with you all today. I'm Isabella Marlin, and I go to Palmer Trinity School. And I'm Olivia, and I go to Carrollton School of Sacred Heart. We are both rising ninth graders, and we are cadet level Girl Scouts. And as cadet level Girl Scouts, we have to do the Silver Award project. And that is a project in which we have to address a problem in our community and create and solve that problem and create a long-lasting, sustainable impact to solve that problem. And we chose to do owl boxes. So what are owl boxes? Owl boxes are almost like birdhouses, except they provide shelter and a home for owls, and yeah. And the benefits of the owl boxes are that since we are providing them with a home, they get to produce more offspring, and in return for us, they help our environment by reducing the amount of rodents and pests and minimizing the usage of pesticides. We also use cedar wood to build the owl boxes because it's much more long-lasting, sustainable, and environmentally friendly, not just for the environment, but also for the owls. And so we have some photos of us building and camouflaging the owl boxes. So here are some photos of us building the owl boxes. And here are photos of us camouflaging the owl boxes. And we are asking for your help in finding locations throughout the many parks in Coral Gables on where we should be placing our boxes. We have built 9 boxes, and we are giving 5 to the city here.
Okay.
Great job, ladies. Amazing.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you. Are they available for purchase?
Well, I don't think so.
A little entrepreneurial thing you could do.
A little business.
I've looked into bat houses and, owl boxes. Do you have a particular owl that you were looking to attract with that one?
Honestly, just any within the community, because I know that there are a lot of owls, especially on Greenway, like at the golf course, and there are a lot of parks near there where owls mostly go to find shelter, and this is just the perfect way for any owl to find a home. So honestly, any owls.
Yeah, so there's like barn owls and screech owls. And
Yeah, barn owls I know are a big one in Coral Gables. So.
Yeah, they like the royal palms a lot of times that are dead. So they have a after use on that. So
It's in my mother-in-law's house on Alhambra. There's a dead palm tree, and there's a big owl that lives there.
yeah, they're
So
they're huge.
they showed up. It was very interesting. They showed up at office hours, and we had a long conversation. And I was not only impressed by just the idea and the program, but I was impressed by these two young ladies and that they were so interested in engaging with the city. And a lot of people come asking for help in one way or another, but they came saying, we want to address the situation in the city, and we think that we can do it better than anybody else. So I was impressed by just the level of leadership, and I invited them to come so that they can engage with the commission, and hopefully we can get commission support and maybe deal with maybe the next meeting, if I may be so bold and speak on behalf of the commission, would be for you to meet with, for example, like Dina Bell, because we're going to have to put this on a tree. Right?
Yeah.
Meet with our Parks and Recs director, Fred, and then maybe meet with our ACM. You can meet with those 3 individuals over the next week or so and have a conversation about where we can put one of these. The only thing that I see as an issue potentially, and maybe we can just design it in a way that it's a little bit more natural. The city of Coral Gables really is a sophisticated community in the sense that we really like beautiful things. And we're very careful about using natural products, if you look at it. So I love everything about the box, but maybe we can replace some of the faux leaves with maybe some natural leaves that can age beautifully well, or they can be tucked into a tree. I leave that up to Dina, I leave that up to staff, but everything else about it was amazing. When you watch the video about how they made them, they made these little homes by themselves, and they took an interest in doing that. And I thought that was something that.
No, it's a great idea. So I have another thought. In some of the parks, we may have some electric poles that may be decommissioned at some point. Should we attach some of these boxes to there? Another idea, you can paint them to blend in with the background, or you could do a design on them. You can either paint the wood or burn the wood. There's a piece of wood out in the area right outside here in the mezzanine type area that someone's decorated as well, and they do it with water barrels, etc. But I think some of the decommissioned poles, and I really was thinking about that too for bathhouses. If in the right location where it's not going to bother anybody, and that's the best way to mount some of these things.
So for your silver award, you need to install one of these, correct? Or at least
Yes.
that's your plan.
Yes.
All right. So, unless the commission has any other questions or statements.
First off, congratulations. Great presentation.
Thank
I'm glad
you.
you're tackling an issue that, we have a lot of different types of birds within our city. The Biltmore this week, we're seeing different types of parrots that we have flying around at the University of Miami. Owls, I've seen the owls out there in the trees. Perhaps, I don't have an issue with the design of the box. I think, the point of the box is to try to hide it and put it in a place where the owl would feel comfortable. Owls like to be hidden. So maybe, as the Vice Mayor was saying, they can be painted in a way similar to our little libraries, which are similar size and material, and they're placed out there at different parks. When is your deadline? By when do you have to start or have the project up and running?
I'm pretty sure it's around early September.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
So I think Granada Golf Course might be a good place to do this, since it is a place where we have seen the owls already. I'd have no problem giving commission approval to have staff work with them and go ahead and implement the project. That way they don't have to wait until late August when we come back.
There was a telephone pole near the gondola house.
In
on
Biltmore, you're saying?
Court, on the Biltmore Golf Course.
Yes, I think it's still there.
Okay.
That might be a good place for it.
That might be, because the gondola house is going to be decommissioned, we can take a look at that one there. And see, contact FP&L and see if the pole can be left and put the owl house there. That might be the shortest term solution, because the only power that was going there was to run some pumps.
Well, that's why I said, the commission is in favor of it. What we'll do is we'll have a conversation. You have a conversation. We'll schedule it through my office with staff. And you can sit down and explain and look for that opportunity of where they deem appropriate and where they deem appropriate for the next to actually put these. I think it's a great project. I commend you for coming up here.
Thank
you. Being so thoughtful, tackling a problem that is great and need. And you're very assertive. And as the father of two girls who were Girl Scouts, I see both of you, and you guys make me really proud because of your leadership and you're interested in the environment and everything you guys are doing. So I'm gonna, even though we don't need it, I'm gonna make a motion to approve your project.
I'll second.
And to put it in a position where in the next 2 weeks, you meet with the pertinent staff members through the ACM, the assistant city manager. You can call my office, and my office will help you schedule that meeting, and you start the ball moving so we can get this this great project up and running. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, before voting, I have a member of the public requesting to speak, make a comment on the item. Joanne Marr.
How are you?
Just hi. Just wanted to offer congratulations, girls.
Thank
and
you.
Just thinking that perhaps, well, my colleague Diane Wells reminded me that she has seen owls at the Merrick House. So Merrick House might be a perfect place, and there's lots of places for us to hide that box.
Especially in the back, in the rear. It's amazing.
Yeah.
There you go. You got to check out the Merrick House on Coral Way.
Yes. Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. Thank you. All right, so now we have I'm time certain, and I'm 8 minutes late, so I apologize. I told Mr. Wells that I would try to be there as time certain as much as possible. And we have item H4, 2 o'clock.
Point of personal privilege, can we take a picture with the Girl Scouts?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Ladies, let's take a picture.
You're not released from duty yet.
Mr. Wells, I failed you. We were 8 minutes, but it's 11 now, so I apologize. I failed you. Well, it's actually, that clock is 2 minutes fast, so this is 2:09, so we failed you.
37.
But we did the best that we can.
The kids beat you.
Seda, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Thank you so
Seda
much.
Sardinas, the Asset Manager.
Mayor, may I read the item into the record?
Yes, of course.
So H4 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, authorizing the city to enter into a lease with Bogey Grill LLC, a Florida limited liability company, using a trade name to be determined with regard to the city-owned property 2001 Granada Boulevard, Coral Gables, Florida 33134, for a period of 5 years, and with one additional 5-year renewal option at the city's discretion. And this item does require a forfeits vote.
So, good afternoon. So, the renovation and establishment of a lease agreement with the future tenant operator for the diner at the Granada Golf Course, which began in March of 2022, has been a diligent, effort-driven process that included expertise across several disciplines, community input, and administrative considerations. Overall, and pursuant to the City Commission's direction, the administration committed to the complete renovation of the diner to meet the requirements of the Florida Building Code and federal ADA compliance, with new infrastructure, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and its own bathroom. The $1,330,000 project, which included extensive community input through community meetings and resident on-site visits, should be substantially completed by the end of July 2024 and is with a CO expected by the end of September. In addition, the city undertook a legal process to separate the golf pro shop building from the overall golf course property folio, a task that required research, new surveys, and the creation of new legal descriptions for the property and the golf course. The property appraiser's office has now established a new folio for the property, which has been assessed at $456,411. This allows property taxes to be paid for the restaurant use, creates an ability for the tenant to properly obtain required licensing from folio-driven county and state agencies, and protects the municipal use tax-exempt status of the golf course. As you're aware, on May 10th, 2022, pursuant to Resolution Number 2022-118, the City Commission waived the competitive process of the procurement code with respect to the leasing and operation of the diner and directed the city manager to negotiate directly with Ms. Rita Tennyson for its operation and tenancy. Although the administration carefully considered several ways of structuring the landlord-tenant-operator relationship, ultimately the use of a lease agreement was preferred given property tax consideration and lessons learned from the management and oversight required over the operations and license agreement of the Country Club Cafe. As such, landlord and tenant have negotiated a lease agreement that takes into consideration 2 certified market rent appraisals as required by the procurement code, which established market rent between $35 and $45 per square foot. Negotiated lease terms up for approval are as follows. The tenant operator, Bogey Grill LLC, is owned by RCS Family Holdings with Rita Tennyson, Seisha Tennyson James, and Corey James listed as managers for the Bogey Grill entity. RC Family Holdings LLC is owned by Rita Tennyson at 80%, Sasha Tennyson James at 10%, and Corey James at 10%. Ms. Tennyson is president and manager for RSC, and she, along with Ms. James, will serve as chef and manager of the restaurant throughout the duration of the lease. The tenant operator may not resign from this role or delegate its duties to a third party without the prior written approval of the landlord. The tenant shall be required to operate and open for business to the public year-round, a minimum of 7 days a week, excluding Thanksgiving, Easter, New Year's Eve, and Christmas, subject to advance notice posted on the premises, and shall be open at a minimum between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. The premises shall never be closed for business by the tenant for more than 2 weeks continuously and 30 days in the aggregate in any lease year. The tenant shall provide a copy of the proposed menu to the landlord for landlord's prior written approval. Any proposed changes to the menu and the items contained therein shall require landlord's prior written approval. The tenant is permitted to set and increase the menu's prices at its discretion. The tenant will be conducting business at the diner using one of the following trade names: either Birdie Bistro, the Birdie Grill, Bogey Grill, the 10th Hole, Tea Time Grill, or Oasis on the Green. The city will complete the renovations and deliver the diner to the tenant within 5 days after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. The lease term shall commence on the day that both tenant and landlord execute the lease and shall expire 5 years after the earlier of either the date on which the tenant opens for business to the public or 30 days following the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The earlier of these 2 dates will also be the day on which the tenant will begin paying rent at $35 a square foot, which will increase at a rate of 3% per year. The tenant shall also pay additional rent at an estimated $8 per square foot, which encompasses the tenant's proportionate share of the building for real estate property taxes, landlord's common area maintenance costs, and the landlord's cost to insure the building. The tenant will have one additional 5-year renewal option at market rent and at the city's discretion. The tenant will provide $19,339.25 security deposit, which is an estimated 3 months of base rent and additional rent. The tenant is leasing the premises inclusive of furniture, fixtures, and equipment and will be responsible for the repair, maintenance, and replacement of the interior of the premises, including all walls, plumbing, electrical, grease traps, grease storage, fire extinguishers, alarm, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and all other appliances and mechanical systems. The landlord will be responsible for all exterior building maintenance, such as the roof, impact exterior glass damage, exterior painting, HVAC system, plumbing, and electrical systems servicing the building. The landlord shall not be required to undergo any repairs to the furniture, fixtures, and equipment or the renovations that are not covered by warranties. The tenant shall provide the city with its standard insurance requirements that will include general liability, workman's compensation, automobile liability, liquor liability, and property insurance to include furniture, fixture, and equipment, as well as the tenant's personal property. In addition to leasing and operating the diner, the tenant will also be able to use the premises for private events. Any private event that limits the general public's access to the premises shall require Community Recreation Department Director approval. Host public events in the terrace area but must apply through the city's special event permitting process for approval. Provide catering services to the community, but this shall not affect the quality of service or products provided at the premises. Sell non-food and non-beverage items to the public in connection with the premises, including T-shirts, mugs, and nostalgic Burger Bob's merchandise. Provide food and beverage service directly to the golf course, but must obtain the proper approvals and permits from the appropriate governmental authority authorities, and these must be subject to any rules and regulations imposed by the landlord. As the city attorney stated, this item requires a waiver of the procurement code and 4/5 vote, where the commission finds that such a waiver is in the interest of the city and necessary to proceed with the lease agreement. Staff recommends approval, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you for letting me get through that.
Thank you, Zeta. Madam City Attorney, you have anything you'd like to add?
No, sir. I think the asset manager has summed up the key terms of the lease.
Commission?
So I do have a few comments and questions, and I appreciate the hard work that you've put into this. It's been a long road, a long period of time, and the commission did express its desire because we all loved what Rita brought to our community in fostering the community. I was not aware that we were doing a lease as opposed to the previous vendor type of arrangement that we had talked about. And at some point, there was some change in that, and this lease has been apparently under negotiation since March.
Yes.
Okay, so a 43-page lease. And as I told the manager during my pre-agenda, I was disappointed that prior to this agenda being published, we hadn't received a copy of this lease. We hadn't been informed of the contents, in addition to the significant number of things that we have to cover, not only with this agenda, but with the budget coming up, to go through a 43-page lease and look at the content, and which I think the content's important because we had this issue with the country club. And you wonder how things happened the way they did, and now I can see how they happened the way they do. If you're bringing it to the commission at the very last minute, here's a 43-page lease, please approve it. Not having any discussion ahead of time, any opportunity to really dive into it ahead of time, it's difficult. So I made my best effort to do that, and I would like this project to move forward because, I think it's a great benefit to the community. But having worked on leases, for a good part of my career, both commercial leases as well as private leases and stuff, there was a couple things that stood out. And having done tax work and knowing what normal timeframes are for retention of records, that's one of the things that I noted on page 34 of this lease, under the right to audit section, that we're only requiring retention of records for 3 years. This is a fairly lengthy lease arrangement. There's complex ways that things are calculated as base rent and additional rent, and again, on a 43-page lease on a complex relationship, not having this brought to our attention way ahead of time was disappointing. So, standard process for retention of records on any agency matter, whether it be excise tax or IRS and stuff, is 7 years. This only requires a 3-year retention period. If we have an issue with enforcement and we want to go back, like we did with the country club, and we don't have the records, I love Rita. I have no doubt that she's going to comply with the terms. But as a standard operating procedure, we need to have good retention of records. It's not hard now. We have electronic records to continue to maintain these type of records. Yesteryear, it was boxes and boxes and boxes of paper. Now it's electronic data. The other portion that stood out at me was the security deposit. For a commercial piece of property, this more resembles what you would do for, a regular residential apartment lease, as opposed to a security deposit on a commercial piece of property, without having an opportunity to really flesh this out with you ahead of time. This is the best I can do. I don't want this to happen again like this. The residents deserve better. Ms. Tennyson deserves better, that we don't get a rushed decision on something that we can have a conversation about.
Well, Vice Mayor, if I may, with respect to the record retention, obviously the tenants already agreed and signed the lease as of yesterday. But I mean, we can discuss, this is up for approval now. You guys can make changes as you feel. The commission is able to make changes as you feel that they should be. And the same goes for the security deposit. I believe, and I defer to the city attorney at this, that the standard that we have is 3 years of record retention in the leases that we have. Don't quote me on it. I would need to go back and look at all of them to make sure. But I think that's basically our standard, to have 3 years. I don't think it's more than that, but we can certainly increase it and ask the tenant if she would be amenable to keeping records longer and to raising the amount of security deposit if that's something that you feel, that you and your colleagues feel that you would want to do.
There might have been factors in there that you considered that, under this rush circumstances, I can't do it. But for IRS is going to require 7 years of retention of records, period. It's going to have to be done. So why aren't our leases mirroring what the IRS does? And it's 7 years from the time of filing the tax return itself, not 7 years from the transaction. So, the record retention requirements for the IRS exceed ours. So ours should, at the bare minimum, match that.
Okay.
So.
But that's a great point, and we can observe it going forward if that's what the wish of the commission is. But we can also put it to the tenant and her attorney to see if they would be amenable to having record retention for 7 years.
So
if we do for one, we need to do across the board. We can't pick one agreement lease and then say, we're moving you to 7, and we have other leases out there that don't. I think it's an undue burden on singling out one agreement to all of a sudden change what we've always required and put the burden on one operator when we have other agreements out there. So if we're going to do it for one, we do it across the board.
So,
That's
yeah,
my position.
going forward, it should be like that, and our standard operating procedure should be a one-on-one meeting, Mr. Manager, with each and every one of the commissioners, so that, we're not burdened with a 43-page lease to review, and it's already signed, sealed, and delivered and we're asking to rubber stamp it. I really think we need a more intentional process going forward, so that these thoughts, these ideas, to protect the city from what's happened in the past, we should not repeat it in the future.
Understood. So, Zeta, if I may, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I don't have another agreement next to me. In regards to security deposit, what is the standard that the city applies?
So the last two leases that we've done, which was Senora Martinez and Francesco's, we did do 3 months. That is what they agreed to. I think the only difference between that and this particular lease is that we feel when assessing something of that nature, you think about the level of investment that has been made by each of the restaurants into the space. So it's the security deposit is there for a default provision, right, if the tenant were to default. And you do that, but they tend to be a lot higher in certain other commercial leases in the private sector because landlords usually in the private sector build out the spaces. That is not the case here. I went ahead with the 3 months because that is what we asked of the last two leases. But again, if the commission feels differently.
I think it's light. That's number one. Number two, when you're talking about starting off at $35.
Yes, sir.
That's a good number if there was some TI involved from the tenant. Like, for example, we talked about Francesco's, then we've talked about Senora Martinez. The number that we had agreed on was 1.3 million. What is going to be the final number in regards to improvements to the facility?
Probably over 3 for Senora Martinez. It's gone over 2 for Francesco's, 2 million.
And what are they paying? What are they paying the city?
Francesco's paying $45 plus, And Senora Martinez, that lease was negotiated during COVID, and it was done at, I think they began at 31, and then they go to 33, and then it has a scale.
But if you take the numbers and you add the $3 million, or let's not even talk
Correct.
about $3 million.
It goes
If you
way
take-
above 50,
If you take the
yes.
1.3 million and you add it on to, and you prorate it into, this is standard in the private sector in regards to leases for commercial sector. And her attorney understands it very well. If you prorate it, you go well above $40 a foot. So I want people to understand, that the city footed the entire bill for the construction. The building is completely rehabbed. It is in pristine shape now. It meets all the codes. It's gonna be a great place to conduct business and for people to visit. But the price that we're providing is a very fair and very reasonable amount when you consider that no TI was invested.
Yes. We did conduct 2 market rate appraisals, and that is what I based, and like I said, it came in between 35 and 45. So
We went to the low end of the spectrum. But we have to be fair also, because again, we get pounded so many times for doing things not the right way, or forgetting to dot our I's or cross our T's, but we're being more than fair on this issue here. I have a few concerns that, I'm in support, but I have a few concerns.
Okay.
And my concern is very simply, for a long time in this commission, we've talked about notice and engagement and getting documents and all kinds of things. I received this yesterday at 4:00. I read this entire contract. Overnight, I highlighted, I reviewed pages to make sure that I have this on. Yesterday was my review, and I sat down and I reviewed this. Thanks to the clerk and his diligent work, I was able to also get the meeting minutes going back all the way from May 22nd, because I needed to research to see where we stood. I don't remember,
yes, it was 2
everything
years
that-
ago.
We have so much stuff that we go through.
I understand.
I'm just going to give you an example. On May 22nd, I was very, very clear, stating that we should do a concessionaire agreement here to maintain total control. My colleagues in the commission agree with me. The commission has changed, but we were rowing in that direction. I found out that we gave a lease yesterday, that we were giving a lease. That was my number one question. And the ACM was there, and the city attorney was there. There's certain things in the lease that I think are appropriate, many that I think are appropriate. But I think that with a concessionaire agreement, we have a lot more control, obviously. But I'm also happy to see that the contract cannot be sold, or you can't have a sublease, that the city has those controls in place. So that makes me feel a lot more secure. But I want to put on the record and be very, very clear, because like the vice mayor said, I'm finding out about information 10 hours before the commission meeting. And it's not your responsibility. It's not. You're doing your job. So what I think, I'm ready to move forward, but I had to sit down yesterday and go over, 4 commission meetings from reading the minutes that are here. I have them here. I had to read an entire lease and go over this and review it over and over again to get a better understanding of where we were. And I think that if we would have been able to at least given this information a few weeks in advance, me personally not being a lawyer, even though I've done multiple leases for my own businesses and my own properties, it's still structured. These leases are structured in different ways. In regards to paying up front, when you add TI, when you don't add TI, when you lower the square foot cost, when you hire the square foot cost. So the only issue that I would like to see is, and I think it's here, if I remember correctly, is I would not grant automatically a second 5-year. I would require that it has to come to commission approval, not even manager approval. It has to come to the commission
It's
for
at the
approval.
city's discretion.
No, but not the city. That can be interpreted.
Okay.
Has to be at the commission's approval. The commission should be the
Okay.
final arbiter in regards to whether that gets approved.
So that's something, a clarification that we can make if that's the will of the commission,
Should
and
be.
obviously subject to agreement by the tenant.
I think that's as a person who owns property, that you want to be able to say at the end of the day, hey Zeta, can you please tell me and give me a quick synopsis and educate the commission in regards to where we stand today. And I also want to make sure that we're very methodical on visits to this institution, and hold them accountable, just like the Biltmore, just like the museum, just like the program that we started, your help. Okay? And I think it's paid dividends to keep tabs of every single lease to make sure that we're not having issues and that buildings are being upkept and that we're doing everything the right way. I think it's important, especially when you're dealing with food and you're dealing with a lot of people who visit this restaurant. And I have a feeling it's going to be a big hit. People are going to be excited, and the food is delicious, especially her food, because I tried it at multiple different events. I think people are going to come from all over South Florida to visit this establishment. So I want to make sure that we've spent a lot of money. We've kept our word. If you look at these meeting minutes all the way back from 2022, the commission was talking about supporting Rita and making sure she was part of the process. But we were talking about as a concessionaire, never as a lease. And that's clearly delineated here on May 10th, 2022, again in July 11th of 2023. And these are two other meeting minutes that I reviewed.
I really want to show Rita some appreciation. This is a subject that we've been talking about since before I got elected, and everybody keeps on asking, when's Burger Bob's coming? When's Burger Bob's coming? And yeah, the lease came in a little late, but then again, if it didn't come in, how long were we going to wait for this lease to come in, and how much more time was this going to be delayed? So sometimes these things happen, but I'm thankful that we do have it in front of us and that we're acting upon it now. And I'm very excited, very, very excited for what's to come.
So
Now, one last thing about the names on the lease. There's 5 different names, right? 6 different names. So, okay, are we voting on that today or?
So as drafted, it would be the commission, if the commission approves this today, it can be any one of those 6 names. So you'd have to be okay with any of those 6 or eliminate the ones that you're not okay with. My understanding, and they'll probably speak to this, but my understanding is that they have a plan to elicit some community input as to a favored or preferred name.
Yeah, there was an idea that was being discussed to let the community get involved in the naming or making selections, just like they do when sports teams, like when the Heat, before they were Heat, community got to pick the names, and that way you bring people back into the fold. That was, I know, an idea that was bouncing around.
Zeta, thank you for all your hard work too.
Thank you, Zeta. And I would prefer the community input and to come back to the commission on the naming. But just so it's clear for the public, March, April, May, June, July. It's been 5 months. In the past 5 months, the city manager's office hasn't contacted us and had individual meetings on any of these lease terms. Rather than getting it in a rushed fashion, we should be getting this, we should have been having this discussion back in March, not yesterday. And that's when I had my agenda briefing, was yesterday. This was too fast. We would have still had it here today if the briefings would have happened on a timely basis in any of the 5 months prior to today.
So, Vice Mayor and Mayor, with respect to the process, just because I want to be clear and I want to make sure going forward we do what you would like us to do. So historically, since I've been here, when a lease comes to commission, we basically put it on the agenda and it comes up to commission. At least I have not, I don't know if my predecessor ever did, circulate that prior to it coming to the commission or being put on the agenda and published. If you all would want to have additional time to that, then we certainly can follow your will to do that, and we can circulate the lease ahead of time for you to have additional time. It's not part of my process. It's not the way that I've done it. So if you want me to modify my process, I'm happy to do that.
May I respond? May I just really quick? I don't want you to do that. You have enough on your plate. That's not my intention. My intention is a simple one. Again, I want Rita to be successful. I've been advocating for her to be involved in this, even taking money from the budget in areas that I think are important to make sure that they have the money to get this done. We are footing the entire bill to make sure that this is not going to be a money-making venture for the city. This is a community asset where people are going to come to visit. But this is here. It's in meeting minutes. It's right here, going back to May 22nd. We talked about a concessionaire agreement. Everybody was in agreement. We need to maintain controls. And I know that commissions change. I get it. Commissions change, but but I know for a fact that Commissioner Fernandez's biggest gripe here on the commission was not being notified, not being spoken to, and not being told. This is a huge agreement, but I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying I would have liked to have not stayed up all night and be reading meeting minutes and be reading a contract, because I read these contracts. I think it's important. For example, we had that conversation at the last commission meeting. When I see something like this, I want to come to a meeting prepared. I want to be able to say that at least I read the contract, even though I trust you wholeheartedly and everything you tell me. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure I can read it, because there's one change that I would make. Outside of I would add, first off, I would add not 3 months, I would add 5 months in regards to the security deposit. That's, it's not something out of the ordinary. And number two, I would make sure that it has to come, if everything is going well, it has to come to the commission for approval, not just the manager. That it should come, because that way it's a public forum. People can have a conversation. People can come to a commission meeting and say, hey, this lease is coming up. I agree. We wholeheartedly support the efforts of this individual. And it should be applied, by the way, not only to her, it should be applied to everybody. Anybody who has a lease with a city should become, just like we talked about, for example, the art sculpture, just like we talked about tags for people who are giving public input, and you want to hang a tag and you want to do something great, and you're going to build a project, or you're going to do something here in a city, and we want to put a tag on your door saying, hey, come out to this public meeting. Leases of this magnitude for a city, there's not, how many city properties do we have? Maybe a dozen?
30, no.
2 dozen? Okay, 30. How often do they come up?
5 years, depending.
So maybe you get a few a year. You can put them on the agenda and they can be approved through consent. But at least that gives the opportunity. It gets notified. People in the community see that it's forthcoming, and they can say, we want to come and give comment, or everything is going fine. We don't need to give a comment. Let's move on. It's just another added layer of transparency, which gives people the opportunity in this community to voice their opinion.
So, Mayor, just to address the issue between concession agreement and lease, which I know you've said several times, and just in order to make it clear on the record. So I think the conversations that we had with respect to the concession agreement back, if you remember, it was 2 years ago. We had just taken over the country club, and we were trying out how doing a concession agreement would work. We've learned a lot of lessons since then. It's important to understand that we have certain processes, and that has to do with the collection of money. So when we collect revenue, right, if we are the ones that are handling the POS system in a concession agreement and we collect the revenue, there's an incredible amount of oversight that's required over that lease, reports, things that have to go. It takes 2 to 3 weeks to get the operator paid out. That puts incredible pressure for cash flow purposes on a small business. So that's one side of things. So then you could say, well, let's turn the POS system over to the operator and let them collect the revenue. Then what ends up happening is they have to pay us out. That creates a whole other set of circumstances, because then we're required to obtain either audited financial statements or agreed upon procedures, which is a costly thing to put on a small business to do. So our compliance of being able to then collect the funds becomes problematic. There are licensing issues involved. So I think the experience that we had not had at the time when these discussions were had, and that we've had since over the last 2 years with the operation of Le Parc, has taught us that this was better. We thought we had to go in this direction because this property was part of the golf course. We were able to undertake the effort through the city attorney's office to separate the property, and now it has its own folio. So it was cleaner, better, and also we've maintained an not likely amount of control with respect to this lease. Menu control, hours control, all kinds of things. Again, if you guys feel that there's something in here that's missing, we can certainly bring it back up and see if if the tenant is amenable
By
to
the way,
that.
just for the record, we're also being very generous, because if you look at other leases, especially when you talk about restaurants, what do other leases, those restaurants have when you talk about major, major investments of like 1.3, 1.4, what do they have? They have not only rent, but they also share profit sharing.
Correct.
So we don't have that here.
Yes.
Everything that is brought in goes straight to Rita after she pays her rent. In many other restaurants that we all frequent, the landlord says, not only going to pay rent, but you're also going to pay when you hit certain benchmarks, you're going to pay me an escalating amount of money as you start hitting. And I have to see your audited financials to make sure you hit those benchmarks. So we're being generous. The only change that I would make, which is a simple change, and I don't think they would have any issues with it, I think it would be an opportunity to build consensus here, is just to say in 5 years that it come before the commission for ratification, and I would change that in all leases. In all leases, that it come before the commission for ratification, it can be on consent.
So, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to add to that the 7-year record retention period. It's consistent with what is required under federal law. And I understand the analysis as to why you chose to go lease as opposed to concessionaire. The bottom line is communication. Communicating with commission. And, we get asked by residents all the time, when is Rita going to start? What's happening? When's it going to happen? And when we don't know what's going on and you're working on something, it's not helpful, that we find out at the last minute. At the time, you're working on the final draft, or time that you're doing some of the drafting, you've had months on this. And the manager's office should communicate with each and every one of us to give us updates on what's going on. You're doing a draft agenda. I understand some of my colleagues haven't finished tweaking some of their legislation that they're working on, so, I'm not going to get to see it until the last minute. But usually that's only a few pages of documents. It's not 43 pages. But I'd like to know earlier on. So when I'm getting the calls from, when I'm getting the emails from residents, when I'm bumping into them at events, what's going on with Burger Bob's, what's going on, it's a constant flow of information. I'd like to know. So let's not wait till the last minute. You got the final draft, the week before commission, circulate it to us. Okay.
I want to thank you and thank Rita and her team for all the efforts that have been put into this process. A lot has been said about the commission has changed. The fact is, if this commission had not changed, we wouldn't be here today negotiating this contract and having Burger Bob's open in October, because it wasn't a priority for 2 years under a city manager who refused to work with Rita and work out a contract that had been given to him as an instruction by the prior commission. There are concerns about the contract. Every single contract that comes before this commission has issues that we have concerns about. But as we've been told several times here today, the 3-year requirement, according to the city attorney, has been our standard for years. So if we want to change that.
I haven't gone back and checked them all, but that is my general understanding.
So then we would have to start changing that on all of our contracts, including the ones that we currently have. If we're going to be requiring the 7-year records requirement, we need to go back on all of those as well. Now, I hear a lot about we weren't informed throughout this process. I talk to Zeta on a regular basis. I talk to the DCM on a regular basis. And one of the first questions that I ask every single time is, what's going on with Burger Bob's? And I've been informed throughout the process. It's due diligence on our part as well to find out what's going on, if it is a priority for us. And it has been a priority for me. And that's why I have been informed throughout this process. And going back to my first days in this commission, there were tons of items that were placed in the agenda without attachments until the night before. This is not something new. Now, this is a lot of grandstanding and attacking our city manager because you don't like him. This is beyond personal. This is about doing what's right and doing what our responsibility is here today. The contract has no major issues. Zero. What we're arguing about is pittance. And It's just about finding something to grandstand and something to try to divide our community. We're here to try to unite this community. We're here to work through our staff and through Rita and the team that's back there who worked diligently on the renovations, trying to find a design that worked for our community, and worked with the community, with Commissioner Menendez, who had numerous meetings with the communities on the redesign. And it wasn't until Melissa Castro and I got elected and put it on the budget, make sure it was a priority, that this went forward. And we continue to hear, well, we spent, over $1 million. That wouldn't have happened had this been a priority in May of 2022. But it wasn't a priority in May of 2022 because nobody cared about Burger Bob's back then. And here we are today. We have the opportunity of finally closing this chapter and starting a new chapter for our city, something that residents have been clamoring for years. And we're arguing about 3 years versus 7 years of records. I mean, come on, folks. I'm making a motion to approve the contract.
I'll second, though I have
So-
things to say. I'd like to comment if I may. How many times did I have to put discussion item update on Burger Bob's on the agenda time and time again? The years went by. And every time the community asked, what's going on? I said, quite honestly, I don't know, because I was not informed. And I kept on having to put it on to try to bring light to what was happening behind the scenes that very few people knew. I commend the city attorney's office for separating the property and addressing the tax issue, something that allows this matter to go forward. I want to thank Zeta, manager's office, everybody for what I feel the last few months is to fast track what was dead in the water. And we finally are here today presenting, voting on something that the community's been clamoring for, demanding all this time. Rita, thank you for sticking it out, because I say 9 out of 10 people would have just said, you know what, I don't need this. But we are so grateful that you're here and you stuck through all the political nonsense that we've been bombarded with for all these years. This is why we're here. We don't start focusing on the minutia that is insignificant. What is significant is what our communities demands, what our community needs, what our community yearns for. That's why we're here. We're not here to throw roadblocks in our own community. We're here to remove roadblocks and get to where everybody's happy. And thank you, Zeta. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, everybody, because we're finally here. We have a chance to move forward and finally do something long overdue.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Of course.
It's quite embarrassing when we're all here trying to do good work. When people utter words like grandstanding, who are in fact grandstanding, to make a political statement on something when communications are lacking within our city. Like I said before, we wondered how things happened in the past, where lease provisions were not up to standards. And now I see this is how it happens when there's lack of communication. When I ask how Burger Bob's is moving along, and I hear that it's going to be done on the construction phase in July, but I hear nothing about a lease is in the works, that's called lack of communication. It is not Rita's fault. It's not her daughter's fault. It's not their attorney's fault. It's a fault within here, within our organization. If there's a change in course of direction, of the direction that the commission provided the city manager's office to take with something, communication has to be had with the commission, which is the board of directors for the city manager themselves. That's my point. Lack of communication, lack of direction, something you called insubordination in the past. This is not grandstanding. It's highlighting a need and deficiency. And because I have to respond to your comments, because you're trying to make a political point out of something very simple that I've asked the city manager's office to communicate better with us, to give us a draft of us, give us a clue that you've changed direction from the direction that the commission voted for. That's the process that needs to happen. Perhaps it then needs to be put on the commission agenda so we can redirect what direction we're going in. I'm fully in favor of this lease. You don't have to retroactively go back and change existing leases just because a better practice is going to be happening in the future regarding record retention. It is not going to be difficult for somebody to maintain records the same time period they are required to do so under federal law. But it's better for our residents. It's better for us as fiduciaries, for our city, to take care of our city assets properly. That's not a big ask. It's actually no ask at all. But yet you want to grandstand about it to make a political point.
I'd like to respond to you also, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And my points are going to be very simple. Just waiting for you to sit down. I would. So what ended up, what's been going on lately here is, and I told the ACM this and the city manager when I met with him, I speak to residents and they tell me what's going on in the city. And that day, I actually gave the names of the residents to the ACM and to the manager about things that I heard that were serious issues that were happening here in the city that they had heard and found out because they had received phone calls from Commissioner Fernandez. And the manager had not even called me, to the point that the ACM will remember, because he was in the conversation, that there is always a hierarchy here. The manager calls, or the ACM calls the mayor, then the vice mayor, and then they call the commissioners. That's no longer the way it is here. That's number one. Number two, you can't operate a business like that. You can't. As private sector business owners, you can't have people that in your business not in the know. I'm 110% in favor of this lease. I'm 110% of Rita. I want you to be successful. And outside of all the grandstanding and all the credit taking that's happening here now, I've said that since the beginning. To the extent that I have one item in the budget that I put into the budget in the last 11 years that I'm super proud of, and that is $500,000 for parks and recreations. And that is to acquire private land and make it into parks. That money has gone last year, the amount that we had allocated, because we had a cost overrun in this project, it went to your project. Because that's how important I viewed this project, not for me, but for the community as a whole. So, I know the commission doesn't get along. That's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, I want you to be successful. And I'll tell you why I want you to be successful. Because as a person who owns property, my success depends on you being successful. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to run a restaurant. And when I say the city doesn't want to run a restaurant, okay? We want you to do well. We want you to provide the best service to the city. We want you to pay rent. We don't want this to fall in our lap because we don't run restaurants. That's not our profession. So at the end of the day, it's not about, we've proven, and I want to tell you a few things just to put things on the record. Look, everybody knows the construction here took way too long. In between COVID and in between the delays for COVID and switchgear, and when we did a bunch of demolition, we found a lot of issues structurally that had to be addressed. That cost us, I think, a few $100,000 extra. I'll let the city attorney mention it. When we went down the route of giving Burger Bob's, or whatever it's called in the future, its own folio number, we had to move in a direction, correct me if I'm wrong, you had to create that folio number, correct? Yeah?
We had to record some documents, sir. We had to have a survey done.
How long did that take?
I don't remember how long that took. It took some time, but it had to be done prior to the July deadline of the property appraiser.
Okay. You can't have a contract with the city of Coral Gables if you don't have a folio number. Bottom line. You can't. You can't give a contract to a building and to a lease and to a negotiation within a city-owned business if it's not a freestanding folio.
The concern is that without that, then they would have challenges getting their operating licenses.
what
That's
I'm
where the
saying.
challenge
That's what I'm
comes
saying,
in.
you can't do it. So no matter what Commissioner Fernandez says, I know this because I've done leases. And I know that when you do a lease, you have to incorporate certain business terms into it, including the property folio number, the address, different things that are required to move forward. And that's okay, I understand that certain people don't know those things. We're not proficient in everything. But the idea of saying that we intentionally scuttle this product is furthest from the truth. And I don't want people to put that out there because it's not correct. We started over 2 years ago, before the commission changed, supporting you with Commissioner Forrest, Menendez, Rhonda, and Mena. The minutes are here, 2022, in support of your efforts, of you leading this business. But there are requirements. When you demolish exterior portions of a building, interior portions of a building, you find issues with a structure, you have to address those issues. And just like you heard the city attorney, we had to address issues with a folio number, and that took time. So we're beyond that. All I'm asking is for my colleagues to not politicize one simple request, and that is, let's support her efforts, let's ratify this, but let's also make sure that in 5 years, when her lease has to come up for renewal, the commission has the final say in regards to we approve it or not. I think that's a simple request, not asking for anything else. I'm not asking to get part of the profits. I'm not asking to increase her rent. I'm not asking for any of that stuff. I'm just asking for us to be able to have a final say. Whoever's here at that point, sitting on this commission, to be able to say, yes, we support it, because that will allow residents to have a transparent opportunity to speak at the commission in regards to how well it's gone for Rita.
I have a quick question for the city attorneys. City approval, that's, we use that language in most of the agreements?
So I think I know where you're getting at. So typically, and again, I haven't gone back and looked at our leases, but typically, unless it's specified that it requires city commission approval, it would be at discretion of the manager. The manager would have that authority to renew it, because if it's built in and the terms under which the renewal
But it
would
would
occur.
specify the manager. City approval doesn't necessarily say one or the other.
Right, but the position of the city has always been that would be city manager approval, unless it specifies the city commission must approve.
So let me give you an example, Commissioner. I'm not talking about Rita's lease. I'm talking about every lease should come before the commission. Whoever's here gets the final say and says they can have one final bite of the apple and say, hey, let's lower the rent, let's higher the rent, let's include this, let's include that. Maybe we missed this 5 years ago. Instead of being in a situation where, hey, that lease was agreed, the lease was just renewed by the manager, and we didn't have a say on it. Because it just becomes basically just a standard procedure, and the commission is not made aware of it.
I think it goes along with what Zeta's saying. After a while, based on practices and experience, we realize there are ways that perhaps we should do things slightly different because of better results. So I'm all for looking what we've done in the past and seeing what we can do better going forward. So I think there'd be consensus
I guess
overall.
I'm okay with amending to require that it come to the commission for approval. What is the current requirement as far as notice of renewal?
I think it has the same one, that we have the 6 months, right?
Let me just clarify so I don't misspeak.
Hold on. Let me look as well. $12 months.
Right.
Prior to the expiration of the lease term.
So the tenant would give us notice within 12, no less than 12 months prior to expiration of their intent to renew. And then there's some other timeframes in here for when that could be executed. So it requires an appraisal, and then we determine market rent. So it's not renewal based on whatever terms, right? The lease spells out what those terms would be.
I just don't want this coming up for a commission vote 5 years or 4 years and 11 months, or a month before the contract expires. I want to make sure there's plenty of time for the commission to consider it.
12 months?
It is.
So if it's 12 months for the, I want to make sure that the commission has to make a decision within 6 months of.
So here's what it provides. It says that upon receipt of the renewal notice, so that would be, let's say the 12-month mark, when there's 12 months left in the lease, we would get the renewal notice if that's the intent of the landlord, of the tenant, and then landlord city has 90 days to approve or reject tenant's renewal option, and it's all in exclusive discretion.
Those are standard business terms.
So we would have 90 days to tell them yes or no. So we would, during that time frame, we'd have to conduct the appraisals.
But is that enough time for staff to prepare that, to bring it to commission? That's my question. I want to make sure we're not shooting the city in the foot where you have 90 days to come back to commission and you fall within a period of time where you don't have a commission meeting for a month. Now, all of a sudden, you're having to rush everything through.
Again, since we didn't have that provision before of coming back to commission, 90 days is short in a sense, because I do have to get engagements from appraisers. I have to allow them time to go out there, and I have to allow them time to do their reports. So that can take anywhere between 30 to 60 days to complete. So that would only give us then, and it just depends, right? Is there a commission meeting? Is there not a commission meeting? Is it, so yes, 90.
would be good?
What do you
How
think,
about you do
Christina?
this? How about you do 90 days or 120 days with a 30-day extension or 60-day extension? Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The terms are simple. This is nothing new. We're not reinventing the wheel here.
Yes.
This has been done. This is done every single day in the private sector.
What were you going to suggest? I'm sorry.
So I was looking at Christina to see, could we then add maybe a sentence just basically saying, like the mayor says, 60-day extension.
Right, the question would be how is that extension, does it have to be agreement of the tenant for the extension, or is it just an automatic extension, in which case we just extend the timeline, the time
Right,
frame,
instead
instead of having an extension option?
Right,
So we
instead
could
of
say,
it
instead of,
being-
we could say 120 days or 180
days.
days, whatever's the will of the
Or
commission.
180 days.
Would 120 days be enough?
I think so.
So
I
then
think
why don't we
120
set-
days is fine.
Would, and I guess since she's already in the room, so we can ratify this, 120 days, and if within 120 days there's an issue, it would have to be considered at the next commission meeting. So let's say that it takes staff 119 days to get the information, we're not able to get there, it must be considered at the following commission
So
meeting.
just to clarify, the lease currently provides that if we get the renewal notice from the tenant, we have 60 days to conduct the appraisal, to get the appraisals. That's already in the lease, 60 days. So the question is then finalizing whatever, the amendment to the renewal lease essentially, and preparing the item for commission and getting it on a commission
So
agenda.
there's 60 and 90.
No, 60, but in total it's 90.
And total is 90.
Yeah, there's a subset. There's 60 is a subset.
Okay.
And so, so I think 120 days is
But
probably
let's-
sufficient.
Let's back it up. It's just a decision on renewal, correct, or an extension?
It says to approve or reject tenant's renewal option.
Approve, okay, that
I
was
would
my
s-
question.
I think you would need a renewal lease. I think the tenant needs certainty, the city would need certainty. And so I think by that time there should be a renewal lease that's subject to approval,
Okay,
right?
so what are we talking about again? 120?
Zeta, what do you think, 120 or 180?
Let's do 180 just to be sure, just
Like I said,
just in
120.
case.
Is your client okay with 180, 180 days?
Diane Wells, for the record. Actually, we're going to back up the 12 months to 18 months. And then you have
More than enough time.
whatever time frame that you
That should
need.
simplify things then.
I think that's the easiest thing to do, because then if the tenant needs to move their business, they have time to find other space.
Okay, so then the renewal notice would be given 18 months, and
And then the city has,
we could say 180 days. I think that's sufficient.
so that would be good? All right, so I amend my motion to incorporate that language.
And Ms. Wells, one more question.
This
What-
would also agree to commission approval. That's not an issue at all.
Thank you.
One more
And we
question.
agreed to 7 years. Not
Okay.
an issue either.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. Since the contract is for 5 years and then the retention's for 7, is there any conflict there? No, right?
No, so they have to
sorry.
retain the documents during the term of the lease as well. It's just how much time after essentially is what it is.
Yeah, it's not only about how long they stay here, it's about the life.
All right, so then amending as well with the 7 years.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. It never fails. Never fails. Here we go again. Every time we think that everything is good to go, especially nowadays, don't forget that we've been sitting here in this chamber with the meeting ready to start when Peter Iglesias comes in with a paper and it's approved because we trusted Peter. A minute before, when we heard that Miriam was resigning or retiring or moving on, it wasn't even on the agenda. We got it at the last minute. Guess what? The city manager didn't tell everybody. But Peter Iglesias knew what he was doing. I'm tired of the politics. And you can say this is not, your side is not politics. Darn it, it is politics. It is politics. It never fails. You have to have the last word. You know what? You are one of 5 votes. And everybody else has a say. And I'm tired of, this is what I would like to do. And this is what we have to change. And this, you're one vote, sir. You're not the king. You're not the emperor. You're one vote. There's 5 votes that sit here. And much to your chagrin and much to your disgust, there were 2 people that were elected that you didn't want to be elected. And this is your anguish, that you have no control. And I'm tired of the embarrassment. I'm tired to put Rita through all this. I'm tired to put the residents through all this because you cannot accept the fact that you have no control anymore. That you cannot tell any employee what to do because you're one of 5. We chose not to have a strong mayor in this city. You are not one. You're one vote. Get it through. I know you don't remember my name, but try to remember. I'm telling you right here, you're one of 5. And this business of you didn't hear till the last minute. You know what? I've heard, and you're saying that people hear what's going on in the city through a commissioner. I sat in your city, in your living room, and I looked at papers that were confidential just for your eyes, and you share with 4 or 5 of us. So please, stop lying. Stop lying. I have nothing in my house that I can show you when I saw documents that were supposed to be secret, that we weren't supposed to see, but let's talk about it. I was there when you gave me a document that was supposed to be confidential to give to the Herald, because you gave it to me to give it to the Herald. Enough is enough. If you want to really move on, you need to do what you're preaching. Everybody has to do it, not the others, but not you. That's the problem.
Rita Tennyson.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rita Tennyson. I'm here with my 2 children, Seisha Tennyson and Corey Tennyson. First off, I would like to thank each and every one of you for having us here and for considering us for this space. My family and I are truly honored and grateful to be considered for this very special space. I have spent 27 years in this location. My kids grew up at Burger Bob's. And I have had the pleasure of watching many families share so many memories. Burger Bob's holds a special place in the heart of Coral Gables community, serving as a beloved local institution where families, friends, neighbors gather to enjoy classic American flair. Warm, welcoming atmosphere, known for its delicious burgers, friendly service, Burger Bob's was more than just a dining spot. It was a cherished meeting place that fostered a sense of togetherness and local pride. Its long-standing presence and commitment to the community made it a cornerstone of the community, embodying the spirit and charm of Coral Gables. I'm excited about creating this space and welcoming back Burger Bob's friends and family and new ones. Thank you guys all for all your hard work and for pushing this. And thank you to all of these people behind me that has been supporting this for a very long time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you for all your patience.
Thank you, Rita. It's always special, going to your place and eating your amazing food. I'm looking forward to the day that the new restaurant, unnamed yet, opens up, and all the old regulars get to come back and sit around the table and reminisce.
Let's
about
embark
days gone by.
Yeah, let's embark this new chapter with a lot of joy and great energy. And let's eat.
Peter, you know my one-word mantra? Coffee. Just give me the best coffee around, and I'll be there every day.
Marlene Ebert.
Ms. Everett, how are you? Thank you for being here with us.
Well, the afternoon got off to a little bit of a different start than I thought it would be. For the record, my name is Marlon Ebert. I live at 6510 San Vicente Street. And I wrote some notes today. This old black briefcase of my husband's has been sitting in my bedroom and just full of Burger Bob stuff. And all the articles that were written, just lots of things that we did when Burger Bob's was threatened with closing. Jen Orr made these cards up and people wrote on them, and a lot of them are still, I hope they've been preserved. But I'd like to read one to you that was meaningful. Bob is like a father figure in my life. He gave me my first job about 15 years ago and taught me a lot about what hard work and the value of keeping a job. This place is like home to me. It'll always be a special place in my heart. This place is a cornerstone in the Gables community. Simon P. But, children were writing these. It was just a wonderful time. Let me see what I wanted to say. It really gives me great pleasure to be here today. It's been a long, hard fight, long, hard road, really, but we're here with absolutely the best possible outcome. I've been around for a long time, as you all know, serving on boards, doing different projects, but the community, this was something very unusual to me. This was people, all walks of life, all ages, coming and saying, this is what we want. And I've met just so many wonderful people. One day my doorbell rang, and there was our friend Diane Wells. She was at my door and she said, "Hi, I'm Diane Wells. I'm here to help." I had never laid eyes on her before. And there were just so many people that wanted this to happen. And I must say the loyalty, admiration, and devotion to Bob McGuire and to Rita Tennyson is something I've never experienced. This little coffee shop has really been the heartbeat of this area, and it's clearly the people's choice. Since the restaurant closed, Rita's been working steadily. She's been all around the community. She did the floral and fashions event for the Garden Club. She does most of the events at the Coral Gables Women's Club. She's done the last few house tours and garden tours for the villagers. And when the night that she had 250 at the museum for fashion and floral, I called her the next morning and to congratulate her, and she was whispering, and I said, "Well, where are you?" She said, "I'm doing a brunch." And she had something, I'm almost finished, later that afternoon. The three adjectives that I would describe Rita Tennyson's: humble, hardworking, and kind. Wouldn't we all be so lucky to have somebody say that about us? I heard at a commission meeting Kirk Menendez talk about having the city name their favorite tree, having people vote on it. And so Gay Bondurant and I, one night we're talking, and I said, wouldn't it be fun if the city could name the restaurant. Well, I sent Kirk 10 names, and not one of my choices made this list of 6. But I thought it'd be fun if, get people ready for the restaurant to open again. The 6 names, I think somebody read them: Birdie Bistro, the Birdie Grill, Bogey Grill, the 10th Hole, Tea Time Grill, and Oasis on the Green. So maybe through the city e-news, it could go out for the next couple weeks that people could vote. I think you had an idea on how that might happen.
Yes, if you don't mind if I step up, Diane Wells. I thought we would put together a SurveyMonkey little link, and then it can go out on all the social media. But we're going to cut off voting on the 29th so that we know what the name is and we can start the marketing.
And I think, obviously, that you mentioned e-news, but each one of us has a platform that we send out newsletters and information. We can help amplify that and try to reach as many people as possible. Just a thought.
Yeah, let's keep in consideration that it's going to need a sign permit, and then it needs to be constructed. So by the time the place opens, hopefully we'll get the sign up too of the name of the place.
Right.
And if you need help with permitting, I know you can reach out to the city manager's office, and we'll consensus expedite it.
I'm sure we can get a sign permit.
I also want to remind everybody, and I've talked about this a couple times to the commission, that before Sally Jude died, she left a $20,000 grant that she wanted to tie together historic preservation and sustainability. And so she gave me that task of coming up with something, and it was during the summer that we were going to Burger Bob's on Friday nights for dinner, and I'd often take Sally. And so this grant was written with that building in mind. It's on a historic 9-hole golf course, the oldest in the state. It's in the North and South Greenway, which is a historic neighborhood, and the building, the Granada Clubhouse, was built in 1962, so it does qualify. So the villagers, this is sitting with the villagers, this $20,000 grant. The villagers don't like money to sit around. They like to award it. And this has been sitting around for 2 or 3 years. So you'd need to fill out an application, and I serve on that committee too. So I think that this could happen. But I know that you were applying for another grant for that building. What happened to that? I don't know.
Talk after.
Huh?
We'll catch up after the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Marlon.
So Mayor, I did speak with our former city manager, discuss the structural strengthening of the roof where the solar panels could go, so that the building is ready to go with solar panels when we get to that step. So yes, I think we can move forward in getting that application put in to the villagers for the.
Well, it won't pay for the whole thing, but it's
going to help.
I think we can have a conversation with certain solar producers here, solar panel installers, and hopefully get at cost.
I have one in mind.
But we give them, some good publicity, and we give them, and they do it for the kindness of their heart also.
What Sally wanted was that she wanted it to be in a place that demonstrated historic preservation and sustainability.
Right, like her house did.
Like her house, but she wasn't allowed to have those panels on the front of her historic home. But, they couldn't be visible. But this would be, it's a perfect place for it.
It is.
It
Perfect.
is. And I see vegetable gardens and all sorts of things.
Trust me, it's going to work. It's going to work.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker on Zoom, I believe to be Ms. Cavalier Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is Cavalier.
Hi, Cavalier.
Sorry, I'm having lunch. I do want to say that, it is wonderful to hear about Burger Bob's and, finally it, being back into the community, as we all say, part of the community. But I heard about these names, being mentioned, and why not keep Burger Bob's? That is a brand. it could certainly be added, something could be added to it. For example, the green at Burger Bob's or the greenways at Burger Bob's or something like that. But I mean, to just totally forget that that's how people refer to it. People are always going to refer to it as Burger Bob's, whether you name it anything else. So, in the name of historic preservation, in the name of our history, that's what I thought it would even, I didn't even think that would be something we would be talking about, but everyone refers to it as Burger Bob's. For example, the Sunset Corners that just sold, the new owners are going to keep the name. They're going to keep, it's going to be Jensen's at Sunset Corners. So please keep that in mind. Burger Bob's is always going to be Burger Bob's.
Thank you, Garelia.
And it's a brand that's already there. So anyway, please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
So I think we've heard everything from staff and the commission, and I think we've made one change, or three changes, as a matter of fact, that Rita and her team and her attorney, who have worked diligently over the last 2 years to bring this to the finish line. We're looking forward to an incredible partnership with Rita, continuing a partnership that will go into a third decade. It's amazing. Not many people can say they've been involved in one place for almost 30 years. That's a beautiful thing. So I'll entertain a motion.
We have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion.
Okay. Move forward.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Congratulations. Have a wonderful day. Moving on to item E8, which is time certain.
E8 is a resolution of the City Commission approving conditional use review of a site plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-203, conditional uses for a proposed townhouse development referred to as The George, on the property legally described as lots 29 through 41, Block 10, Coral Gables, Biltmore Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so Mr. Clerk, please swear in all individuals who will be testifying in this matter. Or Madam Deputy Clerk, please swear in everyone who will be testifying.
Sure. If you're going to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the information given will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sir, how are you?
Everything good, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Commission. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here today representing the George LLC, the applicant and owner of the assemblage of property located at 711 to 741 Valencia Avenue, which is on the north side of Valencia Avenue between Cardenas Street and Anderson Road. I'm accompanied today by Jenny Ducret, Ariel Gutierrez, Jose Mata, and Jorge Cepero from MG Developer, as well as Maria de la Guardia and Keegan Marshall, our project architects. The George LLC is a subsidiary of MG Developer, which is one of the city's most successful and award-winning developers. In the vicinity of this site, MG has built 4 other projects: Biltmore Park, Althea Row, Beatrice Row, and Biltmore Row. All of these projects have been well received and recognized for their architecture and sensitive scale. The project being presented today is the George, which is named after city founder George Merrick, who is literally looking down upon us today from behind you. The George continues in the tradition of the other projects in that it is a relatively low-scale project of 13 three-story townhomes, which incorporate the best of Coral Gables architecture, and a demonstration of how this developer thinks differently and really has helped to build a neighborhood. Even though this property has one of the more intense zoning designations, which is MF4, the project comes nowhere close to maximizing that development potential. Where 13 stories is permitted on this site, this project is proposing 3 stories. 50 condo units are permitted, but we are only proposing 13 townhome units. A 2.0 FAR is possible, and this project is at an FAR of 1.5. Where 26 parking spaces is the minimum required, my client is providing double that minimum requirement and providing 52 parking spaces for the residents. Through the good work of my client and others, this area of the city has evolved in a very positive way, and the George is the next step in that evolution. The project complies with the code 100%, and we are only requesting site plan approval here today. I will now hand it over to Maria so that she can walk you through the project.
How are you, Maria? Good to see you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you for having us. So maybe we scroll through the other. Should we go through the images that were supposed to come up while you were?
Fine. Keegan, if maybe you can just show the other images of the other projects in the neighborhood, I think that'll be sufficient. Here we have the other projects in the neighborhood. See, very well received by neighbors. I even hear people adjusting their usual walking routine so they can walk in front of these buildings. There we go. And there's where the property is located within the neighborhood, with the other buildings indicated. You can go ahead now.
In the tradition of its namesake, George Merrick, the George emerges as a landmark development on Valencia Avenue, exemplifying luxury townhouse living while deeply respecting the architectural ethos of Coral Gables. This ensemble of 13 fee simple luxury townhouses, meticulously planned by MG, is a homage to the architecture of historic Coral Gables. The George's design philosophy and execution reflect a conscientious approach to urban development, prioritizing spacious, luxurious living environments within a harmonious community setting. Coral Gables is a city celebrated for its desire for high architectural standards inspired by its beautiful historic architecture. In keeping with these standards, the George admirably showcases a preference for quality and community integration over maximizing development potential. The decision to construct only 13 fee simple townhouses on a site zoned MF4 is a testament to MG developers' commitment to enhancing the residential quality and aesthetic value of Biltmore Square. The Coral Gables zoning code, as Mario mentioned, the Coral Gables zoning code for MF4 district allows 50 units, yet 13 are being proposed. It allows for 2.0 FAR, yet 1.5 is being proposed. It allows for 150 feet maximum height, yet 42 feet 6 is being proposed. It allows for a net floor area of 73,000 square feet, yet 55,000 is being proposed. Finally, although 26 parking spaces are required, the project proposes to double the parking requirement to 52 parking spaces. With a proposed lower floor area ratio and a modest building height, the George is poised to blend seamlessly into the existing urban landscape, further enriching the neighborhood's architectural diversity. Drawing inspiration from iconic structures such as the Coral Gables City Hall by Finis Pace and James Knox Taylor's historic Old Federal Building, the George seeks to imbue its design with a sense of historical continuity and architectural elegance. These influences manifest in the project's facade, weaving the two-story order with the rusticated base. The facade is grand, yet the base presents a relatable scale to the pedestrian. This architecture approach not only pays homage to the city's heritage, but also promotes a pedestrian-friendly streetscape that enriches the community's public realm. The design process for the George involved a thoughtful study of classic townhouse design to strike a balance between the individual character and the collective harmony. This research informed the facade layout and composition, drawing cues from cohesive architectural expressions in the Upper East Side and Boston's Back Bay, and the unified elegance of the collective whole at the Circus in Bath, England. The individual distinction and the architectural continuity coalesce to form a vibrant urban tapestry. The George introduces a collection of 3-story townhouses, each with balconies and terraces in 4 4-bedroom configurations. The inclusion of an elevated second-floor principal living space reflects a contemporary interpretation of the traditional piano nobile concept, enhancing resident privacy while fostering engagement with the outdoor environment. The individual 4-car garages are accessible only from the alley, thus not disrupting the streetscape. The design philosophy extends to the careful selection of the materials and architectural details, where each element was chosen to evoke the Mediterranean heritage of Coral Gables. The building has a first-floor cast stone rusticated base with mahogany windows and doors in arches that march down Valencia. The second floor is punctuated by 3 9-foot-tall French doors opening to a balcony with finely designed geometric metal railings. The second and third floor are finished in stucco and precast architectural accents. The 3-story building is capped with a precast cornice that has been proportioned to the building height. The flat clay tile roof represents the balance of the materials on the facade. Moreover, the George's contribution to the streetscape of Valencia Avenue through thoughtful urban planning and street planning underscores its commitment to community enhancement. The proposed 6-foot sidewalk and 12-foot parkway improvements, accompanied by the strategic placement of street trees, parking, and lighting, are designed to foster a welcoming and vibrant pedestrian experience in line with the character of adjacent townhouses by the same team. So urbanistically, the George is charged with the responsibility of transition from multifamily high density down to single family. And so although we could build 150 feet and 13 stories, which is what Villa Valencia is, so we could build Villa Valencia here. The zoning is very similar and the square foot size of the lot is very similar, but we're, we're proposing 42 feet and 13 units instead of 50. So as this project comes before the commission, it does so with a commitment of the design and development team renowned for its contribution to award-winning projects within the community. The George presents not just a continuation of this legacy, but also in not maximizing development, an opportunity to contribute a new chapter to the architectural narrative of Coral Gables, with a design that respects its past while embracing the needs of modern living. The George stands as a beacon of thoughtful, community-oriented development, ready to enrich the Biltmore Square for generations to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I have perhaps a few more comments just to address, and generally the project's been very well received by the neighborhood and city staff and the city boards. Parking and trees are the two issues that have been discussed, but I think it would probably be most helpful if we have public comment first so that we can just respond to any other issue that's potentially raised at the same time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us.
Of course. Good afternoon, Deborah Garcia, Pine official. So we are here for a conditional use site plan review. So location, as you know, is just south of Biltmore Way on Valencia, between Cardena and Anderson Road. And this is nestled in an area where a lot of townhouses are recently been built behind the David Williams Hotel. So the land use right now is multifamily high density, and the zoning is multifamily 4 or MF4. So the site is 36,000 and some change square footage, and that is why it's required to come before you for site plan approval. The total FAR is 1.51. 13 units are being proposed at a height of 43 feet and 6 inches. And open space is beyond the requirement at 26.4% open space. This is the site plan. It's very simple. The Vehicular access is from the rear, from the alley side, on the north side. The south side facing Valencia is all pedestrian entryway. And they're proposing eight parking spaces with additional trees. And this is rendering what it looks like. So the DRC reviewed this in December of last year. They got Board of Architects approval in April of this year, Planning and Zoning last month, recommend approval. And here we are before you for site plan approval. They'll come back maybe in the next few months with the final plat that goes with this. So there were letters sent to the owners and properties 4 times for the 2 neighborhood meetings, the new requirement, Planning and Zoning Board, and also for this meeting for today. The property was posted 3 times. The website was posted 4 times. 2 advertisements for the newspaper and 2 emails were sent out for Planning and Zoning Board and for this meeting today. The application does comply with the findings of fact, which you'll find in the staff report of your packet. The standards of approval are satisfied subject to conditions of approval. Those are laid out starting on page 2 of the resolution in your packet. But just to summarize, they are to relocate 6 mature live oak trees that are on the site in coordination with Public Works. Payment for any additional loss of on-street parking beyond the 10 spaces. Additional trees would be planted on Valencia, Biltmore Court, Cardena, and in the future, maybe Biltmore Way, with the canopy mitigation payments that they'll be required to pay. And then construction dust to be minimized on the site. There's some concerns of a family just north of them, so that's going to be a condition for this project. That's it.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Regarding the trees, you said there was six live oaks.
Yes.
And then
that are in good condition.
I was hearing that there was a lot of trees, like a lot.
I think there's 91 there listed on the tree survey. A lot of those are palm trees. I think they have their arborist here, or maybe Maria can get into details about that one.
Trees, about 70 of them are palm trees. Of the other 20, some are in poor condition, some are dead. I mean, what is of significance is really the oak specimen trees. The others either have a bad taper or are not important or are not good candidates for relocation. Really, it's the six oaks is what is of significance.
So from 90-something, only 6 oaks?
Yes.
Again, the 91 is including palm trees and other...
Yes, there's more than 70 palm trees.
So I've walked the site.
So
different
there's a ton
occasions.
of Alexander palms, Christmas palms. There's a lot of,
Rufus.
Yes.
yes.
So if you count every one of those.
If I may, 1 second. So what I recommend is that my colleagues walk the site. I've walked it on 2 occasions, and it's abundantly clear when you get on the site. You know, what's overwhelming is the amount of palm trees on the site. And not only that, the poor quality of some of the oak trees that are there that need to be removed. But the specimen trees are spectacular. I mean, they're gems. They're gems that, in my opinion, should be relocated.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's gonna be very expensive. But MG has been one of our greatest partners in regards to relocation. I know that our friends at Trammell Crow did a very good job also, relocating some trees. So those trees are worth relocating. Obviously, the palm trees have no redeemable value at the end of the day, unless the city wants to use them for something. I mean, I don't see any. The cost to relocate them is more than the actual tree, the value of the tree. So, you know, but there is those 6 oaks that are just spectacular.
Mayor, and I'll put it on the record. I've walked the site multiple times. I'm within walking distance of the property. There's actually 8 oaks that are specimen oaks, 6 of which are candidates for moving. Either because, you know, you got to take sufficient root ball with the tree, and if you have 2 oaks 10 feet apart and 2 oaks 7 feet apart, one of which was hat-racked by FP&L, decisions need to be made to sacrifice one to save the other. And then there's 2 small oaks, one of which is not a good candidate because it has inclusion and overlap, and it just, not a good candidate for removal unless you like some odd-looking tree that has kind of like a hole or heart shape in it. And there's one gumbo limbo.
There's a pretty massive one in the back also. You saw that one in the back by the asphalt?
Yeah, that's the one that's 7 feet apart from another tree.
Yeah.
There's
Huge.
2 oaks together. If the second one was in good shape, if we were capable of moving these out to the street, if there wasn't a 20-inch water force main out front, moving them out like the mahogany was moved on the other site, which is called Althea
It
Row, I
went from
think.
Althea to the right-of-way in front of Biltmore
And-
Row
Oh, yeah, on Anderson Road.
on Anderson.
Yeah, they literally, drug this thing out. They had it root pruned for a year.
That was an easy one.
Huh?
That was an easy one.
Yeah, because you
we just, yeah.
created
we
a
just-
trench.
Yeah, exactly.
And these could have been easier too, but for the fact we had a 20-inch water force main in the path.
Yeah. So
That,
we've studied many sites in the vicinity trying to find a receiving site for these trees. The beauty of the trees is that they're so large, but that's what makes them so difficult, is that they're so large. And so, in order to move these great tree canopies and great root balls, many of these tree canopies are about 60 feet, the root balls are about 30 feet, and the right-of-way, if there's nothing in the way, is 60-foot right-of-way. And so we actually have an expert, I think they're top in the field, they're called Environmental Design out of Texas, coming down to visit. And they are the ones that really understand the logistics and everything that needs to happen in order to move the trees. So we've discarded maybe 3 or 4 potential sites because they just weren't good receiving sites. So the one that really has the space and the amplitude is the golf course. And so environmental design is coming from Texas, and they're going to study the trees, they're going to study the canopy, they're going to study the root ball, study the route, what is in the way, what can be moved, what can't be moved. And parallel to this, we are having conversations with FPL because there are some important transmission lines that would need to come down, and so we're having conversations, and we'll know more within the next few weeks exactly what can be done and what cannot be done.
So
right now we have a bunch of questions which we're trying to get answered in order to make sort of a final proposal and a final determination.
Yeah, I've tried to help brainstorm ways to get the trees into a good location. Looked at Cardena, looked at the width of the street, the limitations there based upon restricted root ball space, not being an appropriate location for trees of this size. Perhaps some of the smaller trees could go in there. I've relied upon Dina to make a decision on where the smaller trees go, whether they go on a golf course or any one of our number of parks. So the 2 smaller trees to go anywhere in a city because they're small enough. Logistics involve moving the trees. You have to have no power lines in the way. But we really don't know the size of the canopy right now. Because to say that it's 60 inches assumes it's round. It could be oblong, and it could be turned in a way to get down the street, assuming that you have the width. What portion of it can be trimmed? What can't be trimmed because it's too large of a branch? And some of the trees that we have along the street, we meaning the city has along the street, can be tied back because they're still young and flexible enough. We still have to maneuver around power lines. I asked some questions about FP&L. Can they reverse the flow and feed the buildings through another direction? Don't have an answer to that yet. I know that FP&L sometimes can feed an area from another direction because they've done it in my neighborhood, much to my chagrin, when we used to be on the same line as City Hall and get brought up after a storm like this. Now I have to wait a much longer period of time for my power to be restored. I've looked at the conditions of approval. Mayor, I know you've been through this road many times before. on projects. We had something similar on Villa Valencia. There were 2 conditions of approval on that didn't come to fruition. One was they were supposed to install a bike lane or a median separator. And, we required shade trees, and they brought in palm trees. I mean, it's constant, it seems, battle to make sure that these conditions are complied with. So I'm reading the conditions here about the off-site improvements, which is on page 3 and on paragraph D and as well as paragraph C. So I'm going to ask you, based upon your experience, if you have some recommendations for us on how to make sure that these matters get taken care of.
So what I've done before in the past, and for example, when we approved the thesis, we made sure that we stated that on the record there had to be a traffic study done X amount of years in the future, and that traffic study had to be brought and reviewed by the city. We've also required, obviously, when we provided approvals, we've stated if you're moving forward, you have to deliver on traffic calming before you're able to get your TCO, whatever traffic calming that is. If it's replacing light or it's adding actual infrastructure or sidewalks, lighting. One of the things here, and just dovetailing off what the vice mayor is saying, is we can put a covenant of some sort, or we can put some sort of Madam City Attorney, what did we use in the past?
We always require a covenant. There's
No, but
always
not
a covenant.
I misspoke. I apologize. We've not a reverter, but we've used before in the past.
Like a bond.
Like a bond. Thank you.
So
not like a P&P bond, but maybe something similar to that, where I want to see these trees saved. And I think there's an opportunity to do that. I think there's a huge value here for the city, for the community as a whole. Your design is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Thank you.
It's exceptional, literally. The value that this property is going to bring to the city, the cachet, it's an exceptional. You could develop 3 times what you're developing here, maybe 4 times. I apologize. You said 50 plus, right? 50 plus.
50 units and
50 units. You're getting 13. And plus the square footage and everything. But I really want to see those trees be put in a position, whether it's, Vice Mayor, I defer to you on that front, because whether it's a city park or it's a right of way or it's somewhere that we could do. And I know that it's complex and I know it's difficult, and I know the developer is going to spend a lot of money to do this. I know it's painful, but we only get one opportunity to do this right, and you don't come across this opportunity that often.
The challenge, and because we've been thinking about this for many, many months and talking, the challenge is the size. And if we start to hack at the tree and hack at the tree and hack at the tree to reduce it, then we're really affecting its chances of surviving. I mean, we're bringing in the
But may I say
expert.
something to you? Just I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. I'm going to give you an example, and I give the Vice Mayor a lot of credit on this front, okay? When Trammell Crow was in the process of developing their site and getting their site plan approved, they had some beautiful, massive oak trees on that property. I mean, the canopies were huge. And 2 of them were moved to a park that we designated adjacent, like literally on the corner of the property. It's going to be a little beautiful pocket park. There's going to be an exceptionally talented artist is going to have a sculpture there. It's going to be something really nice in that area. You're going to have multiple little parks when you talk about Colina and the Manicadres along Mercedes. There's another park that's going to be there when you talk about Publix. That little area, which is like 5 or 6 blocks, is going to have for sure 3, maybe even more little parks, 20,000 square feet, 6,000 square feet. And I think the Mercedes-Benz lot is about 10,000 square feet. When you look at those 2 trees that were moved, they were gigantic. Some of the biggest trees I've ever seen moved. It was expensive. One died after a few months, but the other one has survived. I think the value in that one tree surviving in the middle of our downtown, having a specimen tree like that, is something that you can't buy. You can't buy that. So I put that on the record not to say that, I want to see if we can find some sort of option, if we can find some sort of cooperation, collaboration. I'm in favor of this project. This is a beautiful project. I think it's, when you talk about quality, what MG has done here with your design and the entire team, for me, that's not even in debate. What I really want to find is a way that we can work together and really save these trees.
So
The ones that are appropriate.
So, yeah, I'm gonna dovetail with you on a couple of things, and before I do that, though, I just want to, again, commend you on the design of this. This project exemplifies why Mediterranean design is important. It's timeless, it's warm, it's welcoming, it's beautiful, and people just love, again, to walk by these projects. And, and I appreciate all the time and effort you all have taken to meet with me, again, in love of the trees, to try to save the trees. I know we don't have enough information right now. As far as the one tree that was lost, those were two trees that were paired together, and we had an unusual soil condition. We had marl, we had no rock, because typically when these are being moved in our area now, we have that beautiful oolite or coral rock, as people like to call it, and they break the rock like this. They ball strap the rock to the tree. It's like a potted plant. Obviously, you have to have someone very talented with a crane to lift these trees and move them slowly to their destination, or put them on what they call a low boy trailer to move it where it needs to go. And I recognize the difficulty in all this, but MG has stood up and time again made efforts to save the trees, even in instances where they were not required to save the trees. Gables Village is one of the examples. I went to the site, I spoke to the owners, they saved the sausage tree. It's going to go to the Trammell Crow site to replace what I knew was a tree that was doubtful to survive just based upon the dry, straw-looking nature of the roots on the tree that I never thought was going to make it to begin with. The one that we have back in the alley in this site looks better than the one that was pulled out of the ground and lifted before. I wish we had more information on the trees at this point. Is there any way that we can carve out this piece on the covenant and still move forward and come back with it with more information?
So currently what the condition says, I think it's important for everybody to be aware of what the condition currently reads. It says, the applicant shall coordinate with Public Works on the relocation of the 6 mature oak trees and be responsible for canopy mitigation payments for any loss of tree canopy. All collected tree canopy mitigation funds shall be allocated toward providing new shade trees on Valencia, Biltmore Court, Cardena, and Biltmore Way. So that's all it says right now.
I know. Here's my concern. Villa Valencia was developed by one developer. It was sold to another one. We were no longer dealing with the same individual again. The conditions approvals were up to the Public Works, and they were forgotten. So that's my concern, and that's why I asked that question.
Understood.
So with regard to the trees, can we piecemeal this somehow?
Mr. Mayor, if I can maybe make a suggestion, because I think everyone's heart is in the same place, whether it's applicant, developer, or city. The idea is to try to save these trees and put them to good use and relocate them in an appropriate location. What we don't know is what it's going to take and where can they go and, what route and so forth and what else has to happen. And alternatively, the idea is already in the condition also of potentially improving streetscape around the neighborhood. We really don't know. Some of this information we don't get until we actually demolish the buildings and see what the root ball is and how it could be addressed and so forth. So I would suggest perhaps that the part of the condition be that we come back here with a plan specifically on tree relocation and streetscape to be approved by the city commission at the point in time that we have all this information.
Which I think you're going to have. Maybe he's going to be done. The individuals will be down here before our next commission meeting, I think.
We hope to have the tree relocation company down here within the next week. We could come back if you want on August 27th, at least with an update. I don't think we're going to have a plan, a complete plan in place, but at least.
Let's do it. Let me not push. Let's not push. Let's wait till September. You get everything in order. Get your ducks in a row. Work with staff. Take your time to do it right. again, this is, like I said before, we have one shot at this.
Right.
We can get this done right, take the time. For example, if they say the root ball needs to be 4 months, you know, in the position, or 6 months, or whatever it has to be, 3 months or 2 months, let's be very careful, let's be thoughtful. You know, the city will make accommodations as we can to make sure that we do everything in our power to try to save those trees. Let's figure out a way. We'll work with neighbors. If let's say, let me give you an example. If we relocate them, if it's possible to say something like City Park, or a city, an area that has like a piece of green space, that, or maybe the golf course, or something like that. We want to make sure, the commission will make sure that we work with whatever you need to do to get the residents' approvals, to make sure that we facilitate FP&L, that we see how we can work together on this front. Because the last thing I want to do is deliver a tree that ends up dying on us because we hacked it to death. You know, to try to force it into into an area that we had to prune it so much that we couldn't get anywhere else. Because I'm for sure gonna get 20 calls. I'm gonna get 20 calls and text messages from residents saying, "Hey, bring it to our neighborhood. We'll take it." You know, and it's on the other side of the city of Coral Gables. You know, we have to be realistic too.
Yeah.
Gotta be realistic.
And on our side, we don't want to enter into commitments unless we know we can fulfill them.
Yeah.
So,
But a good thing is that you're in the middle of downtown. So, you know, it's right there. There's opportunities. We can just find the right place.
I don't want to continue to hit the tree issue, but that has been my concern over this project. I've been on site a couple times. My concern in this area, and I'll tell you, what MG has done has been change the entire look of the area and address the main concern the residents have had for years, which is height. And I think you've built a very high-end product and created a district within the city of Coral Gables, which has become a very desirable place to live. My two concerns are, obviously, we're taking trees away from this area, which already has a depleted tree canopy. And it's not just these 6 trees, it's the 91 trees. Even though they're palm trees, they do provide some sort of shade to the area. And I'm not sure what is being done in front of the building on the street, but the removal of parking spaces is also a concern that I have. This is an area, and I spoke to the manager and staff about potentially doing a parking study in this area going forward before we continue to approve the removal of parking spaces. And I know the manager and his team are working on other things for our flooding in garages, because that has been one of the larger times of impact for parking. But I don't want small trees put out there in front of the building. I want to make sure that you have a large tree with a large tree canopy when you're placing these out in front of the building to provide shade to folks who are walking on these sidewalks. I don't want these little twigs that you see that 20 years down the road, they'll have, a couple of branches. I want to make sure that when they're put in, we can already start feeling the shade in this area. I agree with the mayor, the vice mayor, and Commissioner Castro. Saving these 6 trees is a priority for this commission. I know in the past, and Mayor, you may remember, there was a project that moved a tree up here to Merrick Park in front of City Hall at one point, and I think 2 trees were moved. Only 1 survived. There may be space for one of the larger trees out here in front of City Hall at that Merrick Park. So that may be a place it's not too far for them to have to move. And there is a fairly large area on the southwest corner of that park where you may be able to put one of the larger trees in, and you don't have to move very far. There shouldn't be a lot of obstacles in the way.
The obstacles usually are power lines.
Right.
So the first thing I did before I went out to the site is I drove the potential routes. And the width of the trees, which we don't have the actual width.
Right.
We need a measurement at the drip line. I also need an assessment from the arborist as to how much they can be trimmed back to make the route. If you go down the block on Segovia to the Gables Village site, you'll see that the sausage trees have been trimmed, or the sausage tree was trimmed in a fashion that it can make it underneath major power lines. You're not going to have that flexibility with these trees. The sausage tree is a fruit tree, and it's a very easy thing to move. These are much older, well, they're not, I mean, the sausage tree is pretty old, but it's not that type of tree that you can take that type of cut on a big branch. So, plus the habit of oaks is to grow wide, usually wider than they are tall. So, and that's good for hurricane resistance, but, you know, we will need this assessment done in order to really make an intelligent decision.
I've been waiting an hour to say this. We're missing the forest for the trees. The project's phenomenal. You have 4 parking units, 4 parking spaces per unit, which I think the average is 2, a great many. That should address a lot of the parking issues. We all agree the trees are something not only the body as a whole, but the community wants to preserve. Mr. Garcia Serra proposed a solution. I think we've made it very clear how important the trees are and accommodating the needs of the community. So I suggest we just agree on a solution, a path forward, and let's get to it. And I think, Mario, I mean, it sounded reasonable to me.
Right, to come back. I would appreciate it if you could come back on.
So on timing on that, should it be prior to issuance of the building permit or at an earlier date? When is it that the timing on bringing back a tree relocation plan?
You know, it's a complicated issue. The more time, the better. But, you know, maybe I would even...
So the demo permits, I know that you've gotten at least 2 of the 3 done. And I assisted with the expediting on the Trammell Crow site so we could, you know, get the assessments done on the trees, get the root printing done as early as possible, assuming that, you know, that site it was definitely going to be so you still have, what, 1 more demo permit to finish up, or? 1, okay. So you can get that part moving forward. Is there anything else pending that would slow you down that you would need done at this commission meeting as opposed to in the future?
No, just the demolition. We resubmitted 3 permits, and we're going to and the fencing permit as well.
Can we repeat that for have him come up and speak into the microphone?
Right, well, we're trying to keep a record, and no one can hear you from the second row.
So, yes, my name is Jose Mata. I live at 363 Aragon Avenue. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. So we submitted 3 out of the 4 demolition permits, and we're hoping to submit the last permit within a week, and as well as the fencing permit. It's going to be resubmitted now.
And on the demo, I just wanted to thank you all for working with the neighborhood folks that caught all the cats that were living underneath the buildings and sealing off the buildings so that we have no cats that'll be subject to demolition.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a member of the public requesting to speak. However, they were not sworn in, and they're appearing via phone, so I don't know that we can swear them in.
So, right, it would not be considered testimony. It would be public comment, but it's not testimony that you all should consider as competent substantial evidence.
Okay.
Okay, so it's Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell?
Hi, good morning again. I mean, not good morning, sorry. Good afternoon. Hi, this is Carelia, and, you know, I'm speaking personally, but, you know, as you all know, I'm also a very advocate of historic preservation and wear many hats. But I love the project, I have to say. I mean, the project, there's nothing that I don't like about it, but, you know, I think we're not, you know, when are we going to start really analyzing the detriment of demolition and new construction? I mean, the city, you know, is a sustainable city. You know, we talk about it all the time. But this is, I mean, we're losing 90 plus trees. We are demolishing pretty much a neighborhood, just like we lost. Recently, we lost another neighborhood to new construction. And I like to read something that I did send to you all, but I like to read it so that other people can listen if they're listening. It really is time to stop dismissing and start considering the seriousness of the environmental catastrophic effects of demolition and new construction. This is a real issue, and it's not theory. And I'm not an environmentalist, person that, continues to think that, the sky's going to fall. But this is serious. Just recently, the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction shared that the annual data on carbon emissions from building construction and operations, they are, it is high. We talk about, cars, but this is, even higher. Please preserve what it's already built. The building sector is the biggest source of carbon emissions causing global warming. Worldwide, the construction and operation of buildings is responsible for 37% of all human-generated carbon emissions, more than the amount contributed by sectors such as transportation or any other industry. Please, the project is beautiful. It's going to, there's nothing I can say negatively about it. But I think we have to think about the bigger issues here. And I continue to hear that, trees are being discarded, demolitions continue to happen, construction continues to happen without any discussion about the environmental effects. And I would really ask for that to happen, as we move forward. Please, that should be an item that should always be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Enrique Bernal.
Dr. Bernal, thank you for being here with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Enrique Bernal, I live at 718 Valencia Avenue.
Mike, please. Thank you. We love to hear your voice.
Thank you. I live at Enrique Bernal, 718 Valencia Avenue, Biltmore Park condominium. Our building literally matches in size the proposed project. We're facing it. So we're the most affected, in a sense, by this project. And I'm here to really urge you to approve this project after 6 years of having been involved in the zoning of this area, being a tree lover that has consistently spoken for maintaining our tree canopy. I was the president of the board of directors of the association for several years. I personally have had 4 meetings with all of the owners of the property. And, we have appeared at the neighborhood meetings, up to 12 of us, okay, to support this project. We have faced a situation where we got rezoned to 190 feet for a while. We finally, with the help of the mayor and a number of other commissioners, turned that around. At one time, the city had given a permit, or seriously considered a permit, to make 160 apartment rental units in this project. We're so happy to see this beautiful development in front of us. And we have suffered for all the trees. I mean, my place, from my bedroom, my terrace, and anything else, I see all of these 91 trees. And we suffer for the loss of the trees. But at the same time, we realize that, this is probably the best that we can ever get, and it's so consistent with this elegant architecture that MG has developed, what they originally considered to be the Biltmore Square, and they're bringing it to reality and doing a great quality job. And they have kept, all their commitments to protection of the canopy. In the 6 years that I've been involved with them, they're doing it in the Gables Village. So for myself, and I believe I'm representing all the owners of our property, I would say, please approve this project, subject to all the conditions that you're proposing. By the way, in the corner of the Soto and the fountain, the city just removed a huge oak tree from there. It was, something was wrong with it, but they just cut it in the last 6 months. So there's an ideal place that is within a few blocks.
You're talking about the area where there was power lines going through?
No, it's if you're coming up.
Soto and what?
The Soto, you come up from Valencia, you hit the fountain, you do like 75 degrees, and right there in that corner of the Soto and Granada, they removed a huge tree.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It died. It
And
was
that's
hit by a
an
lightning
ideal
strike.
site, it's huge.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we all don't live forever. And if they're hit, if we're struck by lightning or termites.
Right. Well, there is a
Answer.
whole site, and I don't think that there are any power lines. And
You have to have the route. You know, we can look
right.
at these options and,
But I'm sure that we would all
We will.
be glad to go and look for sites with you.
so, yeah, well, you know, you live very close to that
Yes.
site, so you can start walking it. We can walk
Absolutely.
together.
Yes,
So,
let's do it.
I'm going to take a stab at suggested language here.
Oh, yes, sure.
So, paragraph C, page 2, on-site trees.
Thank you, Doctor.
So that would be, just to be clear, that's section 2 of the resolution, subsection 3C.
Yeah, I don't have the full piece of paper up here. I'm using electronic. So thank you, City Attorney. On-site trees. Applicant shall seek commission approval on relocation of 8 trees, 6 specimen trees and 2 non-specimen trees. Period. In addition, applicant shall be responsible for canopy mitigation payments for any loss of tree canopy. And the rest of the paragraph remains the same. All collected tree canopy mitigation funds shall be allocated toward providing new shade trees on Valencia, Biltmore Court, Cardena, and Biltmore Way.
So may I suggest that we leave in the sentence that the applicant coordinates with Public Works on that, and then comes back that the relocation plan requires city commission approval? In other words,
They can
to work with
coordinate.
staff, right?
Yeah,
But the plan would require city commission approval.
Plan would require city commission approval, and, you know, there are 8 oaks. No, there are specimens, 6 of them are specimen, 2 additional trees. And I've walked the site and I've gone through it with our landscape director, are eligible for being relocated. They're small enough and they can move to any city park, you know, whether it be Salvador Park or any other park that we need some shade trees in. I know that even in the children's play area, there's a bench without shade over on the west end. You know, the gumbo limbo could go there. The oak could go there, whatever Public Works deems to be appropriate.
The gumbo is in the count of 8 that you just mentioned, or is it 8 oaks and the gumbo?
We have 8 specimen oaks on the site. Okay, 6 of them are movable, you know, candidates for moving. 1 is very damaged because it's underneath the power lines. The other one is too close to the one tree to be moved because it's within a 10-foot distance. There's not enough root ball space, and they're too large to move off-site together. So
those are 7 and 8, just, that would be the 7 and 8.
That's 7, and then there's 2 smaller trees. One is a narrow, tall gumbo limbo, can be laid flat and taken to another site. And the same is true with the other oak tree. It's small, it's a baby. It can be taken to one of our city parks somewhere. Again, the appropriate location will be determined by Public Works.
Mario?
I think, go ahead, by all means.
Because it's come up on several neighborhood meetings, the issue of the on-street parking. And so what the existing conditions are, there's basically 4 sort of garden apartment buildings with 22 units, 17 units, 22 bedrooms. So that would generate a requirement of 21 parking spaces. Currently, the site had 12 parking spaces on site. So whatever wasn't accommodated on site would have flowed out to the street. So of the 22, 12 were accommodated on site, 10 would have flowed out to the street. So right now, so there was 14 spaces on the street, 10 of which were taken up by the residents of the apartments. So we're not none of our parking, none of the George's parking is overflowing. So basically, even though we are reducing the parking count on the street, we're also greatly reducing the need for parking on the street. Because of that 14, 10 were being occupied by the overflow, leaving only 4. We're providing 7 parking spaces for all to use.
Right, and again, my concern is reduction of inventory of on-street parking. I understand the impacts that the building is going to have are going to be within the property, not on the street. And my comment was more in general of going forward, as a city, we need to figure out what our inventory is and what our need is and what our need is going to be with the new development projects that are being proposed in the area, because there's a couple. Some of them are already under construction, have limited parking, just to ensure that we're not removing parking spaces that we are going to be needing in the near or far future.
So, Mario, if I may, we have a long agenda today. So we have 2 issues that are at hand, right? Number 1 is the trees, which the Vice Mayor has laid out. I think we have that, we can check that off. We're good?
I would say so. I mean, I think the consensus is we come back with a plan regarding tree relocation and, if necessary, tree mitigation also, too.
Perfect, but we're really shooting for tree relocation.
Understood.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, the Commissioner's comments about parking. How are we addressing that?
The impact of the project itself, like we were discussing, it reduces on-street parking from 14 spaces that are available right now to 8 or 7, depending on exactly what design we use with the bump outs. So there is some reduction of parking on this block, but the fact that we're providing 52 parking spaces, 4 parking spaces per unit, I think addresses what the direct impact of this project is.
Are you willing to make any concessions there? If not, what are we doing here?
So what happens is that if we have to provide more parking, then it's less street trees.
Yeah.
Right now, that side of Valencia is unwalkable. If you walk in the afternoon when the sun is coming down, it's very hot. And so what we're trying to do is, we've studied the spacing of the trees. What is the right spacing in order to create a walkable canopy? And that's how we have arrived at this plan. The way we've arrived at this plan is by studying sort of the combination parking space and tree spacing in order to create canopy, in order to create walkability. And so we are reducing the on-street parking load right now with this project.
I'll make it simple.
Let me just add something. Give me 1 second. So my next question is the same one that I always ask Mario, and he knows the next question is, how big, because this goes back to the Vice Mayor's comments, how big are the trees that you're providing us? Please, I always say the same thing, nothing new, not here to hurt anybody's feelings.
Yep.
Let's not cut the ribbon on the tree. Let's not cut the ribbon on the property. Everybody's moved in, everybody's super happy, and we have 10-foot trees. Please.
The condition of approval requires 16.
So I'm going to,
We're providing 20 to 22, and they're coming from North Florida.
so yeah,
So they're
I
not
mean,
available here.
just to have perspective, the 2 that I put in on Palermo from my father's house, one was 25 feet, the other was 28 feet. So, I mean, it'll give you an idea what that size of tree looks like. I mean, if you can get them and they can be, brought down and trucked in and so forth, I think it would look great on your property.
And what type of trees are they?
Right now, we're thinking about Oaks, because Oaks is what's happening across the street and in search of that pretty oak canopy.
The problem is it takes a long time to grow.
So.
You know, mahoganies grow a little faster. But they have the seed, obviously, which bothers
So,
people.
yeah, I've had my oaks grow 4 feet a year. So I'm going to make a couple more comments on the parking issue. We have a building coming in to the east, used to also burden the on-street parking. It's going to internalize the parking needs for that building in the building. So in a way, we're having a net reduction on on-street parking demand because now we're parking cars inside of the buildings instead of what was happening there historically for years. And I do appreciate Ms. Carbonell's comments about preserving buildings, but we're long past the evaluation of historical, nature of those buildings, and I can't turn back time. I cannot, historically designate something that's already been past the deadline on historic designation. And I've also read the comments about oak trees and whether or not they'll survive here in the future. And I embarked on some research because what is the range for live oak trees, whether the temperatures the live oaks can withstand, what's the sweet spot temperatures that they do well in. And I'm happy to report to you that even the city of El Paso, where it's like a blast furnace, when I was there, going from the courthouse to the restaurant to get across the street, has on its street plan for street trees live oaks. Okay, so if planted right, you put in silver cells, you provide adequate, the proper amount of irrigation, and oaks love water. They can sit in water for 6 weeks. They should do well. But again, it's the devil's in the details and how they're planted and how they're irrigated.
Okay. So we haven't, so you're, in regards to parking, where are we? It's the
With
same.
regards to parking, I think stay the same. I mean, there's a little bit of a debate between applicant and staff whether should there be 7 or 8 spaces reserved on site. We're on the side of 7, they're on the side of 8. We really think 7 makes sense because of the trees, I think. But
So the
if,
trade-off is parking, more parking, less trees.
One parking space versus, when I spoke to folks in certain areas, the tree canopy was the most important issue for them, especially since we have 4 parking spaces per unit, covered parking, coming in through the alley, instead of having the vehicles out there on the street. So I think that takes care of the needs of the units as well as, any people that need to provide service too.
All I would say is I would want the parking director to sign off on the necessary number of parking spaces based on her assessment. It is a fine line because we do want larger trees, and in order to get the larger trees, we need more space to plant them. We are losing a large amount of tree canopy in this property, and we have to move it to the swale area. And I do see that your building will be moving the parking on property, but again, it's about the general area. I don't want to throw out, this building is fixing the problem, but others are not, and we're still going to have the impact. When we restriped, we lost parking spaces because the prior striping wasn't done adequately. So we lost about 14 parking spaces. And it seems like year over year, new projects, MG's other projects have removed parking all over the swale. So we have had a large impact in parking in this area over the last few years, and we haven't removed density from this area generally. So that's my concern with the parking. With the tree, I'm in agreement with the vice mayor's plan on bringing that back to the commission.
Yeah, I'm 3 blocks basically away from the 700 block of Valencia. I get to walk and look at the parking situation on practically a daily basis.
So
there's space.
I want to,
yes,
just real brief. Normally, I'm for additional parking, but the fact that, like I said, you have 4 car spots per unit, which isn't the norm. You're going above and beyond. You shouldn't have to pay for the fact that others haven't done what you're doing. And the fact that your project, everyone here is in total agreement, is an absolutely gorgeous project. Something that it will only enhance the area to now start taking away tree canopy, which enhances the beauty of that project, not only for the people that live there, but everyone around there, for an additional 1 or 2 spots is counterproductive to me. You have something that's amazing, and we shouldn't be chipping away at it. We should find a way to obviously find a balance, but not take away from what you're designing or creating.
So I make a motion with the conditions previously enumerated for approval.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hope you all have a good day.
Have a nice
Thank
day.
you. For anybody interested in trees, the Adopt a Tree next event is July 20th. You can sign up to get your trees.
Thank you very
Moving on-
much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2.3.
Mayor, I don't know if there's anyone here in this item, or do you want me to just read it?
Yeah, that's fine.
So 2.3 is a resolution of the Coral Gables Retirement Board recommending that the City of Coral Gables Commission stay the course and continue to make additional payments to fund the pension unfunded liability as agreed to with the Retirement Board, Resolution 2015-271, and past practices, so that unless there are unexpected market conditions, the unfunded liability is fully paid off by 2032.
What is Mr. Clerk, is there any comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
What is the will of the commission?
Duly noted?
We have budget meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
No action has to be taken, it's
I'll
just
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No. Commissioner
Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item 2-4.
I don't know if there's anyone here on this one. Do you want me to just read it? So this one is 2.4 is a resolution of the Coral Gables Budget and Audit Advisory Board recommending that the City of Coral Gables Commission maintain the millage rate of 5.559 mils for fiscal year 2024 to 2025.
What is the will? Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
I'll move it.
I'll second it. Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
I'd like to defer to the budget meeting tomorrow.
Mayor Lago?
No. But if I will take a quick moment to just put something on the record, I think it's important. I think it's important for tomorrow's meeting. I will be discussing lowering the millage rate and having a conversation with our finance director. We can have the conversation tomorrow because it's been a long meeting, but I'm going to be requesting to lower the millage rate by 2%. There's a handful of cities that I've been able to get in touch with. It's been a scramble to try to get in touch with everybody who are lowering their millage rate this year, and multiple other cities that are in the consideration phase. So I think it's a great opportunity to build consensus on the commission and lower the millage rate. I'll be providing tomorrow facts on the opportunities and why I think it's apropos that we move in that direction. Okay, so we'll save it for tomorrow in consideration of everybody's time tonight, because I know it's been a long day.
Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
I didn't vote, by the way.
For what?
You
Did
did? Yeah.
No, I didn't. I voted no. Did I?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
voted
you
no.
voted.
I don't remember, so it's been a
Voted
long.
no.
It's been
Mayor deferred.
It's been so long day. I don't even know. Let me just finish one more thing. Okay, I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything that's time certain.
No.
1 second.
All right, motion for a bathroom break?
Can you just give me 1 second? I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Well, you can review it during the break.
No, but I want to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Nobody's here waiting. Mr. Clerk, do we have anything else that's pending time certain?
No, sir.
All right. Well, we'll take a 5-minute bathroom break. Okay. Cool. We'll do it right now. Mr. Clerk, you ready? All right. All right, let's get started. We were at 2-4.
And on 2-4, I just need to clarify, my vote was a no. I know I said deferred, but clerk said I needed to be clearer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to item E1 on second reading, ordinances.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code, amending section 14-202.6 building site determination to facilitate building site determination applications, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Hello. So there has been no changes to this item since first reading. It did go to Planning and Zoning Board. They didn't particularly like some of the aspects of it, understandable. But here we are, second reading.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's close the public comment. I'm gonna see if we can run through as many things as possible. I know everybody wants to get home early, at a respectable time. Does the commission have any comments they'd like to add? I have a few, but I defer to the sponsor.
I'll move it after your comments.
Okay, my comments are simple. I'm a no vote on this. I wasn't aware, I didn't expect to get so many comments and phone calls from residents in regards to the potential door that this opens in regards to the lot splits. I've been on this board for a long time, and when I started on the Planning and Zoning Board, the existing formula that we had served as a real understanding and a path moving forward if you had an interest in producing a lot split. To me, we've always been very careful in regards to the lot splits to make sure they follow a certain criteria, and I think that this will open the door to the South Gables to have lot splits proliferation, in my opinion, and I think that is something that makes South Gables special. Bigger lots, and I've just decided that, in my opinion, I'm siding with the Planning and Zoning Board, and I'm not going to be supporting this today.
This only gives them access, partial access, to be able to come up to the commission and ask for permission. That's basically it. It's not a guaranteed lot split.
Yeah.
But if I may clarify, I just want to put on the record, I never said guarantee. There's no guarantee. At the end of the day, it's at the will of the commission. You can meet all the criteria, and the commission can still say no. For example, you can meet all the criteria for historic preservation, and the commission still can say no. So there's no guarantee. I never said that. But it opens a door that was never opened before. So, and I want to preserve that there be less lot splits in the city. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. The way the language is in F1, the majority of the existing building sites, if lot splits were permitted, the majority is 51%. If all of a sudden you have a lot split, and another lot split, another lot split, all of a sudden then the South Gables starts to look like the North Gables because the lots, the majority of which is tilted once you begin the lot splitting process. So, no, I'm not in favor. I'll concur with the Planning and Zoning Board.
Do we have a motion and a second?
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. Moving on to E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards and Committees, Division 11, South Waterways Homeowners Association Advisory Board, to rename the board to the Coral Gables Waterfront Communities Homeowners Association Board, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. There have been no changes since first reading.
No
Mr.
changes.
Clerk?
Happy to answer any questions.
Sorry about that. Mr. Clerk, are there any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Does the commission have any comments?
I'll move it.
Sure, do you want a second?
I'm good.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards and Committees, Division 3, Trial Board, to amend the terms of the trial board members to align with general city policy, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and there have been no changes since first reading.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'd entertain a motion. I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E6, because E5 was deferred.
I think we missed E4, sir.
E4.
Then I'm out of place here. E4. Yes, excuse me, we did. I checked it off too quickly.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, implementing provisions of the 2023 to 2025 collective bargaining agreement between the city and the FOP, amending Section 46-25 definitions, amending Section 46-253 normal retirement income, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. There have been no changes since first reading.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Motion?
Motion?
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E6.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 15, notices, Section 15-102, notice to require mail notice for Mediterranean bonus applications before the Board of Architects, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, this is related to E7, but E7 is just on for your consideration. There will be no vote at this time. It's a resolution amending the fee schedule.
Okay.
Thank you. So I have one simple slide to show. So this is going to require a mail notice for any time the Board of Architects reviews an application for the Mediterranean bonus or Mediterranean design. Anytime that they're asking for some kind of bonus, it will be required to have a mail notice to residents within 1,000 feet. Or if they're required to go through the whole conditional use process and rezoning, that might increase 15,000 feet just because of ease. But so that'll be administered by staff. And that's related to the resolution for additional, I believe it was $4,000 for the fee to be paid by the applicant for staff to do that mailing. We discussed it at the last meeting. Any questions?
No, I mean, this pairs well. I really planned on bringing this myself, along with the Mediterranean design improvements, conceptual review with, that's being heard by planning and zoning tomorrow. The proposed language is to have a mandatory conceptual review process, and this will pair very well with that. So that the Board of Architects was very, very clear that they wanted to hear public comment early on before they start tweaking the designs and someone goes back and forth several times to save everybody a lot of time to hear the concerns of the community at the time. So you can look at the context, for instance, in the neighborhood early on rather than after someone has already moved further along in their planning stage. So, Commissioner, I planned on bringing this at the same time. This is good right now for this to be brought now. I'm happy to move it if none of you
I'll second it.
have any other comments.
No. Okay. Is there any public comment? Mr. Cruz? Sorry, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
I'm a little confused because I thought it was E6, and she said it was a resolution and it says ordinance in the paper. So we're talking about E7, correct?
No, so the- E6 is the ordinance that's on for the commission to vote up or down. And then E7 it's just there for the commission's consideration. It's a resolution that will be considered next meeting if E6 passes on second reading next meeting.
And Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, and I support E6 and E7.
Well, we won't vote on E7 today. Next time.
Okay.
I seconded that motion.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. Who made the motion?
Anderson, seconded by Castro.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Let's see if we can run through these city commission items. F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the placement of an additional flagpole on the Biltmore Way side of City Hall.
think we've all received some information. We already have 3 flagpoles at the Public Safety Building. It's standard operating procedure. My intent is simple. American flag always remains by itself. State of Florida, Coral Gables flag remains by itself, and the third flag can be whatever you need to put on there. If it's autism awareness, if it's the LGBTQ awareness month, if it's cancer awareness, if it's celebrating the centennial, if it's whatever that may be you want to celebrate, and it's consensus of the commission and the will of the people, we put it on the third pole.
Happy to second it.
Pretty simple.
Looking at the image, it would go proposed where?
This is what I'm just in an effort to just I'm not trying to.
No, I'm just
saying, in an effort to be efficient today.
Yeah.
You can decide where you want it. I don't even care.
Okay.
I just think it's
whatever staff decides is best.
Okay.
Just leave it alone.
Whatever
You
staff
figure
decides
out where you want it. You guys design where it. You guys put it. All I know is that we
Make
need
a motion if it has
every
a-
other city has the 3 flagpoles. We should do it, and it's simple. And by the way, please let's replace the American flag. It looks horrible.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does. I thought we.
And I think the city flag was also in pretty bad shape.
And Mike Mena, Vice Mayor Mena, proffered a wonderful piece of legislation, which was recycling American flags and state flags and Coral Gables flags that is recycled in the proper way that pays homage and respect to Old Glory. So let's make sure that we're following those protocols that are in place already by the Vice Mayor.
Just one clarification, the resolution is drafted said on the Biltmore Way side, but it sounds like the commission wants to leave it up to staff's determination.
Whatever staff says
Okay,
is
so we'll amend
appropriate,
it.
whatever doesn't insult Merrick's statue, whatever's in the best location, which doesn't get in the way of utilities or anything like that. I want to move forward with that and not have a situation where we're bogged down in bureaucracy.
Don't cut down any trees to do that.
There you go. Another point. Don't cut down any trees. And make sure it's lit, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F2 is simple. We've had multiple meetings with residents. Everybody here is getting calls about the fact that there are 30, 40, 50, potentially even 60 locations, correct? That are defined to receive speed tables. People are frustrated. They want their infrastructure now. I know that we're approving more subcontractors to commence work on.
Well, we're not there yet, but that's the
coming-
plan.
that's coming
for
up.
later this year. Yes.
My point is that this is an opportunity here to address all these issues. But I want to be clear. I've already gotten phone calls from people. If you give it to one street, you've got to give it to them all. At least the ones that have met the criteria. If you have not met the criteria and you have not received the approval, you're not going to get traffic calming that is temporary. But if you have received the approval and you're a year away, 2 years away, I don't want to just give it to one person and then everybody else is clamoring, why did that person get it? And they have to wait 3, 4, 5 months until permanent traffic calming comes in, and then they remove that temporary and they put it in that neighborhood. I think it's fair if we're going to do it for one neighborhood that's waiting a year. By the way, that's my neighborhood. I don't get traffic calming for the next year in my neighborhood. I've been waiting 5 years for it since we implemented this project. So I think it's the appropriate thing to do. I don't think it has to be politicized. I just want to move on with it.
Can we move up the balloting for those that have already met the qualifications to be able to?
The thing about the balloting, usually what goes with the balloting is the design.
That's not the issue.
So
the issue is not the balloting. The issue is the design, and also the fact that we have a limited amount of funding per year, and you can't attack 50, 60 things at once. This is just about getting temporary traffic calming and putting it in places so you alleviate people's concerns who have been waiting 4 or 5 years. They can have this temporary traffic calming for a year, for example, in my neighborhood, and then when the permanent infrastructure comes in, it's no longer an issue. You take that temporary and you relocate it to another area.
And I think we're in agreement. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm trying to move up the balloting process with just a preliminary design to make sure you don't put in a temporary infrastructure there and then the residents don't want it.
No, Commissioner, that's not the issue.
So we have right now 8 speed tables that have been balloted and have been ready to go. And weather permitting, it takes about a week and a half to 2 weeks per table to be constructed, right? The additional close to 50 that are pending, there is no preliminary design done. And we probably won't have the preliminary design done for most of them until probably the later half of this year and maybe into early next year. In fact, I believe the consultants, because our contract expires, the pool of consultants that are going to be doing that design, I believe they're in one of the upcoming pending commission items.
And may I add something to that, just to put it on the record? We had an item that we budgeted for a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, which was the line item for traffic calming. That line item is no longer realistic. Because how much is that line item?
Well, I think the original is 1.4 million. That was what's budgeted on year to year.
How much do you think it's gone up in 1 year?
It's hard to
Design and
tell.
construction.
The designs, we noticed that they're going up significantly. The one thing that we don't know, and I think I mentioned this in a prior meeting, is that we've had some of these traffic circles that have been rejected at a significant savings for now. Some of them now, at least one is coming back with an alternative. So it's kind of like right now we have about 50 new speed tables that we have on the request. We have a number of traffic. So I don't know where that trade-off is going to end up,
While we're saving money on those traffic, on those traffic circles, that's not real because you have the other 50 that are desperately in need of it. So literally that money's going to be immediately gobbled up by the other areas that want it. So what I'm talking about is, look, this is what I do for a living. Construction is up through the roof. Concrete continues to go up. All these speed tables are made of concrete. The design, the engineering has gone up. The reason why I bring that up is because if you have an allocated budget of $1.4 million, correct? And then you're telling me, I'm just making sure Melissa gives me the yes that I'm correct. So once you have that 1.4 million and then you gobble up more this year because your design has gone up, and then you gobble up a little bit more because concrete's gone up, rebar's gone up, labor's gone up, you're no longer as effective as you were before. So what ends up happening is this project, and you're not saying this, I'm saying this, and you can educate the manager and the commission on this. The project that was supposed to last 5 years, it's not gonna last 5 years. Because while we budgeted 5 years ago to do all these sections and all these areas, the cost of construction has skyrocketed along with design. So we have less money to deliver on our goals, and more people are asking for traffic calming.
Right now, we have about 50 locations we're pending data for. We don't know how many of those will qualify. And one of the things that we've seen is that as we build them, there's some abutting streets who maybe we didn't get a request to begin with. Now they say, hey, include us too. So yes, the list continues to grow.
We've been dealing with that on a few emails in the last 2 weeks. We met with the gentleman. So my point is, if we're gonna give it to one person, we're gonna get everybody else is gonna start screaming that, I have to wait another year and a half for my traffic calming because I'm waiting in the queue and it's not coming because, there's only so much bandwidth and there's only so much of a budget. So as the year comes to an end and we exhaust that budget, we've got to wait till the following year to start installing, the traffic calming, which is permanent. So this is a solution that buys us time with individuals, at least a year and a half or a year, and we give it to everybody. And as we start installing, permanent, we can get rid of the temporary and install it in areas in the city that maybe at the end of the day they say we don't want it, but at least they got to try it.
Okay. I don't think that we need 60 of them. After talking to staff, I think the appropriate number would probably be 30. Everybody's not going to qualify at the same time. These are temporary. After one comes off, because the permanent one's coming, then we can go ahead and use it for the other resident. Stage 1 is the ask. Stage 2 is the police accumulation of data. Stage 3 is qualifying, and Stage 4 is vote of the residents. We could go ahead and do it between Stage 3 and Stage 4, or I would suggest better after Stage 4 because it's the residents want it. You're not going to put it before, and then the residents don't want it. It's really a waste of money and time.
You know what makes me happy? That you agree with me. And that's what I told you.
The only thing is, I don't think we need to invest on 60. I think it's a waste of money.
I never said 60.
So what did you say?
Oh, I said that. How many do we have now?
Right now, we have about 56 pending in total.
Already ready to go. Can we sign them up?
No, we only have 8 that are ready to go.
Okay, after those 8, how many do we have?
48-ish, close to 50.
And we could install them today?
We have 8 that are ready to be installed.
Okay, but not permanent. I'm talking about if we could do right now, how many can we do that are temporary?
Well, temporary because they're smaller.
Yes.
We could, get a measuring tape and put them on the street.
Just like we didn't build more drive.
So we can actually go ahead and, with measuring tape and figure out where we put them. There is no guarantee, though, that when you design the full one, which with the concrete and a little bit larger, that most likely they're gonna go in the same place, but it's not a full guarantee because sometimes you have driveways in the way. So usually, this is why we usually have a preliminary design before we put to ballot, so that people have sometimes we get folks who don't want them in front of the property. More often than not, they get ruled by the block as a whole. But we will be putting the temporary probably towards the middle of the block where it makes sense. When the full design is done, there also in some instances, there may be some drainage consideration as well, which the temporary won't cost, right? Because they're a little bit smaller footprint. It doesn't cause as much of a disruption to the existing issue. So, it's something that we go get, with a measuring tape and go ahead and install. But when we go for the concrete one, we still need to do a preliminary design. We still need
Right,
to.
but I guess the question is, how many would you be able to, if we were to say, this is the money, how many can you literally put up right now?
I have,
That the residents have voted.
no, the only one that have voted is the 8.
So in what stage are we that we can say we're ready to put it?
So the only ones that we have balloted for are the 8 that are being scheduled for construction. So we have right now, later on this, one of the pending items, we're gonna get new consultants on board. They're gonna have to do the preliminary design, then we go to ballot. So we expect a lot of those to be done sometime between the end of this year and early next year, and then they'll be ready.
Give me a number.
But let me
of how
explain to
many.
you. The only reason why he has 8 is because he only has the bandwidth to do 8. So he's gone out there and gotten those balloted and said, okay, these are the next 8 that we're gonna do. If you go and you get, let's say 30, I don't care how many it is. 30, 40, whatever the number is, whatever, how about this? Whatever makes you happy. I just want to get them done. I bring it up. Listen, hold on one second. Stop. I bring it up, and it's just always the intent is to change the legislation. I don't care.
No.
You want 30?
That
How about we
makes
do
me happy
this?
there.
How about I do this? I'll do 31 and a half. Okay.
Dale.
Okay. Look. So
It's
my
okay.
point is this. Let me give you my point. My point is this. My point is that if tomorrow you can go out and ballot 31 people, 31 homeowners and say, are you interested in traffic calming? We're going to give you temporary while you wait a year or 2 years for the permanent to come as we catch up. You're going to start seeing people say, yes, I want it. Of course I want to try it. I want to alleviate. I mean, everybody here is getting the phone calls about traffic. I want to alleviate my neighborhood. I want to see the traffic slow down. We're never, and we tell everybody the same thing, we're never going to stop people from coming in your neighborhood. We're a cut-through city. There's no other choice. But the whole point is to slow traffic down. So the issue is simple. If you go out there and you speak with the 60 homes that are left, and you say, hey, would you like traffic calming? I would love to see the number. Maybe 80%, 90% would say, yes, give me the temporary right now, and then we install it. If we get the 31 or 32 or 28 installed, and then we move on to the next batch, then that's a good problem to have. Then we have to buy 10 more, or 15 more, or 20 more. So I just want to start the process of alleviating the traffic calming. So
Would you be willing to just instructing staff to come back to us at the August meeting with the number of temporary, the funding and the number that we could put in?
We know the funding.
So just to clarify.
Well, but this is to find the funding.
We can come up with a plan to put as many temporary as the commission will direct us to, right? It's only a matter of figuring out the funding, which I think that's already been discussed internally.
So the manager has the funding, let's put it.
And, then now, those locations that we put in this, most of them will not be balloted, right? So the question to the commission, would you like us to send them some kind of a ballot ahead of time, or how would you like us to go about that?
Would you be able to?
We can, obviously, the time stretches a little bit, but it's a matter of, it won't be, we'll do something a little simpler and a review with a general circle of where the speed table will do, temporary. I mean, we could do whatever the commission directs us to. Depending on how many you tell us, it will take a little longer. It will definitely be a lot shorter than waiting for the concrete one to be constructed.
I would feel more comfortable.
And the question we will have to the commission is how many would you like us to proceed with?
So,
We
Mayor,
reached the
if I-
31.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going back and forth a number of
You're
times.
cute.
We will be having an option coming to us from the county, and I know our traffic engineer in the back of the room And thank you for being here. I know you've been under the weather. Has been working on trying to get a smaller speed table approval from the county. So these temporary speed tables can help serve two purposes. We can send out the balloting, say temporary speed table, and it'll give us time to get approval for some of the smaller speed tables that can go more appropriately in the middle of the block. I mean, some blocks like Almeria, if you've noticed in the 400 block, it's kind of close to Lejeune, but it's more appropriate there because that's where the speeders are coming from. But in some of the blocks, it's on an odd spot. It's almost where you're stopping. It's like, why even bother having a speed table here? Because it's a little too late by the time you get there. So ballot for a temporary speed table while awaiting final design and approval and final balloting. I know
And construction for the larger, right.
And while you're at it, add a line in there. Please note, we cannot construct when it's raining. I know that's obvious, but I've had that question from certain individuals multiple times on that 400 block in Almeria. They don't understand that we can't pour cement when it's raining. You can't let, you know.
Not safe for the guys either.
No, it's not safe either, so.
I'll second that.
Madam Vice Mayor, the intent was always to ballot. The intent was to get approval. It was, you don't install.
True.
You don't install these items. I'm just saying to my colleagues in the commission that they seem that they may be confused about. Our intent was we're going to go install these tomorrow, all 60 of them, or 50 of them, or 40, or 30, or 28, or 29, or whatever the number is. That was never the intent. The intent was to be proactive and get out there and address the speeding issues in the neighborhood. So I'm not, there's.
So I'm happy to
You're
hear
not getting me on that. Like, that's not the point. That's not even, that's an afterthought. That's an afterthought. The intent is you're not going to install somebody in somebody's neighborhood and they wake up in the morning and be like, I didn't approve that.
Well,
I didn't want that. So my point is that that's an afterthought. I just want to move forward with build consensus. The commission has an arbitrary number of 30, even though we have a need of 60. Let's move on with the 30. I don't have a problem. It's not hurting me. It's the people who want this traffic calming who call every single one of us and say, I want it today. And if commission, and look, I'll even do it even better. If staff, through the manager's office, says, we did the 30, it's been gangbusters, and we got another 30 that was offered, listen, bring it to the next commission meeting and say, we need another 30, and we're going to ballot another 30 if you give us the approval for the funding. I'm flexible and willing to work with anybody, but this is safety, and I'm asking to, let's not, go back and forth and kick the can on the curb another 2 months till the August 27th meeting. Let's deal with this traffic calming issue now, and let's get them working on it. In 2 months, what can you do in 2 months? Can you start the balloting process?
In 2 months, yeah, we can probably have the ballot sent out.
Wait, we can do that. So that's a big step forward. And we can order, let's say we order 15 of them in the next 2 months.
And right, and that's our question. We'd like your direction to tell us how many you're gonna buy. And then in order to expedite the process, we'll also be asking you to authorize the manager to sign off on a bid waiver.
Yep.
Right, so is there a price point that we can leave it to staff's direction here? It's 15 or 16, so we can start getting this ball moving forward?
Vice Mayor, excuse me. I think the 30 temporary speed tables is probably the right number, maybe a couple more than we need. You never know when you have difficulty installing, damaging while installation. That's going to run, our calculation is about $165,000.
Okay.
I've identified, actually our budget office has identified the funding out of the mobility impact fees that are unassigned. Right now, that's a balance of $400,000, so we have enough. So what we need is just authorization to procure the funding.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
And a bid waiver.
I'll move it.
I'm happy everybody's on board. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's get this going.
Can we make sure that any resolution that you pass now amends the current budget for that 100 and so thousand and appropriates the funds to be used for that expense? And then also, as Hermes mentioned, in order to procure it, he'll need authorization within that item to allow the manager to sign a bid waiver.
Give me 1 second. So what you just said right now, Mr. Clerk, can you please include her language?
Yes, sir.
Into the
So we'd amend the
Into the
budget to
resolution.
recognize
Yes.
mobility impact fees to fund the 100 or so thousand that he mentioned.
And
So
Madam City
moved.
Attorney, did you have something you wanted to say?
Just regarding the bid waiver, this would require a bid waiver as well, which requires commission approval because of the amount.
I understand. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment here?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F3.
F3.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Would you like me to read it first?
Yes, that would be helpful.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 5th, 2024, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking whether the city charter should be amended to require an inspector general with certain powers, including the power to subpoena witnesses, either by the Miami-Dade County Inspector General or other city-appointed Inspector General, provided that such office's appointment, term, functions, and powers shall be further established by ordinance, providing for requisite ballot language, providing for procedures for balloting, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date. The Deputy City Attorney can present what the resolution provides.
Good afternoon, everybody. Believe it or not, the title pretty much summarizes this entire item, but it calls for a special election in November of this year for consideration by the city as electors of a potential charter amendment. The ballot question, as proposed here, is in the resolution, as is the notice of special election and the draft charter language itself. So happy to answer any specific questions about it, but generally it calls for this item to be placed on the November 5th, 2024 ballot for consideration by voters. If adopted by a majority, then it would be made a part of our charter.
Okay. So we previously heard items. I know that any questions, folks?
Budget
Madam
questions.
Finance Director?
Huh?
Go ahead.
I just, I didn't know if someone was concerned about this item. We previously had a proposed ordinance that came before the commission with regard to having an inspector general for our city. In the interest of what folks here have expressed, both at the Charter Review Committee and contacting each and every one of us regarding the need for transparency, for trust, for proper process moving forward, to make sure that this is something that is memorialized in our city charter sooner rather than later, because there are concerns with, various representations that have been made. I took seriously the accusations that were made the last time, and proper process is doing a balloting process. We're limited to 75 words on a ballot to amend the charter. So, therefore, we put forth this proposal to either have this come as a matter that the county commission can provide for an inspector general. I understand there's an interest by multiple cities in having an inspector general services provided. And this is a matter that one of our county commissioners has agreed to put on the September agenda for the county commission in order to facilitate not just our city, but many other cities that are looking for this type of transparency and trust and clarity in their cities, because there has been problems not just in our city, but other cities, in trying to regain a voter's trust in the system, and knowing that there are checks and balances in our city to address areas of concern. So with 75 words, I think we're up to 74 here.
I think we may have one word to play with. We'd have to double check. But yes, the word count is very limited for all charter amendments that the city will ever be proposing, are limited to 75 and 15 for the ballot title itself. There's also, like I mentioned, the actual charter language is not necessarily exactly the same as the ballot language, so the proposed charter amendment is also included here. But yes, we're very constrained by state law in those limits.
So I think the Vice Mayor covered all my points. I was working on this, then I spoke to the city attorney. She made me aware, obviously, that somebody else in the commission was working for the same thing. I said, I'll piggyback on this issue. I think it's point of transparency. I think it's an issue where we address all concerns. We take it to the voters. The voters can make the decision. And I think it's something that, again, we start getting ahead of it. We can start actually notifying residents now, making sure that they're aware of what's happening in regards to the Inspector General, the opportunity for them to have this. And we also continue to work in a fashion with Commissioner Cabrera, who I've had conversations with, who's doing everything in his power to help us on this front. And I think it's a good opportunity for this commission to put their best foot forward and say we're going to listen to the concerns of individuals in this community, and we're willing to move in the direction of having an Inspector General. So I think it's something that can unify us. So I look forward to your support.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. We continue beating a dead horse. It's been discussed, it's been discussed, it's been discussed. The decision was to send it to the Charter Review Committee. That's why the Charter Review Committee is available, is working. They are supposed to come back and suggest the Charter Review ideas that they have, and then it'll go to the people like the process is set up. I do not know why we keep beating the dead horse. I hope you all realize that you've discussed this 500 times and it's gone to the Charter Review already. It has been recommended to go to a Charter Review. Please stop.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. This is not a dead horse. It's a different horse. It's for the voters to decide, and we don't have to go through a petition process. The process is proper for this commission to decide to put something on the ballot. And if we want to hear from the voters, we can appropriately state that for the voters.
I mean, the outcome is the same, and I think it sends a strong message. That the commission as a whole supports an Inspector General.
Right.
We should all vote in favor of this. One less thing that the incredible group that's addressing things in the Charter Review has to deal with, and we move on from this, and we start already moving in a direction I think is a very positive direction. Mr. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers?
No, sir.
Okay. So, do my colleagues have any other comments on the issue? All right. Well, I'm going to make a motion in support.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Castro?
This would be bypassing the Charter Review Committee. There'd be no purpose for what we all voted for already, so my vote is no. It's going to go to the public anyway.
Commissioner Fernandez?
We've discussed this several meetings. We made a unanimous decision to send it to Charter Review, so I'm voting no.
Commissioner Menendez?
I believe we already voted to send it to Charter Review, so my vote is no.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
My vote is yes, because our vote to send it to the Charter Review is in lieu of passing an ordinance to establish the same process. It's time for the voters to speak. It's time for the voters to choose and stop delaying a process that will bring the transparency and clarity for our city and restore the trust of the voters in our commission. So my vote is yes.
Mayor Lago?
So my vote is yes, simply because, as it was said yesterday in the blogs, which I don't read, I get read to me because I won't read that garbage, is the simple fact that why would we want to politicize this issue? Why not just address the issue, have the commission come out and say, we want an Inspector General, 5-0 vote. When it goes to Charter Review, and if the Charter Review Committee makes the recommendation, it has to come, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, it has to come for ratification through the commission anyways. So
The Charter Review Committee makes recommendations to the commission, and the commission decides what goes on the ballot.
Well, at the end of the day, we can say this is important. We all view, at least two of us have said today, that the Inspector General is important, and we want an Inspector General. There were statements here about corruption. So let's have an Inspector General come here. Either it's one that we employ or one that the county helps us. And we already start working with the county on this effort for the next few months. Let's not waste time until November when we could already start working on this issue. I wish you'd stop playing politics and let's move forward on this. You've made statements. You've said that we need an inspector general. I'm ready to move forward. My vote is yes.
But the politics has already been played. We voted unanimously, saying that we were interested in having the charter review give us its recommendation on how to implement this office. This is trying to go back and reconsider creating it by ordinance, which is exactly what we said we wanted. Yes?
No. You're not going to confuse people.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
stop.
Yes.
Stop 1 second. Stop. Let's be
What it
very
says.
careful. Let's be very careful. This is not creating by ordinance. This is stating that a charter review this is stating that the inspector general will be sent to the voters to vote to be qualified and placed in the charter. This has nothing to do with an ordinance. What we're saying today is we don't want to do it by ordinance. We were correct. By an ordinance, it can be eradicated by the commission. We don't want that. We want it to go directly to the voters, who the voters can vote yea or nay, and if they vote in support of it, it can be added to our charter. That's exactly what this entire commission wants. I don't know why they oppose it.
So what's the purpose of the Charter Review Committee and the vote we just did last commission meeting?
Because this body has the ability to put stuff on the ballot, just like it has for annexation, just like it has for other things. Let the voters decide the issue. Let's stop gaslighting the voters to believe that there's an improper process going here. This is a proper process. If it wasn't a proper process, the city attorney would have told me so.
This has nothing to do with an ordinance. Zero to do with an ordinance. So stop saying it has to do with an ordinance. This is the commission sending a statement that says, we want the residents of this community to vote for an inspector general. Just like we've tried to do with the issue of a November election before, and that was also cut down. What you say is, there's the truth. You're speaking the truth. This is a politicized effort to continue dragging on so there can be more blogs like today and all these kind of ridiculous things written about the charter review. Then we're trying to circumvent the charter review. We're not circumventing the charter review. What we're doing is very clearly, we're saying this is so important that we want the voters for them to make the decision immediately. Make this decision in November. We don't want to waste any time or potentially miss the deadline. Madam City Attorney, what is the deadline to make it onto the November ballot?
Mr. Clerk, it's July
26.
So guess what? I'm 100% sure, I'll bet whatever you want, that the charter review is not going to make it. So you know what happens? You drag it on even further. You missed the deadline, so you drag things on even further. You continue talking about corruption. You continue talking about P-card malfeasance. You can continue talking about all these things that right now I'm saying, let's put the inspector general right now on the ballot in November. Let's not wait for 2 years. Let's put it on the ballot right now. But by not voting on this today, we missed the deadline. Then the next meeting is the late August. We can't put it on the agenda. The charter review is not going to make it in time to make recommendations, because you know what? Even if they did meet tomorrow and they said, these are the recommendations, guess what? We can't enact those recommendations until August 27th when we meet, so we miss November. That is the reason why there's opposition today to us moving forward on the Inspector General, because it's a great gaslighting opportunity to say there's corruption, there's corruption, there's corruption, there's corruption. And this is where we stand. So I'm telling you, let's move together. Let's do something together, 5-0. Let's move together with requests for an Inspector General and ask Kevin Cabrera to help us so we can minimize the cost.
I mean, we have the opportunity to get the county's help. Now it looks like you all aren't serious at all.
We've already voted.
5-0.
I know you already voted.
5-0, we voted last commission meeting to send it to charter review. So we did send a message.
Yes,
but the
because
problem is,
there wasn't a
whenever you
draft
don't
here.
win, you have to continue to bring it back under a new design to try to win again.
No, it's not
Yes,
about.
that's
when-
exactly what this is. You
it's-
love to talk about politicizing, but that's all you do. And members of this community are realizing the
You know
ones who
what?
are gaslighting this community are Rhonda Anderson and Vince Lago.
No,
You are the
Mr.
two
Fernandez.
who are gaslighting this community.
You
Trying
gaslighted-
to bring division with your little blogs, because you love to talk about blogs, but you're the one who's paying them.
I have listen, Mr. Fernandez, Commissioner Fernandez, I have no blog. You're the one that gaslighted this community when you called the effort to bring an inspector general as disingenuous effort to move forward to make sure that this city is representing the voters correctly. And in order to regain the trust of taxpayers, you have to have checks and balances. This is an effort to bring checks and balances in the same manner that is when the Charter Review Committee eventually gets around to bringing this to us, we will have to have the ballot language prepared, 75 words or less. This gets it on the ballot. The opportunity we have today is get it done today, as opposed to kicking the can much further down the road to continue this game that you have continued to play. Quit calling something disingenuous when I'm trying to use a proper process here to put something on the ballot for voters to decide. This is a proper process. Don't call it anything else than what it was, or otherwise you're calling our city attorney inept for having drafted this proposed language for a vote.
I make a motion to take on the next item on the agenda.
Pardon?
Make a motion to move to the next item on the agenda.
Yeah, we'll move to
It just
the
has
next
to be
item.
motioned and seconded, by the way, on Robert's rules, and we move on.
You know, that's fine, but you started.
Because I'm not going to continue to listen and take up staff's time. Staff is here past 5 o'clock, listening to the two of you bicker on having lost election, having lost votes in this commission because you're trying to do things the way it's not supposed to be done. Follow the rules, go through charter review. We have a member of the charter review committee who's been sitting here to listen to item F4 for about 3 hours. And you haven't taken that item up yet. You're a member of the charter review committee.
I know
So
my
let's
member-
move on to item F4.
We will move on to item F4. Again, you said improper process.
Yes.
Okay, we voted, we'll move on. But using the word improper process to gaslight the community is improper.
The truth. Mr. Clerk, I don't know if I asked you if we had any public comment. And we just went ahead with the vote. Did I tell you we had any public comment, or did we already do
At
that?
the time you did ask me, we had.
But I want to make sure I follow the proper protocol at the end of the day. Let's move on to F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2023-267 to allow the Charter Review Committee to consider questions and potential amendments to the city charter without the need for a joint meeting of the City Commission and the Charter Review Committee.
So this is just to simplify the initial resolution and allow the charter review committee to begin working immediately. I spoke to the chair. I've spoken to 2 other members of the charter review committee. This is a huge relief for them so that they can start working on addressing the items that are before them. They have received a lot of input from the community. I know I've spoken to at least 3 board members on what my concerns are, what I would like for them to look into. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I'll make a motion to move this on.
Before you move on, I'm going to second it. I'm in favor of it. But can I just get a simple response from you in regards to this? Can you admit, due to the fact that what the city attorney just mentioned, we're not going to make the November deadline with the charter findings that are going to be proffered to the commission? So
First off,
I'm just asking
the
you a
last
question.
time there was a charter review committee,
It was 8 years ago.
yes,
But it's
all
every
those
10.
items were heard in the April election. So now all of a sudden, this November ballot thing that you continue to push is your priority.
I'm saying November's the next election.
Coral Gables voters vote in April.
So you want it 2 years from now?
No, that's when it'll probably be coming up. They're going to start meeting effective
I'm
immediately.
just saying, I would want to have the most
we
people.
move
I would
this
want to have.
forward.
I would want to have the most people voting on.
No,
on
I want
whatever.
Coral Gables voters participating, and I want the Charter Review Committee, and that's the reason I'm putting this
Commissioner, but-
on this
but April-
agenda,
Commissioner-
so that the Charter Review Committee can begin work.
But the people who voted in November are Coral Gables residents.
Agreed.
But you just said you only want Coral
But you
Gables
just
residents.
want Coral Gables residents to vote on the items that are important to you.
No, they're not. I want
Yes.
everybody to vote.
Yes, because you were against them voting on annexation. No, that was Vice Mayor Anderson.
So I'm just, why don't be so aggressive. You're
No,
just
I'm
saying,
not the aggressive
You have to.
No.
Other people
you don't-
take
you don't
those.
have to-
Commissioner
you don't-
Fernandez, again, I must correct you. I'm in favor of voters voting on annexation. I prefer them to vote after we determine whether or not the folks wanting annexation have sufficient votes to pass it, so we didn't waste the taxpayers' time voting on an issue that would never happen.
And that's what we're doing with Charter Review. Charter Review is going to review the item of the Inspector General and give us advice on how to implement the Office of Inspector General so that voters can vote on the final product.
75
Not a pie in the sky. Try to figure it out now.
Well, what's a pie in the sky? Which it's a factual.
I don't want to
it's a
have to send it to voters twice.
It's a factual resolution which would be sent directly, would be supported by this commission. It would be sent directly
Okay,
to the voters.
it's okay. It's
I don't know how that's
I made a
factual.
motion to vote.
I have something to say.
All right.
I second his motion.
Perfect.
Well, I think the mayor seconded it.
Okay, well then.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm ready to vote.
I don't have an issue. My point is that let's not.
Do we have any public comment?
But
on
let's
this?
not fool
Yes, we do,
ourselves
Mel.
and other people that this is going to go to the voters now.
We do.
We do.
First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
I say
Okay. Next speaker is Annie Betancourt.
How are you, ma'am? Good to see you.
Welcome to Teatro Martí.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Hello and welcome to the manager. Annie Betancourt, 1261 Ortega Avenue, citizen of Coral Gables. I'm here to express my concern and my disappointment simply because I was really looking forward to have a joint meeting with all of you, because I strongly believe in dialogue and I strongly believe in collegiality and kind of having the transparency. I have been delightful to hear other issues such as trees and high density, but what is the point of having members of the Charter Commission or committee and not having this kind of dialogue with you? So I am very sorry that this is presented to not have a joint meeting. Honestly, I was really looking forward to have a joint meeting, because that's how we learn and how we have a dialogue. And it's an opportunity for me to understand where your thinking is coming from. Someone mentioned the fact that it's hard to put together the schedules of 10 people. Well, I haven't heard anything since we last had our public town hall meeting here. I haven't heard a thing. So I am concerned that we all jointly together are dragging our feet. And I am open to encourage you to continue the dialogue, continue moving forward, have a joint meeting as it was originally drafted, and frankly, that is all I have to say.
May I add something? May I add something very quickly? First of all, I want to say thank you for your service. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure. I was voting in favor of this because I was under the impression by the sponsor that this was something that was coming from the charter review, that you wanted this, that you wanted this to
eliminate?
Yeah, that's what I was basically made like under the impression that this is what was happening. I'm a no vote. If the charter review tells me you want a joint meeting, I'm in favor of
I believe that's the whole point, to have a joint meeting.
So I do want to clarify, the Charter Review Committee has not considered this question, right? So the original resolution.
But why are we pushing this?
The original resolution included a joint meeting.
Yeah, I know.
But the Charter Review Committee has not met to discuss or taken any votes or any action on
Commissioner
this.
Fernandez says that's what he's spoken to several charter review members, and that's what they wanted. I thought it was, again, I was taking him at face value, saying, yeah, maybe he's, but look,
I have not spoken to you.
One second.
And I have not spoken to you, but I spoke to three other members, and they wanted to get the process started.
I'll give you, let me just finish. Well, I try to not interject with people on boards. I don't speak to any of my board members and say before a vote, or I say,
Right.
I haven't spoken to the chairman, my appointee, Mayor Selesnik, about this issue.
Right.
I could call him and ask him, but I just wanted to respect, the chain of command that he has that he's serving at the pleasure of the city, and just like you are. But I don't see. To me, this doesn't make sense. I don't see why it's contrary. We're not willing to do the inspector general, but we're willing now to speed up and have a circumvent the actual ordinance that we wrote. Right. Which was in an effort to bring the commission and the charter review together. It doesn't make sense. So I was in favor of it because I was taking Commissioner Fernandez at face value. But I'm gonna tell you now, I'm a no vote on this, because why not? I would love to get. I've only been contacted once, and it was like, are you willing to meet? How's your schedule? I said I gave the dates that I'm available, and no one has ever contacted me. That was probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm available all summer. I already took my vacation, city manager. I mean, I know Lena in your office is good at herding up all the cats in the neighborhood. And, I would suggest that, take this under your realm and get the communications going. Because if we have a board member here that didn't receive a communication, then we have just another breakdown of communication. Let's see if we can get people rounded up, because I do believe with the dialogue that there's a benefit to it, and we'll end up with a better product.
The reason I co-sponsored this was because summer was coming, and I didn't want it to be more delayed. But whatever's the will of the committee at the end of the day.
But we need to be clear, the committee hasn't taken a position either way. So it's really not, we don't know what the committee's position is what
Nobody
I'm
has
trying to say.
contacted.
Right, but the committee can only act by having a public meeting to decide on even this issue. But the point is, it's right now, it's within the discretion of the commission, because the commission established the Charter Review Committee and convened the Charter Review Committee with those parameters, but it's up to you all whether you want to change them or amend them. But there is no position of the Charter Review Committee on this issue.
So my question here is, Gabby contacted me asking me if I was available on a certain date. Is everybody in consensus? Have we found a date, or are we still looking for a date? Or
We're still looking for dates, that the entire commission is available to meet.
I think the clerk was trying to check with the commission first before reaching
Before
out
going
to
to
the Charter
the
Review.
board.
Okay, well,
Let's find out. We'll find this. Let's put some dates out there, put a calendar together. It's like when I asked to move this meeting. I asked to move this meeting back or forward. Myself and one commissioner said yes. The other 3 commissioners said no. It's the first time in 11 years that we've had a commission that says no to moving something. No. Okay.
We're only
so
given
what?
one
So-
date.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we were only given one date. We were told the 23rd of September.
Commissioner.
Of July. That was the only
Commissioner,
option given to us.
Commissioner. That's wrong. 'cause
Well,
when I
that was what was given to us.
Show me in writing. Show me in writing. Show me it in writing.
We can get our staff in here.
Show me it in writing, because you know it's not in
July
writing.
23rd was the only date we
It's
were
not
given.
in writing. I'm not
Yes.
even in town. I'm not even in
Sorry,
town.
sir?
What was the date your office gave us?
It was not.
July 23rd was the only date that I was
No, it
given.
was the week of July 23rd.
The week of July 23rd.
Okay, then, but respond and say, okay, how about the following week? I just gave you the day I got back. But the problem, hold on, the problem is that it's a game. It's a political game, and it's all about making it as difficult as possible. I said, I get back on the week of July 23rd. Pick a day, or we can do it the following day. My point is this. I'm excited about meeting with the Charter Review. I think it's great. I think it's well worth investing the time, because it's a simple bit of respect for the time that you're giving and the entire Charter Review is giving to this community. So at the end of the day, I'm in favor of meeting. So I am not going to support this, because I think it's the right thing to do is to sit down with the entire Charter Review, get a date together, sit down for as long as it takes, and listen to what the Charter Review has to say.
so, City Manager, can you have your office assist in coordinating potential dates?
Vice Mayor will be my office that coordinates meetings.
Okay, that's fine. I said I'm in the rest of the summer, except for little times that I've blocked, but if that's the only date people are available, I'll try to move the medical appointment for my husband, et cetera. There's only one medical appointment I can't move.
Are the meetings traditionally sunshine for the commission to attend and speak?
It would be sunshine for both commission and Charter Review
But in
Committee.
the past, the last couple of meetings, they have not.
It was not a joint meeting. This
But
is
what I'm
a joint
saying, it
meeting.
might be good just to sunshine both regardless. That way, whoever is available, not available, maybe somebody's traveling.
Right,
we
so
have
the intent is a
chance to-
joint meeting, and obviously if someone cannot attend, they cannot attend. But if there's any action to be taken, we would need a quorum in the room from both committees, from both the committee and the commission.
What I'm saying is if someone cannot make whatever date is selected, and the next meeting is sunshine for both, that elected who missed can then participate and share their views.
Commissioner Menendez, there's not a next meeting. There is one meeting between the City Commission and the Charter Review Committee.
In the recommendations.
Just
It's
one
a-
meeting.
It's a joint meeting to kind of kick off the
Yeah,
charter review
okay.
and give them guidance, and so that's what we've been trying to schedule.
I do recall that our last town hall meeting, where we had members of the public, the question came up, what is the timeline? And repeatedly, either the staff or the chairman, I don't know, it was Mr. Slesnik, somebody said, there's no timeline, like there is nothing. So again, here we are being faced with the issue, should we not have a joint meeting or have a joint meeting? It's not a sense of urgency, it's just a sense of being efficient, and let's do it. There's Nothing.
And that's the reason that I put this forward, so that the committee can start working versus waiting for the commission, trying to schedule a meeting and continuing to push the ball down, kick the ball down the road. I wanted to make sure you could get started. If you guys have a quorum next week, you get started next week. That's what I wanted to make sure you were able to do. And that was the conversation I had with the other board members. They're antsy to get started just like you are.
Right. Well, I'm simply here, I'm going to sit down. I'm simply here to express disappointment that we haven't had a joint meeting. Thank you so much.
Let me ask you something. So you would prefer to have a meeting, let's say in 2-3 months, or would you prefer to wait, or?
The question is in your hands. What is the timeline? We have not been defined. When is our next meeting? Is there a timeline for the job or the work that we're supposed to do?
Right, so there have been no deadlines provided to the Charter Review Committee.
And that's why I wanted to get this process started, so that you could get started. And it really depends on the questions that you have before you, how long it takes you to discuss each item in the charter. Could take you 1 meeting, it could take you 2 meetings, or you could discuss 3 in a meeting. It really depends on the committee and the discussion. So that's why I want to get the process started.
Commissioner, you want to get the process started at the cost of the process.
No.
That's
What-
the
what's-
process. The
what's the
process was
cost?
having a meeting that's critically important between the stakeholders and between stakeholders. That's the whole point. It's detailed in the ordinance. We've already changed the charter review enough. You guys have removed the manager's appointment, the city attorney's appointment. You tried to remove the chairman, who was always been the mayor's appointment. You guys have basically completely already changed it in an effort to control it. And I get it. I understand it. It's great. You wanted to do it. Now you don't want to have a meeting between the commission and the charter review. I'm just saying, listen, have respect for these people. At the end of the day, they're doing this for free, and they're taking a part of their time to be here. And we should at least have a meeting to listen to what they believe. As after meeting with all the residents who sat down and came to those public meetings, let's sit down and have a conversation. I want to know what you view as important. What did the residents say? What do you view after you've reviewed everything, after you've had your discussions, after everything? What do you view as important, and how can we work together collaboratively? That's my point. And by the way, in the issue of the days, I was very clear. I get back the first week of the 23rd. I can push our meetings, just like I said, I want to push this commission meeting and the charter review meeting after that. And the answer was no. I was not offered, hey, how about the 24th? How about the 25th? How about the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th? I wasn't offered any of that. It was no. So I said, okay, perfect. So then I had to stay here and cancel a work meeting that I had to be here today, which is perfectly fine. It is what it is. That's the way it works. It's not a big deal.
You realize that the question was practically, can we change the date to here?
To this date.
That was the only question. I didn't know where it came from.
You didn't just hear what the clerk said? I said for the week of the 23rd.
Okay, but I'm saying when it came to me.
But the clerk sent you an email.
No, we had a conversation.
Mr. Clerk.
I did not send an email, sir. We reached out to the office of the respective
And what did you
commission.
say?
The week of the 23rd.
Okay, so it's a conversation. There it
Did
is.
you ever tell me it was from the mayor? No, I had no idea.
Nobody had any idea.
I did not tell him who it was for or anything like
But
that.
it doesn't matter. But why would you not respond and say, hey, how about other days?
I didn't know it had anything to do with you or any of us. I thought maybe it was a city thing.
It was clear. So
And Mr.
point-
Clerk, what was my conversation with you? My concern is, I don't want staff who's already planned their vacations around the city schedule to have to then change their vacation plans in order to accommodate a commission meeting.
Mr.
But I
Mayor,
said,
that-
reach out to the person and find out if there are other dates. And this was the only date that you was offered, the 23rd.
It was
And
not.
actually, that conversation I had through staff.
It was not. It was
That-
what was-
that-
what was
that
offered
is-
was-
another date.
what was offered was
It was also offered, Mr. Mayor, for you to chair the meeting through Zoom.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do that.
I
So
offered
that's not respectful. That's not respectful, especially when I'm leaving for business, and I'm not going to be able to sit in the middle of a hotel for 10 hours, chairing a meeting when I have to be there for work. If I was there for a good time, there's a different story. So my point is that I gave you the option of an entire week. You said no, and that's what we ended up. But look, I look forward. We're going to take a vote on this today. I hope that it does not pass, and that we're able to meet with the charter review before this work gets started. Okay.
Thank you.
So you have a motion and a second.
I made a commitment to serve.
I'll withdraw
and
my
I'm-
motion. Let's move forward with the meeting as requested.
Perfect.
Just
So-
ask the clerk to inform the members of the committee that we tried to pass this and there was a request from a member of their board to keep this meeting.
Understood. We will recirculate dates amongst the commission first to find perhaps a week that works for the entire commission, and then we'll go back to the Charter Review Committee members.
Mr. Clerk, really quick, I'm going to postpone F7 and F8, because if not, we'll be here forever. F5, anybody else want to postpone anything they'd like to postpone, or they want to keep it all?
Can I postpone other people's stuff?
Just asking. You can make a respectful suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, it opens
How
up
about
a can
that?
of worms, but, I'm just saying.
F5.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to ensure that door hangers providing notice of neighborhood meetings related to community recreation initiatives are removed within 48 hours following such meetings.
Yeah, this was a request from our former mayor, Dorothy, and this is something we spoke about with the door hangers that have to do with development, and I think we should keep uniform if we're going to go ahead and remove the door hangers for developments, and we should also probably remove them for the Parks and Recreation.
I feel like all we do is talk about door hangers.
Move it.
Well, door hangers, there's so much legislation on door hangers, it's amazing, I've never seen it. Wow. It's groundbreaking.
Better than
Start
doormats.
hanging us on doors.
Wow, so groundbreaking.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did.
No
Thank
idea.
you. Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, awesome. F10.
Yes, this is regarding a few members of our city advisory boards who are on the senior range, have reached out to me, and I met with the administration and with community recreation about, when they're explaining that when they're past a certain age, tennis and golf isn't necessarily the things they like to do.
You're relating to your age, right?
Well, I'm not 65 yet, but I'm quickly
You might want to lower that.
You're on the other side of the moon on that one, right? Just as,
I'm close.
yeah.
But I bet
I'm catching up. So they said what they do like is, for example, the fitness center at the youth center. That's something they do use to see if they could have a benefit, some kind of discount at the fitness center at the youth center. And it just so happens, yeah, come on out, Brett. And then I just got an email yesterday saying also if at the adult activity center you have some classes, they're asking if possible some discount on some classes at the adult activity center. And this comes from them themselves. It's not from me. I'm.
So it's a discussion, so.
So this is a discussion because there's an ordinance that has the benefits that a board member gets. So the first step is a discussion, and then we would have to look at writing it into the ordinance.
So along with this, because I'm not going to be a golf player or any of that kind of stuff, and I have served on boards, and I do think that, those 65 and older are not going to be out there running after the ball necessarily. Some of us are fitter than others, but for those that can't, it's a good idea to give homage to the fact that they've provided the service. At the same time, can you please also come back with a recommended fee range for those under 65 that are residents and non-residents on use of some of the center areas, the court areas, et cetera?
Okay.
Because we are increasing the demands on the facility, and I think the two would kind of balance each other out.
So, yeah, we can.
Revenue-wise.
What we looked at for this is we kind of looked at what the benefit was on the employee side, which was 50% off of the youth center membership. And that way, by getting a membership, if you start to partake in any programs at the youth center, you get the membership rate, which is 25% less than the resident rate as being a member. So that was kind of the jump off point instead of having free memberships. Looking at, because we have to worry about supply and demand. The fitness center at the youth center is not very big. So we have to make sure that, we're being responsible about that. And I think having the 50% off is a good start. You mentioned the adult activity center. I mean, I could show you the fees. Our fees are pretty low there. So a discount, I mean, you're talking a couple dollars a class, that.
I defer to you. You, Carolina, you know it like the back of your hand.
We can look at what we can propose for.
Can you come back to us in August with proposed fee structures on these items, and let's take up the use of the courts at the youth center requiring a membership. It's everywhere else. You know, this will help us maintain the facilities and improve the facilities, improve the equipment.
Sure.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I want to try to be as brief as possible on F11. It's update on discussion on forensic audit. We'll move on. All right, I'm going to be very brief on F15. I think we need to have a further discussion, and I want all of you to be prepared for the next commission meeting. There is a project that is being proposed on Sears, which is going to be 1,050 housing units that are being planned there.
Yes, I've received calls, emails.
This is an example of the Live Local Act. I've been having conversations with our city attorney. This is a clear example of what can happen in Little Gables. Miami-Dade County using Live Local, and we could have 1,050 units constructed easily on a very simpler piece of land. There is commercial in the Little Gables area. So this is a reminder, like what we saw on 37th Avenue, where there was a 40-story building that was proposed, and they ended up negotiating it down to 37 stories, and there's well over 1,000 plus units there. They're about to do the same thing at the Sears lot, and I'm pretty sure that with the donut hole that we have in the annexation area of Little Gables, that is a prime situation to have a development of this magnitude, if not bigger, be installed there. As a result of that is the donut hole in Miami-Dade County. So I advise you to sit down with the city attorney to read up about what is being proposed in the Sears, and it's not an intent to make anybody nervous or scared, but that is something that could easily happen in Little Gables as a result of the fact that it's Miami-Dade County, it's not Coral Gables zoning code, and due to the Live Local Act, that it's a reality.
It's City of Miami, right?
No, it's Miami-Dade County. Little Gables is Miami-Dade County.
No, oh, I'm sorry, the Sears. I was talking about Sears.
Okay, yes, ma'am?
No.
So I'm just making sure.
Same concerns.
So I'm making sure that you're aware, because this will be a major traffic concern at the mouth of Miracle Mile. It's the same situation that's happening. You know, there's rumblings about the commercial area on that 8th Street corridor, which could be assembled using Live Local, and the density and intensity could be monumental. You're seeing it already here. You're seeing it happen up and down the corridor. And, you know, this is a real situation that could be heavy traffic, heavy congestion, and you could have a significantly tall building constructed in that area. If we have a more control over that area in regards to the annexation opportunity, we will have a redevelopment, but I don't think it will be as impactful, even close to as impactful as what you're about to see being proposed at Sears and what was constructed on 37th Avenue, which is, again, Miami-Dade County also.
What's being proposed is 3 buildings that are 8 stories. 420 of those would be affordable housing. We'll have 1,900 parking spots. And with the Live Local, it'll go from 5 floors to 8 floors. So basically, it's 3 more floors.
It's 1,050 units.
Yes.
It's not only about floors, it's about density, it's about the reduction of parking. Just study a little bit about what happened in the Douglas Station so you understand what happened there. It's 37 floors. That was not the zoning prior to what was permitted there. That's a TLD, and it was in conjunction with a developer who put together a massive project. The city of Coral Gables fought it along with other municipalities to bring it down to the height that it's at, and we fell very short on that project. So right now, the zoning is nowhere near what Live Local would potentially push us to in the area of Little Gables if Live Local is applied. That's why Live Local is viewed in certain areas as a builder of housing where it's needed. And that's why it's being pushed to try to build affordable housing and to push the cost of housing down by increasing the amount of housing on the market. So that's what I'm telling you. It's a consideration to learn a little bit more about what's going on with this Live Local, because it's already being applied all around us.
So, yeah, we're basically taking an area that would be single family and turning it into a high intensity. And the frustrating part is it's just not the Live Local that we're going to be dealing with, it's the RTZ. So there are projects that may come before us that could take one of three routes. You could come to the commission and we can do the best that we can do, with trees and drainage and bicycle lanes and beautiful architecture and get the community benefits and traffic calming like we've done in the past and had the traffic calming paid for, or they can take the other routes, the other two routes, the RTZ, it's out of our hands. Live local, it's out of our hands, basically.
For those who are still watching, why are you watching?
That's a good point.
Why are you watching? But just in case, again, this is Tallahassee. We're preempted. Cities have been preempted more than ever lately. This is, again, legislation that's crafted, passed in Tallahassee, and the impact, sometimes things are good, and sometimes it's like a wrecking ball. And we all understand the reasoning, the purpose behind it that the mayor and the vice mayor explained, but it does not take into consideration our own zoning laws and our own regulations that are in place, and that's true for every city. So, I know the focus of a lot of folks in the community have been what we do locally in terms of zoning, but really the concern has been for a while now, Tallahassee, which comes in, like I said, like a wrecking ball and moves things around that at the end of the day, we really don't have control over anymore.
We're going to move on to item F12, the forensic audit. I would really like to briefly just understand where we are and what is the latest. Is there anything?
It's F11.
Yes, sorry, F11, excuse me. Yes, ma'am?
So at a prior meeting, you asked me to prepare a few slides.
Perfect.
Okay.
I just want to see where we're at. I didn't know, I hadn't had a chance to speak to you to see if we were ready for that. Now we can push it to the next meeting, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Certainly. I'll go ahead and present the slides.
Perfect.
It's a recap generally of what we discussed and some additional information that was requested. So I am going to host disabled participant screen sharing. Maybe? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you may want to take the next item, and then we'll come back to this one.
Okay. Item F12.
F12 comes about, it's a discussion regarding non-city-owned parking lots and the signage. And I had asked the city attorney and for the parking director to kind of give us guidance following that video that went viral on social media regarding parking lots. And I know this is an item that was heavily discussed prior to Commissioner Castro and I being on the agenda. There was one parking lot in particular that had signage that was similar to the city's and was very confusing. So open the floor to our parking director.
Just very briefly, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney, just to give you all some background, and as to these particular lots, I'll defer to the parking director. But generally, a few years ago, the city adopted some fairly extensive regulations regarding parking signage and invoices for parking on privately owned and operated parking lots. The following legislative session, that was preempted almost entirely by the state, so we're very limited in what we have left in our code. We do have some signage requirements to make sure that rates are prominently posted. We do have some details about allowed by the state legislature language on invoices to be clear that they're not government-issued citations, et cetera. But as to particular lots that have been mentioned recently and whether or not they comply, I'll defer to the parking director. But we do have some requirements, but they have been pared down. Thank you to our state legislature for that. So,
good afternoon, Monica Beltran, parking director. So what we did was we went out and looked and kind of surveyed private lots. And in particular, the one that was the source of the complaint. And what we have found is that although the code says that rates must be prominently displayed on signs at entrance, that was not the case. And in particular, I think only and they fell short to say exactly what the issue was here, because that particular lot, it's a 2-hour minimum, right? So the pay station stated one rate, And the QR code, when you access it, said another rate. But the bottom line is that it was a minimum of like $25 to park there with a minimum of 2 hours. So we must be very clear, although we don't have the control over what they charge, we must make an effort to ensure that these rates are prominent and that this one in particular, where it's a 2-hour minimum, that is stated. Because it makes a huge difference if next door there's a $5 lot and this other one's going to cost you $25 minimum. So, and actually, when you're at that rate, you may as well valet park somewhere, even at the hotel. You know, so we did meet with one of my staff members, met with one of the operators. They were very receptive. Prominently displayed to me is not at the pay station, because by then you've committed. And because many of these operators also use either a camera or they have somebody watching people, right? They, if you stay more than 15 minutes, you're either going to get one of those notices, right? Which typically is $55. So you're correct, Commissioner. We need to do something. And I suggest that one of the things, like I said, we already did, which was to reach out to some of them, but we need to enforce that which is in the code. And to that effect, I think the most effective process would be to identify either through the licenses or the operators here. Luckily, there are operators that manage various lots, and reach out to them and aim at that based on the code. So we're on it.
So this is something that we dealt with 5 years ago, 4 years ago. This is nothing new. What you saw on social media is what I explained to everybody who wrote me, is clickbait. The individual knew that you could park on the street for some of the cheapest rates in Miami-Dade County, or you could park at the Aragon parking garage a block away. But he decided to do a story, social media, and chase clout. So that he could make it seem as if he stated that the city was, a story about the city was misleading people, that there was a price for X amount here and a price for X amount there. As the city attorney told you, we were preempted by state statute. Anybody who parks there understands it very clearly. And I will tell you this, if you put a giant neon sign that says, this is a private lot, you're paying $20 an hour here. Or you could park for $2 an hour on the street. What's the exact number? How much? I don't want to say anything correctly. What's the hourly?
I know that we have a maximum of 5. That might be $4 or $5.
Yeah, but I mean, in off hours. It's all, how much is the hourly rate in that area? I don't
It's about $4 or $5.
Okay, $4 or $5. You could park in the Aragon parking garage.
The Aragon, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
You don't, and people choose to park in that lot, thinking they're going to run into a store, pick something up, and come back in. By the way, you want to know why? Because that happened to me on 8th Street. I thought I was going to run in, grab something, and run out, and they sit in their car in the lot, and they put a boot in your car the moment that you don't do it. And it also happened to my mother, and I use this as an example when we dealt with this 5 years ago. She is handicapped, and she parked in the handicap spot. She walked out after having both of her hips replaced, and she was walking out with her walker, with my father, who's a physician. She made it down the block. They turned around to get something. There was a boot on the car.
Yeah.
You even have to pay in the handicap parking space.
Oh, absolutely.
And people don't know that. Yeah. So this is a game that's been going on for a long time. The issue here is that our hands are tied to a certain extent.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we could put a neon sign there. It says, hey, you're leaving the facility. You could potentially get a ticket if you don't pay. This is not pay for, and what a lot of people do is they come back and they'll call me and they'll say, Vince, I got a $25, I got booted in this area. But I paid for parking. Look, I did pay to, pay for parking on my app. And I said, yeah, but that doesn't work. It doesn't work.
There was a lot of signage, I have to tell you. Oh. Within, the signs were a little wordy, so people don't read them. However, in the disabled space, there was a disclaimer. You have to pay for parking.
If you go back, and I don't remember the exact conversation back and forth. I mean, I think the lawyer was Tony de Urre. Remember that?
Yeah.
Tony Ayude was the lawyer representing the applicant. And we had probably like 4 or 5 meetings on this. And we changed the language on the ticket, we changed the language on the street, we required on the sign, on the pay station.
We required commission approval of their
Yes,
invoices
everything.
for
Of the
the
invoices,
fee.
I
Yeah.
remember to the point that it was like, I don't know how these are going to be profitable, but obviously it's profitable because there's a proliferation. And then they write you back on social media and say, you need to shut these people down. I go, we live in a free economy. You know, this is a capitalist society. You can't, if somebody decides not to develop that lot or decides not to do something with that lot and they want to do a surface parking lot, if people want to pay to park, they pay to park.
Remember I come from Miami Beach?
I know.
They tow you
They
to
tow you.
$150 if you don't pay at a private lot, or you get one of these notices. So, yes, we're preempted, and to a certain extent, there's not much we can do. This is, free market.
Yes.
Everybody has a right. And the lots are very expensive, so people want to recover money if they're not developing them. That being said, people should be able to see rates at the entrance. Mind you, here, it's even better because our municipal lots have a distinct, pretty sign. This particular sign, and I sent you copies, had a lot of signage, just did not have that rate signage at the entrance.
One of the questions that I got from Instagram, and it was that if we could go ahead and control the valet parking prices. They're our vendor, right?
So it depends. We have some that are part of our centralized valet, and then we have others that are just permitted valet stations.
Correct. Right, some are permitted, they rent spaces from us, and they're private. And then in the bid on Miracle Mile and Giralda, that's our vendor. And $12 to $15 on the peak time, that you can't get better than that.
You go to
Honestly, it's not even worth looking for parking space to give it to valet.
That's right. That's why when they wrote that, when they put that on social media, that's why it's clickbait. It's for clout because you're telling me you can park in the Aragon parking garage, which is clean. It's undercover. You can park your electric vehicle with some of the cheapest rates for charging.
And there's parking. There's available parking.
And there's available
Less than a
parking.
block away.
It's a block away, and you're
Less
telling
than a
me
block away.
it's even a better location than that parking space.
Absolutely. Actually, at the Colonnade, which is right across, the parking rate wasn't that crazy either. So in reality, you could walk down the street and get a $12 or $15 valet or parking, they have options.
Anything else?
So I guess the only thing I would say, thank you for going out there and being proactive and taking a look at the issue. And would that fall under code enforcement or under your department to just keep track on these parking lots, just make sure that things are being done the right way?
Probably code, but
Okay.
I'm going to take the initiative to reach out to the operators
Perfect.
and ask for their cooperation
appreciate
to put that outside, because actually it's a bad image for them as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item F13. This is the final item under city commission items.
Right, I'm asking for an update. Are we going to launch this baby yet?
Yes, we are, and I just wanted to give you the timeline that was provided to me by the consultant that we're working with to get the agreement done. So just so that you have an idea of the scope of work, looking at properties between the 1920s and 1950, there's approximately 140 resources that could be identified within that time frame in that North Ponce designation area. And according to them, with a big start date of September 1, we would have the kickoff meeting. October 1, we would get the draft. It's a submission of study area map property list with assigned Florida master site file numbers, completion of fieldwork and photography, and completion of gathering historic photos and resident directory information. And then December 1, we would get 50% draft of the survey report, and February 1 would be the completed report or request and Florida master site files for those properties.
Okay, so we have a contract.
The contract is being worked out, and she needs to get a little bit more specific with the scope of work, so that way we can move it forward with procurement with just one of the vendors.
Okay,
But there shouldn't be any issue. We've had the discussion with procurement on what needs to be amended, and so we're working on that with the consultant.
Okay, when it's done, can you circulate a copy to all of us so that we know that it's
Yes.
really being pushed out into the water?
Yep, and as soon as, we'll give you that, and then as soon as the contract's executed with a start date, it'll all be updated. We can send an email, since I know we don't have a meeting till August 27th.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the final three items before we move on to the condominium association. Let's see if we can run through these quick. H1,
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing acceptance of an amendment for grant agreement number LPA 0156 from the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection for an extension to the agreement for the Coral Gables Galeano Street and Madera Avenue Stormwater Improvements Project and authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment of the agreement with DEP for said financial assistance under the grant for financial services.
If there's no public comment, yeah, I'll second.
Yeah. Got a first and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
yes. Moving on to H2,
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment for the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual budget to recognize as revenue $1,425,000 from general fund balance, and to appropriate $1,425,000 toward the Fraternal Order of Police, Coral Gables Lodge, Number 7 union contract expenditures.
I'll move
Motion.
it.
Second, well,
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
yes. H3,
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award AGC Electric, Inc., Primary, R&D Electric, Inc., Secondary, and Computer Electric, Inc., Tertiary, as the three most responsive and responsible bidders for the licensed electrical contractor services pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Invitation for Bids 2024-011.
Move it.
Second,
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
yes. Item F12, I'll be deferring for the next commission meeting. Paula, will you please do, sorry? F11, I apologize. Will you please do me a favor? Will you share all the information on that item for the next commission meeting? And then I'd like to present it as a resolution to move forward with the support of my colleagues in the commission. Madam Vice Mayor, you have anything else before we move on to the condo associations items?
Just remind people about Adopt a Tree. If you
Perfect.
need a link to it, I'll share it.
Commissioner Castro?
No. Thanks.
Commissioner Menendez?
I do, three quick things. Are my images ready, the movies?
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, we're going to be deferring agenda items H4 and H5.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think, Mr. Clerk, I think you mean H.
I'm sorry, H5 and H6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, July 21st, we have at the Miracle Theater, Jaws, which is where the movie was premiered in 1975. Tickets are going very fast, as you can imagine. So that's Sunday, July, and then my next movie, which will be at the Art Cinema. You have that second poster. Wall Street, Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen, a classic movie, will be July 27th, Saturday, 11 a.m. at Wall Street. Before we move on to the next image, if we have our assistant Gabby go to the podium, please. So just want to say, well, this is Gabby Quintana, who's always working behind the scenes. Like a lot of folks here, she does a great job. She keeps everybody in line. And I think a little bit over a week ago, something special happened. Can I have the image? Is it ready? There you go. Gabby got engaged to get married. So I'm going to make a motion to congratulate Gabby and her fiance, Joseph Torres, and to have a beautiful, wonderful marriage and life together.
Thank you,
That's my motion.
Commissioner.
All right,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
There you go. Awesome. Commissioner Fernandez?
Nothing, just we're back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. for our budget hearing, and we'll be back on Zoom.
One thing, I asked the support of my colleagues on the commission to lower the flags here in the city. Mayor Stierheim, who was a consummate professional, who was actually a CM, a city manager here during a brief stint here in the city of Coral Gables when we were in between city managers. He's passed away. He was superintendent of the school board, Miami-Dade County. He was also the county city manager, and he was also the city of Miami city manager. An incredibly brilliant individual who was well-versed, was an individual who I had the opportunity to interact with on multiple occasions. I learned a lot from him. and a person who, never shied away from sitting down and having a conversation because he was just so competent and an individual who was so prepared and was willing to share in his lifelong experience and his and all the things that he's gone through. So he'll be sorely missed. We send his family the best, and I'd like for my colleagues to potentially for the next few days to lower the flags here in the city and have staff in respect for Mayor Steer.
I'll second that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd also like to
Yes,
thank
absolutely.
I'd also like to thank Vice Mayor Pat Keon for bringing it to my attention. She was kind enough to tell me, so I wish her the best. With that, we will adjourn this meeting and we'll move on to the condominium association meeting. And we'll open up the condominium association meeting.
So the first one is Giralda Garage Condominium Association, Inc. We have one item, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as the Giralda Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll
Can
move
I get a
it.
motion?
Move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next one?
So we close this one, Mayor?
Yep.
And open the next one, which is 250 Aragon Condominium Association, Inc. We have one item. It's a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as a 250 Aragon Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll
May I have
move
a
it.
motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opening the next one?
And the next one is the Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, Inc. We have one item, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as an Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll have a motion.
Move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Have a nice summer.